Chapter 2411. The final assessment of Imperial College soon came to an end. The first place was naturally taken by Lin Fei. The next few rankings changed a lot. Basically, they were all locked by the top 10 heavenly legends. The only difference was that their positions fluctuated. After returning from the auction, Lin Fei had been in a small independent yard. He rarely left Imperial College. Time passed day by day, and the birthday of the Great was getting closer and closer. The capital was in a festive atmosphere, and people began to dress up. Experts from the Star area and even some independent forces began to appear in the capital. Needless to say, they were here to participate in the birthday of the Great. These things had nothing to do with Lin Fei for the time being. Eating and drinking every day, Lin Fei enjoyed the rare comfortable and leisurely days. The leisurely days did not last long, and were soon broken by the appearance of a person. Elder Li Xiong came. "You are really leisurely. Now you are a young rich man in the capital. Your wealth is amazing. Even I am not as good as you." As soon as Li Xiong came in, he took the wine on the table and poured a glass for himself. He enjoyed it happily. After a few glasses, he looked at Lin Fei enviously. Recently, Lin Fei rarely cared about the outside world. He kept his mind clear and in a very good mood. "Brotherly, look at what you said. This little bit of wealth of mine is nothing." Lin Fei shook his head. "It is not as good as those people. It is said that a long-distance transmission portal needs hundreds of black crystal cards, not to mention those powerful things." Li Xiong did not know whether to laugh or cry. This topic was too far away. Stop. Don't talk about it. I don't know where it will go. Today, I am here to give you something." "No way. You are here to give me a gift?" Lin Fei joked. Li Xiong laughed. "Oh, you can really say that. Congratulations, from now on, you are a disciple of this college. This is your identity token, a unique thing." A white token was taken out by Li Xiong. At first glance, Lin Fei knew that the white token was not simple. It seemed to contain a special meaning. "This is the proof of your disciple identity." Li Xiong said, "Don't think it's simple. With the token, you can go in and out of the college in the future, because at ordinary times. Also, the identity token can open the tactical matrix of the mountain gate, and various identity information is recorded inside." Li Xiong said in detail. "All right, you only need to drip your blood now." Lin Fei had already let the little demon scan it, and there were no hidden dangers. He was relieved and dripped a drop of blood on it. On the back of the token, two ancient characters, Lin Fei, appeared, vigorous and powerful. "Now you can come with me to choose a place to cultivate." Li Xiong stood up. "There are cultivation grounds?" Lin Fei really didn't care about this. Li Xiong was really exasperated that Li Xiong didn't live up to his expectations. Li Xiong didn't even know the practice place of the college. If it was spread out, it was estimated that those people would be very angry, so he thought it was necessary to explain. "Do you really think Imperial College is as you see it?" Li Xiong explained, "That's wrong. There is an independent space inside the college, and the inside is our practice place. You certainly don't understand it by just saying it. Now I will take you there." After entering the practice place, Lin Fei really knew the inside story of Imperial College. "How is it? It's shocking, isn't it?" Lin Fei really didn't expect that there was such a practice place in Imperial College. It was a place full of heaven and earth energy, and the time ratio was different from that of the outside world. 1 month outside was 1 or 2 years in the practice place, which had the effect of slowing down time. In addition, in the practice place, there were blue sky and white clouds, and birds and beasts were flying. The mountains in the distance were shrouded by white clouds, so people couldn't see the situation inside the mountains. Li Xiong was not surprised by Lin Fei's reaction at all. When he came here for the first time, he was also shocked. Why was Imperial College popular? It was not only established by the great emperor, but also the inside story of Imperial College. Do you see those mountains shrouded by white clouds? They all have owners and there are tactical deployments on them. No one can get in. If you force your way in, you will be attacked by the tactical deployments. To enter the mountains, you must have an identity token, Li Xiong said. "Today, I bring you here to choose a mountain. As long as it is an ownerless mountain, you can choose it as your practice mountain. Lin Fei liked this place. As long as it was decorated, it would also be a good energy income. This place was much better than the outside world, and it was not just a little bit better. I can choose any mountain? With Li Xiong's promise, Lin Fei was relieved. When he came to the practice place, he must choose the best one, and immediately let the little devil analyze the distribution of the heaven and earth energy in the practice place. By the way, if you want to get a practice place, you still need to go through a small test. Li Xiong added, these tactical deployments are arranged by the predecessors. Some big practice places have a small test difficulty, and some have a big test difficulty. According to the distribution of the college, the whole practice place has a total of 9 areas, from the first level area to the 9th level area. Some people also call it the first level cultivation area to the 9th level cultivation area. In fact, Li Xiong did not say it, but Lin Fei had a result. The heaven and earth energy of the whole practice place was indeed different to a certain extent. According to the distribution of the image, it was increasing in turn. It seemed that the heaven and earth energy was fixed. This result caused Lin Fei to rejoice once more. Lin Fei asked tentatively, I don't know which first-level area do the general new students practice in? Li Xiong did not have any doubt. This kind of question was normal. When he came for the first time, he also asked it. You asked a good question. The quality of the practice place is a very serious problem. Generally speaking, the new disciples who enter the college can usually choose to enter the first level to third level cultivation area. Basically, most of them are first level, and the talented ones are second level. Talents like you, little Lin, should be able to enter the third level cultivation area, or even the fourth level cultivation area. As for the disciples of the previous sessions, they are now in the 5th level and 6th level cultivation areas. Lin Fei quickly thought about it. Then this cultivation ground can be changed? Li Xiong nodded. People need motivation, and the practice is the same. The capital college has no rigid rules. Generally, as long as you have the strength, you can challenge. Even a newcomer can challenge a veteran disciple. As long as you defeat the opponent, you can get the opponent's practice place. After the opponent is defeated, you are not allowed to challenge and change the practice place within 1 year. Lin Fei listened very carefully and was very satisfied. This mark was set for him. I don't know which practice place Brother Li is now practicing in. Lin Fei asked casually. Chapter 24:12. Lin Fei finally knew something about the situation. The status of the elder was only in the 8th level cultivation area, the newcomers were in the 1st level to 3rd level cultivation areas, and the veteran areas were more advanced. Lin Fei learned that the top 10 heavenly sons in this session were better than any other session, except for him. Among the remaining 9, 6 were in the 3rd level cultivation area, and the other 3 heavenly sons broke into the 4th level cultivation area. In fact, after Li Xiong brought Lin Fei to the cultivation area, many people began to pay attention to Lin Fei. This top heavenly son could cultivate in which cultivation area? If this top heavenly son was not as good as those heavenly sons, it would really be a big joke. Why don't I take you to the 4th level cultivation area to have a try? Li Xiong was very optimistic about Lin Fei. Li Xiong clearly saw the obscure gazes of the surrounding cultivation areas, but he could not say anything as long as Lin Fei worked hard. He just needed to put in a little more effort. Li Xiong could get to the present position thanks to Lin Fei. Li Xiong basically remembered all the sarcasm and ridicule. As long as Lin Fei worked hard, he had plenty of means to deal with those people. Lin Fei shook his head. Brother Li, in our cultivation area, there is a mountain peak that is quite special and meaningful. Li Xiong was slightly stunned, and seemed to understand in the next second. He looked at Lin Fei in surprise. You don't want to? Lin Fei said with a smile. You guessed it right. I really have this idea. Elder Li is coming with Lin Fei. Lin Fei is ready to choose a mountain peak for cultivation. Everyone, guess which level of mountain peak Lin Fei can finally choose. Needless to say, it must be a 3rd level cultivation area. No matter what, it is also a 3rd level cultivation area. Many people were very optimistic about Lin Fei. Of course, there were also some who were very pessimistic. Choosing a place to cultivate was not an easy task. There were also some heavenly sons who failed because they were too ambitious. He is going to the 4th level cultivation area. No, this isn't the level 4 area either. Crazy. Could it be that Lin Fei is going to the high-level cultivation area? As Li Xiong and Lin Fei continued to move forward and passed one area after another, everyone suddenly realized that this was quite wrong. No batch of new students dared to go to the high-class cultivation area. That place was not accessible to ordinary people. I know where that brat Lin Fei is going. Someone seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but exclaim. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. Someone immediately asked. It would not be a small matter for a future top-notch professional prodigy to choose any mountain peak to cultivate on. That person said proudly, if I'm not wrong, they should be going to the cultivation ground, the most special place and also the most precious place. Lin Fei's target should be the first peak of the cultivation ground. Rumor has it that it was the place where the great emperor cultivated. After him, this peak has been empty. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. It turned out to be that peak. That was the first peak of the cultivation ground. To be called the first peak, it was definitely not as simple as it was said. Many heavenly talents in previous years had challenged the first peak of the emperor, but in the end, they returned without success. Even so, there were heavenly talents challenging it every time, trying to get this peak of the emperor. The peak of the emperor. It was the most special place in the whole cultivation ground. At the same time, it was the best peak for cultivation. In those days, it was the great emperor's cultivation ground. Later, after his cultivation was successful, the great emperor rearranged it and did not close it, allowing people to enter and cultivate. But unfortunately, it was still empty until now. This peak of the emperor was shrouded in white fog all year round. This is the peak of the emperor, and only the disciples of the Imperial College can enter it. Unfortunately, no suitable person has been found until now. Li Xiong's eyes also became full of admiration. Good place, I like it very much. Lin Fei didn't want to intervene in the affairs of the Imperial College. After all, the power of an Imperial College was not simple. He didn't have the strength to fight against it now, so he had to keep accumulating energy to reach a terrifying number. In this case, Lin Fei didn't want to be harassed, so it was necessary to be high-profile appropriately. After Lin Fei asked the little devil to analyze, he confirmed that it was a special peak, and also a special place for cultivation. After a little inquiry, he knew the existence of the peak of the emperor. In fact, the peak of the emperor was really domineering. It was taller than any other mountain, like a long sword towering into the sky. Are you sure you want to try? Li Xiong was not confident. The difficulty of the peak of the emperor was not ordinary. Many people had failed in it, but once they succeeded, they would definitely be the most outstanding person in history, and the benefits would be unimaginable. If you don't try, how will you know? Lin Fei said with a smile. The peak of the emperor was full of tactical formations and prohibitions, one after another, densely packed. It was not possible for ordinary people to crack them by relying on manpower. Even a top professional might not have the ability to do it. Lin Fei was different. He had a system, and the system was best at deduction, which was nothing more than consuming a lot of energy units. Now Lin Fei was rich, and he could afford any consumption. Then come on, I really want to see you enter the peak of the emperor. Seeing Lin Fei full of confidence, Li Xiong couldn't help but have a trace of expectation. What if he really succeeded? No one dared to say that Lin Fei couldn't do it. No one dared to say that he would definitely succeed, because he was a very rare top professional. This was also his only advantage. There was a stone road at the foot of the peak of the emperor. As long as you walked from the foot of the mountain to the top of the peak of the emperor, you would complete the challenge. It seemed not difficult, but only when you stepped on the mountain road, you would know the horror. Those with poor strength would be sent out after dozens of steps, and the powerful ones would only take 100 steps. The news that Lin Fei was going to challenge the peak of the emperor, the most special place in this cultivation place, spread quickly in the cultivation place. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and in less than a moment, everyone knew it. The old dean is here. The first person to come was out of everyone's expectation. It was actually the old dean who rarely showed up. Dean! Li Xiong greeted him and was shocked. Why is the old dean here? Now there is trouble. He knew that the old dean valued Lin Fei very much. Why did you bring that guy here? The old dean's tone was not light as soon as he came. Don't you know the consequences of failure? You are messing around. Chapter 24:13. Someone is going to break into the Emperor's Peak. No way. A newcomer, Lin Fei, wants to go to the Emperor's Peak. He is too bold. That's a place where he can go for his first job transition. He's bound to lose. Arrogant. Even the old dean is here, and he seems to be very angry. The news spread quickly. Whether they were cultivating in seclusion or other disciples and elders, they all came. In less than a moment, there was a sea of people outside the Emperor's Peak. They all came to watch the fun, and most of them were sneering. Oi Lin, you must work hard. Li Xiong didn't dare to look at the old dean's eyes. He felt guilty and regretted bringing Lin Fei here. The Emperor's Peak was the most special place for cultivation in the capital college. Everyone knew the significance of the Emperor's Peak. Many people failed and returned. Lin Fei, the newcomer king, was a person with no background. Naturally, no one hoped that he could succeed. Once he succeeded, he would have an invisible connection with the great emperor. Originally, the appearance of Lin Fei had changed some interests within the college. If Lin Fei got the qualification to cultivate in the Emperor's Peak, it would be more difficult to deal with him. What an amazing tactical restriction! Standing on the stone steps, Lin Fei looked up. The seemingly ordinary mountain road was covered with dense tactical restrictions. If he tried to force his way through, he would only be sent out and eliminated. No matter how many formations and restrictions there are in front of the system, you will have to obediently make way for me. Lin Fei took a deep breath and began to let the little devil start its powerful analysis and calculation ability to crack the tactical restrictions. The system also began to run crazily at this moment. Lin Fei began to take the first step, then the second step, and the third step. It's moving, it's moving. The elders of the capital college all looked at the mountain road. As he took the first step, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. On the one hand, they hoped that Lin Fei would fail. On the other hand, they had a strange idea to see how far Lin Fei could go. I guarantee that Lin Fei will come out in 50 steps at most. Even I find 50 steps too much. 30 steps is the limit. Lin Fei was very fast. He walked up step by step without stopping at all. The stone steps of the mountain path seemed to have been pushed away by the clouds. So fast. The 20th step. Soon, everyone's expression turned ugly. Lin Fei had already taken 30 steps, but he didn't slow down. Every step was very steady, as if it was a very ordinary mountain road. The elders were not surprised. 30 steps was reasonable. This year's Rookie King had blinded many people. It was not difficult for him to reach the 30th step. The Monarch Peak had a total of 999 steps. The higher one went, the more difficult it was. Every 100 steps was a threshold. It was extremely difficult. Brother Feng Zheng, what do you think? In the void of the cultivation ground, two middle-aged men, one in green and the other in white, stood side by side. Their faces were calm as the middle-aged man in green said, "It's very difficult to reach the 100th step." Li Fengxing shook his head. "That kid is too arrogant. The Monarch Peak is where His Majesty cultivated in the past. Rumor has it that there are opportunities left there. Countless people want to enter, but no one has ever gotten what they wanted. That kid has the same fate." The middle-aged man in white laughed. "I really don't know how lucky that kid is to be able to become first under those circumstances. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others." Both of them were deputy deans of the Capital Institute. Although they were from different factions, they would always work together to strengthen their power in the institute. "Brother Mingwen, why do you have to make things difficult for that brat? If he offends the fifth prince, there's no way he can grow in this world." Li Fengxing laughed. "If he agreed to the fifth prince, no one would have any objections. Unfortunately, he had to offend His Royal Highness of all people. He's courting death. What a pity! Fang Mingwen laughed sinisterly. On a steep mountain peak in the cultivation ground, a young lady in palace attire was looking at Lin Fei, who was walking on the mountain. I don't get it. Where did you get the confidence to go to the Monarch Peak? The young lady in palace attire pouted. Third brother must be furious. His performance was too poor. The young lady in palace attire was ninth sister of the royal family. Ninth sister's real name was Fan Liu. Emperor Yuan Zheng's surname was Fan. Fan Luoyu was very interested in Lin Fei, the newcomer king. None of those who grew up in the royal family were simple. Fan Luoyu was very concerned about a future top-notch expert. No matter who he landed in, he would be of unimaginable use. From Fan Luoyu's perspective, Lin Fei was a future top-notch expert that no outsider could recruit. Apart from the royal family, no one else was qualified. Yes, no one was qualified. Fan Luoyu had originally thought highly of Lin Fei. The incident at the Monarch Peak had more or less caused her to lose some points. Let's take a look first. No matter how bad Lin Fei is, he is still a top-notch professional. Fan Luoyu looked at Lin Fei on the mountain road, deep in thought. 50 steps, 83 steps, 96 steps. 100 steps. When Lin Fei crossed the 100th step smoothly, many people's eyes lit up. A future top-notch expert was indeed a top-notch expert. In terms of deciphering formations and prohibitions, he had reached such a domineering level. 150 steps. He doesn't intend to stop yet. He's too fast. He's over 200 steps. As time went by, Lin Fei maintained a consistent speed. He didn't stop for a long time for each step, which was undoubtedly beyond everyone's imagination. When he reached 200 steps, everyone looked incredulous. Good job! Li Xiong couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Fei. He secretly observed the old dean and inadvertently revealed a smile. He seemed to have put down a stone in his heart. In the past, there were very few champions who could make it to 200 steps. But now, they had all become influential figures in the empire. They were very famous. Lin Fei had made it to 200 steps. When he changed his profession for the first time, his talent and potential were very powerful. After 200 steps, Li Xiong also began to worry. At that time, he could only make it to 230 steps, but he couldn't persist and had to give up regretfully. Even so, Li Xiong was appreciated by the elders in the college. Finally, he got to where he was today, which had something to do with his challenge to the Emperor's Peak. Lin Fei continued to walk. 230 steps, 295 steps, 300 steps. When everyone thought that Lin Fei couldn't go on, Lin Fei walked up the stone steps one by one, and in the blink of an eye, he had broken through 300 steps. It's crazy! 450 steps. Have you noticed that guy's speed is too consistent? Is he good at calculation and analysis? His mental calculation ability is too terrifying. He has broken through 500 steps. Is he going to break through the highest realm? Chapter 24:14. Outside the Emperor's Peak. Everyone was in a state of dumbfounded shock. 900 steps. Exactly 900 steps. What kind of concept was that? After so many years in the Capital Institute, no one had ever reached this position. He stopped. He seems to be trapped. Is he going to die? When Lin Fei stood on the stone steps of 900 steps, he didn't move forward again. He stopped. For the people outside, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. For example, the two deputy deans. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Li Fengjing's face had been dark, but now he finally smiled. Finally, he's stumped. This kid's mental calculation ability is too strong. It won't be difficult for such a person to crack a cultivation method. Fang Mingwen said as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The more outstanding Lin Fei was, the worse it would be for them, and the more difficult it would be to deal with him. Both of them had good judgment. They knew that Lin Fei must be in trouble if he stopped at this position. The further he went, the more difficult it would be. If he was not careful, he would fail at the last step. On the stone steps, Lin Fei frowned, which was rare. I can't crack it? The difficulty of the next 100 steps has increased by more than 100 times. There are too many changes and I can't analyze and crack it at all. The little devil said. Lin Fei calmed down. The real difficulty of the Emperor's Peak should be here. The first 900 steps were very difficult, and it consumed energy constantly. It was not difficult to crack it, but from the 901st step, it became more than 100 times more difficult. With only 100 steps left, Lin Fei couldn't give it up. Little devil, as long as it's a restriction array, there must be a flaw. Analyze and calculate carefully. I believe there must be a clue. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. I'll analyze it right away. The little devil spent 3 days analyzing the situation. The next 100 steps were really difficult. For the people outside the Emperor's Peak, 3 days was just a snap of fingers. Everyone was really relieved. If they didn't take a step in 3 days, they might die prematurely. Old director, is the Emperor's Peak really so difficult? Li Xiong asked the old director. 3 days. Oh, Amos never left. He had been paying attention to it. The dean chuckled. If it wasn't difficult, it wouldn't be the Emperor's Peak. That brat can reach 900 steps. It all depends on whether he can complete the last 100 steps. This is his opportunity. Li Xiong sensed something different from what he said. Opportunity? Could there be some sort of fortuitous encounter along the way? 7 days. Looks like it's hopeless. This is the last day. It's still at 900 steps. What a pity. Even if he can't, Lin Fei is still the most powerful person in the history of Imperial College, second only to that emperor. A few more days passed. Lin Fei's final time limit had arrived. The Emperor Peak only allowed people to stay for 7 days. Once the time was up, not everyone would be sent out. No one believed that Lin Fei could succeed. There was no time. In 7 days he couldn't figure out the next step, let alone complete the last 100 steps. The 2 deputy deans left happily and completely relaxed. At first they were scared. After confirming that there was no hope for Lin Fei, they lost interest and let him run his own course. Master, it's done. On the stone steps, Lin Fei finally heard the good news. Finally, he heard the good news. This place is really weird. There is actually a footwork in front, and the last 100 steps need the footwork to go up. It's really a fraud. Lin Fei couldn't help but criticize silently. This kind of trick was really fooled. As long as he took 1 step out, all his efforts would be in vain. It's really unexpected that there is a footwork hidden in the stone steps, and it's a kind of heaven-defying footwork. There are a total of 9 steps. If I master the footwork, I can complete the last 100 steps and really climb the Emperor's Peak. Lin Fei's eyes also lit up. Learn the footwork immediately. Outside the Emperor's Peak, many elders and talents had left. There were only a few people left. Li Xiong and the old dean were one of them. There's almost no time. Li Xiong shook his head and felt very regretful. There were only 100 steps left. The old dean also shook his head slightly and said to himself, Alas, I failed after all. I missed another opportunity. He turned around and was ready to leave. He seemed to have aged a lot. Li Xiong kept looking at Lin Fei and said with a wry smile, It's a failure. It's not that I don't have a chance. Maybe I can solve the last 100 steps next time. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Lin Fei, who had not moved on the stone steps, finally moved. He stepped out and exclaimed, He moved, he finally moved. Lin Fei's movement seemed to be too late in the eyes of the remaining people. There were still 99 steps left. Oh my God, look. Lin Fei took 10 steps with 1 step. There are still 90 steps left. That seems to be a footwork. How is it possible that he can use footwork on the stone steps? It's impossible. The old dean stopped, looked at Lin Fei on the stone steps, and finally smiled. Good, good. This boy's performance is too amazing. What a monster. He really comprehended the footwork hidden in the stone steps. This is heaven-defying 9 steps. The old dean showed unprecedented excitement. heaven-defying 9 steps. No one knew the horror of this footwork better than him. In those days, Emperor Yuanzheng suppressed the heroes and established the supreme empire with heaven-defying 9 steps and his strength. Afterward, Emperor Yuanzheng left heaven-defying 9 steps on the stone steps of Emperor Peak for those who were destined to learn, but no one had learned it, let alone the existence of the footwork on the stone steps. 920 steps. 930 steps. Crazy, crazy. Everyone saw that Lin Fei kept moving forward. Without any hesitation, he seemed to have crossed a distance of 10 steps with just 1 step. The magical footwork left them in a daze. The last 10 steps. There is still the last step. Many geniuses cheered. Lin Fei's figure then disappeared from the stone steps of Emperor Peak. A loud rumbling sound could be heard as the Monarch Peak finally opened up once again. The mist dissipated, revealing the birds and beasts inside. The strong energy of the heavens and earth spread to the surroundings. The crowd felt extremely comfortable, as if they had just eaten honey. Many of them squinted their eyes and remained motionless for a long time. Such a huge commotion spread throughout the cultivation ground. What dense heaven and earth energy! The 2 vice deans stood up. In the next moment, his expression turned completely ugly. His face was ashen and in a complete mess. How did he succeed? The clouds on Emperor Peak dispersed, and the heaven and earth energy spread out. The 2 vice deans could sense the extraordinary nature of this energy. Bastard! This is bad! The 2 of them suffered a blow and sat down weakly. Chapter 24:15. Breaking news. This year's newcomer king is staying at the Emperor Peak. Let me tell you, the Emperor Peak is amazing. The heaven and earth energy is unbelievably dense. Just taking a breath is equivalent to cultivating for half a month. That Lin Fei is too amazing. He passed the last 100 steps at the last moment. He's too awesome. Lin Fei is too monstrous. Ever since Lin Fei moved into the Emperor Peak, the news had spread throughout the cultivation grounds and the entire Capital Institute. Many people were dumbfounded by the news. The Emperor Peak. That was the cultivation ground of Emperor Yuanzheng. No matter who Lin Fei was, the fact that he moved into the Emperor Peak meant that he had formed a connection with Emperor Yuanzheng. He was really a disciple of the emperor. That was the real deal. As for the news that Lin Fei had learned the heaven-defying 9 steps, not many people knew for now. They thought that it was extraordinary at most, but they didn't think too much about it. Ever since Lin Fei moved into the Emperor's Peak, the geniuses who were originally at the cultivation ground all came to visit him. Every single one of them who went to the Emperor's Peak would come back and exclaim at how magical the Emperor's Peak was. It was indeed the cultivation ground of the Emperor's expedition back then. For a while, Lin Fei became an influential figure in the cultivation grounds again. In a short period of time, Lin Fei had gained the recognition of many supreme talents. Most of them were from other star regions, and they were naturally happy to see a monstrous supreme talent appear. That way, they could suppress the arrogant capital sect. In the Institute, the supreme talents from the capital star region were basically called the capital sect. The supreme talents of the capital sect had always suppressed the supreme talents of the other 37 star regions in terms of strength and other aspects. Naturally, they were very unhappy with the capital sect. Now that the newcomer king named Lin Fei had appeared, they were happy to see it happen. After all, there was nothing wrong with maintaining a good relationship. As for the capital sect, they naturally looked unhappy after Lin Fei moved into the Emperor Peak. The supreme talents of this year were basically suppressed by him alone. The entire institute only knew that the newcomers were everywhere, and they didn't know about the other supreme talents. After Lin Fei moved into the Emperor Peak, his reputation reached its peak, and he suppressed the supreme talents of this year to the point that they couldn't breathe. Since Lin Fei was staying at Emperor Peak, the college sent a rare gift to Lin Fei, the newcomer king. There were 3 black crystal cards and many cultivation elixirs. 3 black crystal cards was a huge sum. Lin Fei did not refuse any of the gifts and accepted them all with a smile. The Capital Institute was rich and imposing, and 3 black crystal cards were really nothing. A few days after the institute had sent over the black crystal cards, The royal family had also sent over 10 black crystal cards. The messenger revealed that this was the eldest prince's will, along with a message from the eldest prince. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the 13 black crystal cards. The large amount of energy consumed on the stone steps of the Emperor's Peak was equivalent to 3 black crystal cards. In comparison, he had gained a lot from this trip. Moreover, he had obtained a powerful hidden footwork, which would give him an advantage when facing enemies. It was an amazing footwork. After moving into the Emperor's Peak, the first thing Lin Fei did was to check the array formations and restrictions on the Emperor's Peak. He found many hidden arrangements, but he didn't know if they were made by Yuanzheng the Great. Lin Fei spent 5 to 6 days checking the Emperor's Peak dozens of times until he was sure that there were no problems. Then he set up new array formations and restrictions on the original foundation. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to do it, but it was different for Lin Fei with the system. It wasn't very difficult, but it still consumed the energy of 3 black crystal cards. As for the consumption of 3 black crystal cards, Lin Fei didn't feel the pinch at all. The new array formations and restrictions were even more terrifying than the previous ones. Now that they were at a higher level, it wouldn't be easy to break them by force. As for invading with divine senses, it was even more impossible. The energy in the cultivation area was extremely pure. Lin Fei planned to plant the source tree on the Emperor's Peak in the most dangerous place. In his opinion, the most dangerous place was also the safest. Once everything was set up, it would be relatively safe. After everything was set up, Lin Fei secretly opened up a secret room to plant the source tree. At first, there weren't many. After a long time, Lin Fei wasn't satisfied, so he increased the number of trees he planted. He could harvest a batch of fruits every day. Lin Fei welcomed rare days of leisure. He started to study the heaven-defying 9 steps. Once he studied it, he found that the heaven-defying 9 steps was very powerful. It couldn't be tracked at all. He asked Little Fiend to analyze it again. It was confirmed that it was a special step skill of a very high level. It surpassed all the current step skills. Ever since he got the heaven-defying 9 steps, Lin Fei guessed that a step skill left by Yuanzheng the Great would definitely not be ordinary. It had to be something good. With the heaven-defying 9 steps, it's like adding wings to a tiger. This step skill was very useful to Lin Fei. It was more flexible and strange. Coupled with a powerful attack, it would be easier to deal with others. The birthday banquet of the Emperor of the Yuanzheng Empire was also in progress. The capital became lively again. This time, it was more lively than the Imperial College's assessment. The governors of the 38 star regions would come. Big shots of the first-class forces would also come. There were still 5 days before the birthday banquet. Lin Fei, who was on Monarch Peak, received an invitation. The person who sent it was someone from the royal family. "Lin, you're going to be in the limelight again." Li Xiong sat on the stone bench and said with a smile. There was a trace of envy in his eyes. "It's just a banquet. There's no need to be in the limelight." Lin Fei said lightly. Li Xiong said, "That's different. His Majesty is usually in closed-door training. Now that you've inherited the Emperor Peak, His Majesty will definitely see you in person. From now on, you're a disciple of the Emperor. If you're lucky, you may even become His Majesty's disciple. That's something that many people envy." "Disciple? Whoever wants to be can do it. I'm not interested." Lin Fei smiled secretly. With the system's energy, he couldn't learn anything good from an apprentice. Even if he was offered benefits, he wouldn't go. "Master, there's a senior outside. She wants to see you." At this time, a servant came in. Since he moved into the Emperor Peak, the college had arranged a group of servants for Lin Fei to take care of the sundries of the Emperor Peak. "Senior?" When Lin Fei came to the Imperial College, he really didn't know any senior. "Don't look for me. I'm here." A clear and melodious voice came from afar. Lin Fei looked over and saw a young woman dressed in a white palace dress, with 2 female attendants by her side. She was walking over unhurriedly. Li Xiong was curious at first. When he saw the girl in the palace dress, he immediately stood up and greeted her. "Ninth Princess, what brings you here?" Lin Fei recognized it. It turns out that she's a disciple of the royal family. The ninth princess is so beautiful and noble. She deserves to be a disciple of the royal family. I heard that a heavenly talent came out of the college and lived in the Emperor Peak. This place used to be my father's place of cultivation. Therefore, I came here to have a look. I hope I didn't disturb you, Fan Luoyu said with a smile. Chapter 24:16. The arrival of the ninth princess took Lin Fei by surprise. Wasn't the prince supposed to come first? Since when did she become a princess? Moreover, the ninth princess before him was no ordinary lady. Master, this woman has hidden her abilities and used a rare treasure to seal her abilities. Outsiders won't be able to detect it, the little devil suddenly said. A set of data appeared in Lin Fei's mind. 7th Job Transition Pinnacle. For a princess to be able to reach such a level of ability was already rather powerful. Most importantly, the princess abilities to outsiders were at the 5th job transition, suppressing her abilities by 2 whole levels. After sealing her abilities and maintaining her 5th job transition, it would be abnormal if the 9th princess did not have any ambitions. Everyone might have been fooled. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that the few princes definitely did not know the 9th princess' true abilities. If coupled with certain treasures, the 9th princess would definitely be able to unleash the abilities of an 8th job transition. This was definitely an unimaginable level of ability. Even the few princes would have to admit defeat. Even the 5th prince, who was known as a cultivation maniac, had yet to reach this level. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to speak. He waited quietly to see what the 9th princess wanted to do. Fan Luoyu had always thought that she had seen through Lin Fei, but when she really appeared in front of Lin Fei, she realized that she was wrong. Very wrong. What she saw in him was indifference and calmness, without any fear or respect towards the empire. Such a person was very difficult to deal with. Power might not necessarily be of use. Congratulations, Junior Lin Fei. You've learned a mystical footwork, and your combat abilities have greatly increased. Fan Luoyu smiled. Lin Fei was slightly stunned by her words, but he immediately understood. He thought to himself, she must know the name of the footwork, and even its origin. You want to learn footwork? Fan Luoyu was very surprised, and there was an obvious pause in her smile. Others might not be able to sense it, but Lin Fei saw it very clearly. As expected of this batch's rookie king. Junior Lin Fei's words are really interesting. Fan Luoyu continued to smile. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time. 9th princess, we're both smart people. Why don't we cut to the chase? There's no need to hide. Even I find it troublesome. Fan Luoyu had planned to observe him first. Ever since Lin Fei had passed the test at the Emperor Peak that day and learned a royal footwork, she had been tempted. The only thing she had not expected was that Lin Fei was harder to talk to than she had imagined. He was like a stubborn rock. Lin Fei, you dare to speak to this empress like this? Fan Luoyu's expression suddenly changed and a wave of pressure pressed down on the other party. Do you believe that one word from me can make you leave the Capital Institute? All of your glory will vanish into thin air. Lin Fei waved his hand and the pressure immediately dissipated. He said directly, it's not impossible for you to learn the footwork, but what benefits can you give me? Lin Fei didn't mind exchanging a heaven-defying footwork with others as long as it could be exchanged for benefits. It wasn't that easy to learn the heaven-defying 9 footwork. Even if the other party was a genius, he might only be able to master the first few steps. As for the latter steps, it would take at least a few hundred years. Fan Luoyu narrowed her eyes and quickly retracted her aura. Her trip was not just to test the other party, but also to learn the heaven-defying 9 footwork from him. Others might not know about the heaven-defying 9 footwork, but she knew that it was a magical footwork that her father, the emperor, had mastered. However, this footwork was not in the royal family's secret vault. If you're willing to hand over the heaven-defying 9 footwork, I will help you speak to the princes so that they won't cause you trouble. What do you think? Fan Luoyu said, you've rejected the prince's invitations as well as some of the top forces in the capital. I can help you restrain all of them. From today onwards, they won't dare to cause you trouble. Lin Fei shook his head and said disappointedly, I'm not interested in that. Regardless of whether it's that big brother of yours or those top forces, if they really dare to make a move against me, they'll be the unlucky ones. In my eyes, they're really nothing. Fan Luyu had never seen such an arrogant person and became even more displeased with Lin Fei. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that. It was as if in his eyes, the princes and the top forces were nothing to be afraid of. Then what do you want? Fan Luyu looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. That's simple. A top-notch footwork like the heaven-defying 9 footwork will bring unimaginable benefits to anyone who learns it. I'm not interested in anything else, but the energy wall stone. It just so happens that you're a member of the royal family and have a high social status. I believe you wouldn't mind giving me 10 to 20 black crystal cards. Fan Luyu almost blacked out. 10 to 20 black crystal cards? Do you think the royal family belongs to me? That's impossible. Fan Luoyu rejected immediately. Lin Fei said regretfully, then it's impossible. The heaven-defying 9 footwork was painstakingly obtained by me. If it's released, everyone in the empire will flock to it. If you're not my senior, I believe there will be people willing to buy it. Of course, if you're not willing, I believe that brother of yours will be interested. It's the heaven-defying 9 footwork. The arrival of the 9th princess, Fan Luoyu, had allowed Lin Fei to see a way to make money. For example, selling the heaven-defying 9 footwork. No one knew that he had now completely mastered the heaven-defying 9 footwork and could fully display it. Moreover, the little devil was also analyzing and calculating, preparing to deduce the 10th step. By the time the royal family learned the heaven-defying 9 footwork, it would take a few hundred years. By then, his heaven-defying 9 footwork would have long been upgraded. You! Fan Luyu was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down, which was a feast for Lin Fei's eyes. Fan Luyu had seen through the heaven-defying 9 footwork, which was why she wanted to get it from Lin Fei. Once she learned the heaven-defying 9 footwork, even if it was just a few steps, her strength would increase greatly. If her brother learned it, she would have no advantage. Junior Lin Fei, do you know about a black crystal card? Fan Luoyu's smile turned pitiful. Her every move could easily affect a person's emotions, which made Lin Fei see the fickleness of the 9th princess. Lin Fei was unmoved. Sigh, who asked you to be my senior? How about this? I'll take a loss and only need 8 black crystal cards. This is the lowest price. Also, if you help me warn those people, I'll give you the heaven-defying 9 footwork. 8 is too much, for at most. 8. How about 5? 8. In the end, Fan Luoyu was still unable to gain any advantage from Lin Fei. 8 black crystal cards, plus a warning to those people. Fan Luoyu went back to prepare the black crystal cards. Chapter 24:17. Damn it, this guy is really despicable. What a greedy guy. In a magnificent palace, a beautiful figure was sulking. This beautiful figure was naturally Fan Luoyu, who had just returned. As the 9th princess of the royal family, Fan Luoyu had never seen such a greedy person. 8 black crystal cards was not a small number. Even the 9th princess would feel a certain amount of pressure. Little you, your mentality is not good. Maybe that brat is trying to provoke you. Not far away, a man in green looked at Fan Luoyu with an amiable expression. Master, what's wrong with my state of mind? Fan Luoyu rebuked. It's all because of that brat. He clearly knows that I'm a princess of the royal family, yet he still doesn't know what's good for him. I can't wait to chop that brat up. The green-clothed man laughed heartily. Little you, what do you think of that kid? Not easy to deal with. Fan Luoyu calmed herself down. I can't see through this person. The heaven-defying 9 steps is a top-secret footwork of the royal family. He even dares to sell it. I don't know if he is smart or stupid. The azure-clothed man shook his head. If you think so, then you are gravely mistaken. This boy is very cunning. The heaven-defying 9 steps is the imperial clan's top-secret footwork technique. It is not easy to cultivate, but he was able to comprehend it from it. If I am not wrong, that boy must want to trade the heaven-defying 9 steps with your other brothers. Fan Luoyu stared with her eyes wide open. How dare he? Why not? The man in indigo laughed. Don't think that the kid sold the heaven-defying 9 steps to you because he's afraid of your status as a palace lord of the imperial family. That kid has a mysterious background, and I always feel that he's too mysterious. He's now the Capital Institute's newcomer king and has mastered the heaven-defying 9 steps. Even if he's only mastered 1 or 2 steps, his strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, you can't oppress that kid. If he joins another brother, you'll really cry. Fan Luoyu's eyes sparkled. The more she thought about what her master had said, the more she felt that it made sense. Master, what should I do? Let nature take its course. The azure-clothed man said, let's take 1 step at a time, but you can't go looking for trouble with him. Wait until you get the heaven-defying 9 steps, then go into closed-door cultivation. As long as you master it before those brothers, you will have the advantage. A few days later, Lin Fei received 8 black crystal cards from Fan Luoyu. The heaven-defying 9 steps had been prepared a long time ago and had been engraved in a jade scroll. Fan Luoyu only left after confirming that there was no mistake. When she left, she did not give Lin Fei a friendly look, as if she owed him a sum of money. I didn't offend the princess. Lin Fei was puzzled. After obtaining the 8 black crystal cards, Lin Fei could be considered to have made a small profit. After the transaction, Lin Fei entered a leisurely life again. He basically stayed in the cultivation area and rarely went out. The days passed by one after another. In the blink of an eye, it was the biggest birthday in the capital. Lin Fei received an invitation from the royal family. Anyone in the entire star field who could receive such an invitation was either a big shot or a top powerhouse. It was unknown how many people would be envious of it. After Lin Fei received it, he casually threw it to the side. If this news spread, many people would probably vomit blood. This was an invitation from the royal family. The day before Great Emperor Yuanjing's birthday, someone specially sent a set of specially made clothes to be used in the birthday banquet the next day. The next day, the entire capital was decorated with colorful flags and a sea of people. It was very lively. The largest square of the capital was already guarded by the royal guards. When the auspicious time came, Great Emperor Yuanjing would appear in the square. It was only natural that the imperial guards would appear in the square. On such a big day, all the big shots of the royal family were gathered, and it was also Great Emperor Yuanjing's birthday. If anything went wrong, no one would be able to bear the wrath of Great Emperor Yuanjing. Everyone was very careful. Brother Fong, long time no see. Yeah, it's been 200 years. Your strength is even stronger than before. You too. On the square, one big shot after another appeared. Almost all the big shots that were rarely seen were here today. All of them were dressed in luxurious clothes and had smiles on their faces, giving people a feeling that they were easy to get close to. When almost all the big shots had arrived, the princes and princesses of the royal family also came to their designated positions. As soon as the princes appeared, tens of thousands of people cheered. Today, in addition to the big shots, the princes and princesses, hundreds of thousands of people from the star area gathered in the square. As everyone cheered, their voices joined together, and then it changed to Great Emperor Yuanjing, long live His Majesty, and so on. The voices spread throughout the capital, which was very sensational. All the 37 region masters are here. Li Xiong stood in the position of the Capital Institute. This time, Li Xiong was very excited to stand in this position. Last time, he could only stand in the crowd below with everyone else. Seeing the princes and princesses, and even the region masters, Li Xiong felt very emotional. Lin Fei saw the region master of the region masters of the region masters, who nodded to him, which was equivalent to a greeting. Lin Fei also nodded. Lin, that is the 5th prince. Li Xiong said in a low voice, blinking in one direction, among all the princes, he is the most grumpy one. He often fights and kills, and his killing intent is very strong. Lin Fei saw the 5th prince for the first time. As Li Xiong said, the 5th prince was very burly, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his killing intent was very strong. It seemed that he would kill people if there was any disagreement. The one standing on the left is the 1st prince, who was arranged to supervise the country by His Majesty. Li Xiong said again, unfortunately, His Majesty has not appointed a crown prince, so that the following princes are eager to fight for the throne. Li Xiong kept introducing the princes standing over there. Lin Fei finally had an understanding of the several famous princes of the imperial expedition. None of the princes was easy to deal with. Region Master of the Zhonglong region, your star area is really famous this time. There is a top heavenly son, and this guy not only amazes the world with a brilliant feat, but also lives in the place where His Majesty used to practice. He has a bright future. In the position of the Region Master. The Region Master of the Zhonglong region was proud of his success. The Zhonglong star area, which originally belonged to the bottom, finally held its head high. It suppressed the other star areas. From the beginning, I knew that the boy would amaze the world with a brilliant feat. Fortunately, he did not let me down. The Region Master of the Zhonglong star area talked with assurance and composure, dealing with the surrounding Region Masters. The only thing that made the Region Master of the Zhonglong region a little uncomfortable was that Lin Fei offended the princes. As a result, he was more or less embarrassed. He decided to have a good talk with Lin Fei after this. How could he refuse the prince's kindness? It was totally outrageous. Master, Emperor Yuanzheng is coming. Suddenly, Lin Fei heard the voice of the little devil. Boom! Chapter 24:18. This aura appeared out of nowhere in the imperial capital square. Under this aura, everyone felt suffocated. It was as if this person could kill everyone in the square with a single thought. The feeling of suffocation disappeared as quickly as it came, as if it was only for a split second. On the square of the imperial capital, a resplendent light rose. At some point, a person had appeared in the high position. As the black-clothed man waved his hand, the resplendent starlight fell on everyone in the square. Boom! The aura of an old man exploded out of nowhere. His old face began to turn younger, returning to the look of a man in his 40s or 50s. I actually broke through the barrier. The old man cried tears of joy. I broke through the barrier too. This is great, Your Majesty is so kind. My injuries are all healed. Long live Your Majesty, long live Your Majesty. The starlight continued to fall upon everyone. As more and more people broke through or recovered from their injuries in the imperial capital square, the atmosphere was pushed to its peak. The words "Long live Your Majesty" spread throughout the imperial capital square. Soon, the imperial capital square was filled with the chants of "Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty." Everyone looked at the man in the highest position, their eyes filled with admiration and excitement. At this moment, the middle-aged man became the center of attention. Because he was the Yuanzheng Emperor, the founder of the Yuanzheng Empire. Just by standing there casually, Great Emperor Yuanzheng was like a gigantic mountain with no end in sight. Just like that, he stood tall and proud. At this moment, Great Emperor Yuanzheng smiled and looked at everyone on the public square. The entire process lasted for a long time. This Emperor Yuanzheng really knows how to win people's hearts. He moved everyone's hearts the moment he made a move. It seems like he has done this many times before. Lin Fei thought to himself. Emperor Yuanzheng did not give Lin Fei much of a feeling. However, Lin Fei did not underestimate him. Just now, the little devil had analyzed Emperor Yuanzheng's combat power. Emperor Yuanzheng's combat power had exceeded the limit of 9, beyond 1 trillion. In other words, he was a 9th transformation job. He had stepped into a mysterious realm. His battle prowess surpassed everyone else. Even Lin Fei himself was shocked by this level of combat power. No wonder he gave off a suffocating feeling. His opponent's strength was truly tyrannical. Although there were many domain lords and big shots here today, and some of them had a combat power of 90 million, the gap between them and Yuanzheng Great Emperor was very obvious. Great Emperor Yuanzheng alone could suppress all the powers in the empire. Great Emperor Yuanzheng's smile was like a warm spring breeze. After the dazzling starlight faded away, everyone remained excited. Great Emperor Yuanzheng waved his hand at the crowd, and everyone quieted down. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. "Greetings, my people." Emperor Yuanzheng's words were very charming, and everyone's emotions exploded once again. Every birthday celebration, the great Emperor Yuanzheng never held a large-scale celebration. In his words, everyone had a birthday celebration and there was no need to be extravagant. If it wasn't for the request of his subjects, he wouldn't have held a birthday celebration. Therefore, every birthday celebration would be held in the imperial city square, and the people of the empire would celebrate the birthday together. Today, great Emperor Yuanzheng didn't talk much, but it still couldn't stop everyone's enthusiasm for him. After that, great Emperor Yuanzheng announced one thing that he would do every time, which was to have sex with some people, and such an opportunity only came once in 100 years. This year, there were a total of 128 people who had sex with people, and they were all influential people in the past. After that, there was inevitably another round of cheers. "Shaolin, it's your turn soon," Li Xiong said in a low voice. Lin Fei wasn't nervous at all. For others, great Emperor Yuanzheng was the strongest person in the empire, and he would reach the same level sooner or later. After having sex with a group of people, great Emperor Yuanzheng would reward those who had made contributions in the past 100 years. First was a list of aristocrats. The status of nobility was very valuable in the empire. Anyone who became a noble was equivalent to stepping into the upper class of the empire. They had certain privileges, but it was not easy to become a noble. One had to make a huge contribution to the empire to obtain the status of a noble. This was also the highlight of every birthday celebration, and people always talked about it. This year, the aristocrats were all young and powerful heavenly talents. Most of them were from the Imperial College, and they had made great contributions to the empire. Cheers kept coming when each name was announced. Lin Fei didn't pay attention to the list of aristocrats at first, but when the last name of great Emperor Yuanzheng was announced, everyone's eyes turned to him. "I've become an aristocrat?" Lin Fei was very surprised. Looking at the eyes of those heavenly talents, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was really a big surprise that he had become an aristocrat without any notice. In the list of aristocrats, Lin Fei was the only newcomer. The fact that he could become an aristocrat made many people dumbfounded. He had reached the sky in one step. From now on, the aristocrats would have unimaginable benefits in the capital. At the very least, commoners would not be able to lay a hand on aristocrats. Even powerful forces would not be able to kill an aristocrat in public. The fact that Lin Fei had obtained the status of a noble clan made many people envious. This was especially so for the geniuses of this generation. Their gazes were so murderous that they could kill someone. Although the status of a noble clan did not mean much to them because they came from a large clan or sect, it still meant that they were weaker than Lin Fei. After the announcement of the list, someone would come to handle the aristocrat's identity. In less than 3 days, he would become an aristocrat, and he would be one of the top people in the capital. After the announcement of the aristocrat list, great Emperor Yuanzheng took care of some matters, such as the 37 region lords. Some of them were praised by the great emperor, including the region lord of Canglang region. Everyone knew that the region lord of Canglang region was praised by the great emperor because a heavenly talent with unlimited potential had appeared in his region. The region lord of Canglang region was very proud, and he looked at Lin Fei with satisfaction. No matter how far Lin Fei went in the future, no one would forget that Lin Fei came from the Canglang galaxy. After great Emperor Yuanzheng praised Lin Fei, he rewarded the region lord at the same time, which made the region lord's face light up again. Chapter 24:19. Students from Imperial College had always been regarded as the emperor's students and had a bright future. Emperor Yuanzheng attached great importance to Imperial College. Every century, the heavenly talents of Imperial College would be personally met by Emperor Yuanzheng, which was a glory that only happened once a century. This year's heavenly talents were different from the past. Because this time, there was a dark horse who blinded everyone and suppressed all the heavenly talents. Even Beigong Yuming, who was favored by many, lost the first place in the end. As the list came out, the first one to go up was the one who ranked 10th. He was very nervous because he was facing the strongest in the empire. Everyone would be nervous. Emperor Yuanzheng was very kind to each heavenly talent. Then, he gave them some words of encouragement and treasures from the emperor. All the heavenly talents who came down were very excited. Beigong Yuming, Long Bat Ian, and other heavenly talents went up one after another. Although they all came from powerful backgrounds, compared with Lin Fei, there was a clear gap in their reactions. Lin Fei, a foreigner, not only won the first place but also became a new noble. He even lived in the mountain where the emperor used to cultivate. His future was unimaginable. Now, let's welcome this year's newcomer Fei Fei. Cheers immediately came from below. Newcomer King. Newcomer King. Many people had heard of Lin Fei, who had suppressed all the heavenly talents of this year. However, there were very few people who had actually seen it. The people outside had basically never seen it before. Today, everyone could finally see the newcomer king. What made people most excited was that this newcomer king seemed to be from a poor family and had the same characteristics as most people, which made him more popular. Li Xiong patted Lin Fei on the shoulder. Go up quickly. Everyone is waiting for you. Lin Fei was not nervous at all. He strode up to the stage. During this period, Beigong Yuming, Long Bat In, and the others all looked over with a trace of unwillingness. All the benefits are taken by this guy. What the hell? Long Batian cursed in a voice that he could hear. Beigong Yoming's face was not much better. That is Lin Fei. He has such a temperament. The poor disciple is mighty. Amazing, he's able to suppress the elites of the imperial capital. He truly lives up to his name as the Rookie King. Lin Fei quickly came up. Emperor Yuan Zheng smiled warmly, but Lin Fei could still feel that there was nothing dangerous about him. He had to be careful when dealing with the strongest expert of the empire. Lin Fei had already let the little devil seal all the excess power. There were no traces left behind, only the aura of a first transition job. The amount of energy one could hold in their body was 30 to 40% more than others. Just by revealing this, Lin Fei felt that it should be enough. As expected, when Lin Fei came up, Great Emperor Yuanjing only looked at Lin Fei with a smile. However, it was as if all his secrets had been seen through. His gaze was very sharp. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that the entire empire. Only the Great Emperor could have such a sharp gaze. Fortunately, the Yuanjing Great Emperor only took a glance and did not continue looking. If he was not careful, there might be a problem. I heard that you've moved into the Emperor Peak. You're not bad. The Yuanjing Great Emperor spoke first with a smile on his face. This made many people jealous. At this moment, the Yuanjing Great Emperor seemed very approachable. If one ignored his identity, he should be a very easy person to talk to. I have to thank your majesty for the test. Without the test, it would have been very difficult for me to discover the secret that your majesty left behind. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. Nervousness? What a joke. The Yuanjing Great Emperor was very satisfied with Lin Fei's performance. Well said. Since you've moved into the Emperor Peak and received my legacy, from now on, you're my junior. Don't let me down. With that, he patted Lin Fei's shoulder. Junior? Lin Fei was stunned. What was going on? How did he suddenly become the Yuanjing Great Emperor's junior? Could it be that the Yuanjing Great Emperor had seen through something? For a moment, he doubted himself. But after thinking about it, he realized that the power of the leveling system was not something that the Yuanjing Great Emperor could see through. The people in the imperial capital square, including the upper echelons of the empire, were all dumbfounded. Long Bat Ian, Beigong Yuming, and the other prodigies were also dumbfounded. Two words echoed in their minds. How is this possible? Lin Fei actually became the Yuanjing Great Emperor's junior. Doesn't that mean that he's going to soar to the heavens in the future? That kid has reached the heavens in a single step. While everyone was still in shock, they immediately realized that Lin Fei was going to reach the heavens in a single step. Because of his relationship with Lin Fei, no one would dare to cause trouble for Lin Fei from now on. As long as they were on the expedition to the empire, Lin Fei would not have to worry about any rebellion or anything like that. Although they were all disciples of the emperor, the Yuanjing Great Emperor had never acknowledged anyone as his junior. Lin Fei was the only one, and his status immediately became more respectable. What happened next was simple. However, there was a deviation in the reward of land. The reward was not the land of the expedition starfield, but a starfield outside. Everyone was very surprised and shocked by the reward of the land. Especially after they heard the location, they could not help but frown. No one knew why the great emperor rewarded this land to Lin Fei. Everyone was full of doubts. Lin Fei looked puzzled, but he laughed in his heart. Great, the land is actually in another star field. Finally, I can avoid some troubles. To be honest, Lin Fei did not like the imperial capital, nor did he like the expedition starfield. Under the emperor's rule, he was not free to do anything. Even if he was careful, he would have problems sooner or later if he did too much. Lin Fei had been thinking about this problem. How could he change the land? No matter how he thought about it, there was no way. The Yuanjing great emperor would not change his mind just because of his words. Walking down from the stage and returning to Li Xiong, Lin Fei was still a little puzzled. What was the reason that the great emperor asked him to reward a piece of land in another starfield? Don't think so much. As long as it is not in the expedition starfield, I can fly freely in the sky. Lin Fei threw all the messy thoughts out of his head. After a series of events, a variety of pleasing programs appeared on the square one after another, which was a feast for everyone's eyes. It also became the favorite program of all the birthday parties. For the high-level officials of the empire, the words of the Yuanjing great emperor today were worth thinking deeply, especially when it came to the matter of Lin Fei, which completely caught everyone off guard. This was obviously different from the previous ones. In particular, the location of the land was not very good, because it was outside the starfield. It was the starfield of the demon god empire, and there was only a vast mountain in the middle, which was very chaotic. Such a piece of land was not a good place. Chapter 2420. The birthday of Emperor Yuanjing finally came to an end after the last program. No one forgot the scene today. A man named Lin Fei became the lucky man in everyone's eyes. He not only had the aristocratic identity, but also became the junior fellow apprentice of the emperor. He really reached the sky in a single bound. The only thing that everyone didn't understand was why the fief was in another star region, which was a little regrettable in everyone's view. However, compared with Lin Fei's gains, this problem was soon ignored by everyone. Lin Fei became the biggest topic in the capital. The emperor's peak. Lin Fei was still very surprised and hadn't completely digested the news. You must be overjoyed. I didn't expect you to become the junior fellow apprentice of His Majesty. This identity. Li Xiong was drunk and couldn't hide the smile on his face. Although Li Xiong didn't get the glory himself, in his view, there was nothing more delightful than this. No matter what happened in the future, Lin Fei had a bright future. Maybe he could be conferred the title of king and become a top figure in the empire. Li Xiong felt excited when he thought about it, and the consequence of his excitement was that he drank a few cups of good wine. In fact, I didn't expect to become the junior fellow apprentice of His Majesty. I'm really surprised. Lin Fei smiled bitterly, picked up the bottle and poured a cup for Li Xiong, and then for himself. Li Xiong said with a smile, "Don't think so much. Anyway, from now on, you are the junior fellow apprentice of His Majesty." Lin Fei nodded, "I know." Li Xiong said again, "But you should know your fief well. That star region is ranked at the top in the empire, but it is the most chaotic place, and also a battlefield between the empire and the demon god empire. Every year, there will be wars of different sizes. Among them, your fief happens to be near the chaotic war. If you want to go to the fief, you'd better be mentally prepared in advance." For this problem, Li Xiong himself couldn't figure out why His Majesty chose such a place in the fief. In the next period of time, I will practice on the Emperor's Peak, and I will not go to the fief for the time being. Lin Fei thought for a while and said. Li Xiong agreed, "Well, that's good. Recently, there are many small-scale wars. It's not good for you to go there at this time." After sitting for a while, Li Xiong left. Lin Fei gulped down the wine in his glass. "Little devil, have you figured anything out? That great Emperor Yuanzheng has a battle strength of over 100 million. I don't believe that he would bestow such a fief to me on a whim." When one reached the position of great Emperor Yuanzheng, everything had a certain meaning to it. If one treated it as an ordinary matter, the one who would regret it would be him sooner or later. Little Devil said, Master, you should become a chess piece for great Emperor Yuanzhang, who asked you to be in the limelight recently, suppressing all the geniuses of this generation. Moreover, Master is going to become a top-class expert in the future, so it would be strange if that great emperor didn't have any thoughts about you. According to my analysis, that great emperor will admire Master for a long period of time. Lin Fei listened to the little devil's words thoughtfully. He felt that this analysis was quite reasonable, and the possibility was very high. He would be a very important chess piece in the future. Who cares? That great emperor appreciates me. For a long period of time, I don't need to worry about anything. If I perform well, I can do whatever I want in the capital. Soon, Lin Fei smiled. You treat me as a chess piece. At that time, it's hard to say who will be whose chess piece. This night, Lin Fei slept very peacefully. In the imperial palace of the capital. On the sky-reaching platform, a man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, overlooking the entire capital. Your Majesty, isn't it a bit too hasty to do this? An old man next to him said with a hint of worry. If Lin Fei were here, he would be surprised that the old man was the old dean of the Capital Institute. The man standing with his hands clasped behind his back was naturally the current Great Emperor Yuanzhang. Time waits for no one. Great Emperor Yuanzhang said calmly, that kid is quite talented. When he grows up, he will be a pillar of the empire in the future. He alone can defeat thousands of soldiers and horses. Arrange for Shaolin to go to the Black Iron Star Zone. That place is the closest to the Demon God Empire and also the most complicated place in the empire. Aren't you afraid that the kid will get into big trouble in the Black Iron Star Zone? The old dean said. Teacher, I know you appreciate that kid. But the kid was born into a poor family and was destined to be rejected by the big forces. Therefore, I gave that kid an identity and a chance to grow up. Great Emperor Yuanzhang's voice was like a loud bell. Whether he can grow up or not depends on his own ability. The old dean sighed. Your Majesty, when do you plan to let Shaolin go to the Black Iron Star Zone? In 3 years. That should be enough. In the capital, many people were talking about the rising Lin Fei, the fifth prince's residence. What's going on with father? How is that kid qualified to be father's junior brother? The fifth prince squinted his eyes with cold, killing intent. The advisors didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The fifth prince was the most hot-tempered among all the princes. When the fifth prince bore a grudge against someone, that person would be in big trouble. Now Lin Fei was in big trouble. The fifth prince was uncomfortable when Lin Fei rejected the invitation. Now he had become father's junior brother and lived in the Emperor's Peak. According to the information he received, Lin Fei had learned a powerful movement technique of father's, the heaven-defying 9 steps, in the assessment of the Emperor's Peak. This caused the fifth prince's hatred for Lin Fei to increase by a few notches. I don't like that Lin Fei. Do you have any way to deal with that kid? The fifth prince glanced at the advisors coldly. Everyone's breathing quickened. The advisors started thinking, trying to come up with a good idea for His Highness in the shortest time possible. Elsewhere, in a mansion on the outskirts of the imperial capital, the saintess-in-waiting, Qin Lan, was flipping through Lin Fei's personal information. The emperor's junior brother. What's your identity? Qin Lan stared at the information. A guy from a poor family had become the emperor's junior brother and was living in the Emperor's Peak. It was hard for Qin Lan not to know about him. No matter what my identity is, I have to get in touch with that kid immediately. Whether I succeed or not, I can't miss this opportunity. Qin Lan put down the information. The next morning, Lin Fei woke up very early. The Emperor's Peak's rich energy of heaven and earth was constantly being absorbed by the system. A big whirlpool was constantly forming around him. This was under Lin Fei's control. Once it was fully activated, the amount of heaven and earth energy absorbed wouldn't be just a little bit. The restrictions on the Emperor's Peak had been upgraded, and Lin Fei could absorb it without any worries. As for the servants, no one dared to enter without orders. Awesome! Lin Fei took a deep breath, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. In the morning, someone from the imperial palace came to deal with the noble's status. It could be said that from today onward, Lin Fei was a noble in the empire. Other than that, the matter of the fief was settled. Chapter 24-21. Lin Fei decided to rest for a few days before going to the royal treasury. At this time, an uninvited guest came to his door, causing Lin Fei to feel surprised. "It's her." After the servant reported, Lin Fei looked at the array outside the mountain gate and saw a familiar stranger. It was the saintess candidate from the demon god empire, Qin Lan. Qin Lan was dressed in palace attire and did not exude any demonic aura. Her methods were indeed extraordinary. Outsiders might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could through the system. The demon god empire is really resourceful. They actually arranged for a saintess candidate to enter the Capital Institute and completely seal the demonic aura in her body. Even an 8th professional would not be able to see through her. Retracting his gaze, Lin Fei asked the servant to invite her in. Qin Lan was dressed in a black palace attire and exuded a demonic aura. She gave off a different vibe and made one's eyes light up. Lin Fei knew that this was because Qin Lan was a demon. Even if her demonic aura was completely sealed, there would still be traces left on her body. "I wonder what brought you here. Please take a seat." Lin Fei greeted with a smile. Immediately, a servant brought tea over. Anyone who could appear in the cultivation grounds must be a student of the Capital Institute. Qin Lan must be his senior. Lin Fei was very clear about this. If there were no surprises, she must be here for the demon treasures in the royal treasury. Junior is now an influential figure in the institute and even in the capital. "In front of you, this senior sister of mine is nothing," Qin Lan said with a smile. "Let me introduce myself. I am Qin Lan and I have been in the Capital Institute for 3 years. Master, this demoness has used a bewitching technique on you," the little fiend reminded. For a moment, Lin Fei felt like he was about to fall into some kind of consciousness. Fortunately, the little fiend activated her energy and broke the formless bewitching technique. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. A demoness was indeed a demoness. She had set a trap the moment she appeared. If it was someone else, they would definitely fall for it and would not even know about it. Lin Fei's impression of Qin Lan, the saintess candidate, became worse. She had used the bewitching art on him the moment she arrived. As expected of the saintess candidate, she really had some tricks up her sleeve. "Senior sister, should I call you saintess in training Qin Lan or senior sister Qin Lan?" Lin Fei went straight to the point and looked at Qin Lan with a smile. Qin Lan had indeed used the secret arts of the fiend race to invisibly induce the other party without anyone noticing. After this, the other party would also suspect something. When the other party said the words saintess in waiting, Qin Lan's pupils contracted fiercely before returning to normal at an extremely fast speed. "Junior brother Lin Fei, I don't understand what you're talking about." Qin Lan blinked, looking innocent and cute, making it hard for others to suspect her true identity. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Lan's heart was in turmoil. As the saintess candidate of the demon god empire, no one had ever doubted her identity since she entered the Capital Institute. Who would have thought that the seemingly harmless kid in front of him would actually reveal his identity? "Senior sister, are you really going to continue pretending?" Lin Fei smiled. "Then you can leave. I know very well why you're here today. You're here for the treasures in the royal treasury. Of course, you can deny it." This time, Qin Lan was really moved. She immediately suspected that her identity had been exposed. Otherwise, how could this kid know? Wasn't he from a poor family? "How did you know?" Qin Lan's voice was cold and carried a hint of killing intent. Lin Fei smiled. "Senior saintess, you'd better retract your killing intent. If you continue to use it on me, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and inform the Institute's disciplinary team. You should know the consequences." "How dare you?" Qin Lan stood up and glared at Lin Fei. "You can try." Lin Fei was unmoved. Qin Lan's expression was complicated. She sat down again and clapped her hands. "Junior, you're really amazing. Everyone in the Institute has underestimated you. You actually figured out my identity without saying a word. Also, you're very bold. Aren't you worried that I'll silence you?" Since I dared to say it, I'm not afraid of you silencing me, Lin Fei said calmly. You can't do it alone. It's also impossible with the help of your master in the residence. After revealing the other party's identity, Lin Fei did not mind adding a layer of mystery to himself. Qin Lan was shocked once again. Her master's secret visit was definitely a secret. Outsiders would not know at all. Moreover, this fellow knew everything clearly. Qin Lan even suspected that there were spies in the mansion. Otherwise, how could he know so clearly? Junior Lin Fei, you think too highly of me. You're the future top expert of the empire. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you. Qin Lan joked. Lin Fei did not believe Qin Lan's words. She had used a bewitching technique on him right from the start. She was definitely not a kind person. If he really believed her, it would definitely be too late for regrets. Forget it. Just tell me why you're here. Lin Fei said. I still have to cultivate later. Qin Lan was furious. She was a demon beauty and a saintess candidate. In the future, she had the chance to become a saintess. She did not expect to be ignored by this guy. Thinking of the purpose of her visit today, Qin Lan kept reminding herself to calm down and not to lose her temper. This was the Capital Institute, not the Demon God Empire. I want to make a deal with you. I hope you can bring out a demon treasure from the royal family's treasury. Qin Lan said. Since he already knew her purpose, there was no need to hide it. Lin Fei did not reply. He chuckled and said, Do you really believe that I can bring out such an item from the royal family's treasury? Moreover, to be able to keep it in the royal family's treasury, it's definitely a demon treasure. Do you think I have the guts? Qin Lan was furious. You're fooling me. Lin Fei shook his head. No. You're the saintess candidate of the demon race. I'm just a kid in the first job transition. How would I dare to fool you? I don't want to be hated by someone every day. Who knows, he might assassinate me at any time. I heard that the Demon God Empire is best at assassinations. It seems that there are a few assassin professions that originated from the Demon God Empire. Qin Lan suddenly felt that she could not understand this Lin Fei. If it was somewhere else, she would not mind tearing him into pieces to vent her anger. What on earth do you mean? Seeing the angry look on the demon beauty's face, Lin Fei smiled happily. He did not care about Qin Lan's overwhelming killing intent. Tell me, if I help you get something out of it, what benefits can you give me? With that, he deliberately glanced at Qin Lan. This bastard. Qin Lan gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. For the first time, she felt helpless. Whatever you want, I can make the decision to agree to it. Chapter 24-22. Qin Lan had seen all kinds of people, but she had never met someone like Lin Fei before. The overwhelming murderous intent pressed down on the other party like an invisible longsword, killing without leaving a trace. You can continue to try. You only have one chance. Lin Fei said with a smile. He did not resist, as if he was going to let the other party's murderous intent land on him. Qin Lan thought for a moment before withdrawing her murderous intent. You win. Qin Lan glared. As long as you can get the demon treasures, I'll be yours entirely. Lin Fei laughed heartily, so the saintess' angry expression is quite pretty. Forget about the person, I was just joking. We can postpone the transaction, you just need to go back and prepare. I'm not interested in anything else except the energy wall stones. Also, you'd better give me a list. As for what I can bring out, that will depend on my luck. Qin Lan suppressed her anger. All right. After leaving behind a list of demon treasures, Qin Lan turned to leave, leaving Lin Fei with a beautiful view of her back. No wonder she's so interested. The royal treasury really has a lot of good stuff. Casually flipping through the list, there were a few items that made Lin Fei's eyes light up. I'll be able to make a fortune from the demons this time. After resting for a few days, Lin Fei finally went to the royal treasury. Everything was ready. It was said that the second and third place this year had obtained good stuff from the royal treasury. Their strength had increased tremendously, and they seemed to be able to overpower the newcomer kings this year. Lin Fei sneered. He didn't care at all. Junior Lin, come with me. The Capital Institute had a person in charge of the royal treasury. As soon as Lin Fei mentioned that he wanted to go to the royal treasury, the person in charge immediately came out to lead the way. He was also very friendly. Along the way, the person in charge briefly explained the situation of the royal treasury, such as what was placed in each area. He explained everything clearly. After entering the palace, Lin Fei had a vague idea of what was going on. The palace was very large and the buildings were magnificent. Everywhere was exuding a noble aura. The flowing energy of heaven and earth was more than 20 times that of the capital city. Cultivating in such a place. In fact, it was even better than a cultivation place. Master, this palace is amazing. It's a top treasure. Once activated, it can burst out a terrifying power. Also, there's a powerful aura hidden deep under the palace that is no weaker than a great emperor. The little devil's voice quietly rang out in Lin Fei's heart. Lin Fei's face was very calm. He was praising the palace, but his heart was not calm. No wonder people say that the heaven and earth energy in the imperial palace is unbelievably dense. Even the cultivation grounds are inferior to it. It turns out that it's a treasure. In that case, everything makes sense. There's a mysterious expert hiding underneath. The imperial palace is indeed a dangerous place. No wonder the people of the demon god empire dare not come here. As Lin Fei walked, he let the little demon continue to scan the palace. He didn't dare to make too much noise. The expedition great emperor with a battle power of 1 trillion was not someone easy to deal with. It would be bad if he was discovered. After walking around the palace, Lin Fei arrived in front of a door. Junior Lin Fei, this is the imperial treasury. Due to my duty, I can't send you in. The person in charge brought Lin Fei to the imperial treasury and left. Lin Fei pushed the door open and stepped in. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei noticed that his surroundings had changed. It was as if he had come to a different space. Bookshelves appeared in front of him and everywhere was filled with an antique charm. You are that Lin Fei? Before Lin Fei could recover, a figure quietly appeared in front of him and grabbed the token in his hand. After a casual glance, the figure threw it on a table not far away. This is the imperial treasury. There are a total of 5 floors. You will have 1 day to choose any 3 treasures. As for the cultivation technique, it can't be taken out, but I can make a copy for you. In front of Lin Fei was a short and small old man. His hair was messy and he looked like a messy old man. He said impatiently to Lin Fei, "Thank you for your reminder. I got it." Lin Fei cupped his fists. The other party didn't look like much, and he didn't dare to underestimate him. To be able to guard the imperial treasury, he had to be at least an 8th transformation professional expert. Lin Fei originally wanted to scan it, but in the end he gave up as he was afraid that the other party would notice something. After all, once one's strength reached a certain level, even the slightest change would be noticed. I heard that you obtained the heaven-defying 9 steps. The disheveled old man said casually. Lin Fei nodded. It was a fluke. You're not bad. The disheveled old man glanced at Lin Fei. All right, you can leave now. The imperial treasury is huge and the treasures are as numerous as the clouds. Choose carefully. Lin Fei turned around to check out the treasures. The disheveled old man disappeared and appeared in the depths of the void. He narrowed his eyes. This lad is a little strange. Why does he give off the feeling of a ferocious beast despite being at the pinnacle of his first transition? This doesn't make sense. Could he have drunk too much again? No, I've got to drink some immortal brew to calm myself down. A gourd appeared in his hands and the disheveled old man gulped it down. 8 Treasures Fan, a 6-star treasure. It can activate the 8 Desolation Divine Fire and unleash a might equivalent to a 6th Transformation Professional. Massacre Spear, a 5-star treasure. It can absorb the malevolent chi of heaven and earth. Meteor Fire Shower, 7 stars secret skill. There were countless treasures in the Imperial Treasury and it was a dazzling sight to behold. This was a truly extravagant collection. 5-star and 6-star treasures were like cabbages that could be found everywhere. If they were placed outside, countless people would kill for them. It would definitely be a bloodbath. Lin Fei took a casual look and had no choice but to take his leave. This was a huge temptation. No matter who it was, once they saw too many treasures, they wouldn't know where to start. It was especially so for those with low cultivation realms. No matter what they chose, their mental state would be affected. Little devil. Start scanning the data immediately and build a database. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I mustn't miss it. Got it. The black crystal card that he had obtained from Princess Fan Luoyu had finally come in handy. Even a simple scan of the data was not an easy task. I'll take this treasure. I'll take this as well. Black axe. Not bad. Mighty. I'll take it. Lin Fei did not walk quickly and had to stop at almost every place before moving on to the next. This lad isn't bad. He has a good mentality and isn't in a hurry at all, unlike the ones above who rushed for treasures the moment they arrived. There aren't many young lads like him. I really want to know what treasure he will choose in the end. The disheveled old man drank a mouthful of wine and muttered to himself. Chapter 24-23. The Royal Treasury. That lad is already at level 3 and he hasn't made up his mind yet. He's indeed patient. You're not even interested in that? I'm even more curious as to what treasures you're going to choose. Weapons? Cultivation techniques or elixirs? The disheveled old man watched as he sipped his wine. Ever since the other party entered the royal treasury, the lad had not been tempted by any of the treasures. At most, he would stand at each spot for a short moment before continuing forward. Unknowingly, he had arrived at level 3. There were many items in the royal treasury, including all sorts of treasures and cultivation techniques from the empire and beyond. Although there were only 5 levels, it didn't mean that the higher the level, the better the treasures. In order to find something suitable for oneself in the royal treasury, one had to have a calm heart and a discerning eye apart from patience. Lin Fei took more than half a day to reach level 3. Not many people could have such a mentality. This was the first time the disheveled old man was interested in someone. It had been a long time since something as interesting as this happened. With a flip of his hand, he took out another wine gourd. He gulped down the wine. This seems to be the white-boned demon bow of the demon race. It's a 7-star treasure and it's also one of the top 10 treasures on the list. Lin Fei was standing before a sealed treasure. It was a 7-star treasure called the white-boned demon bow. From level 1 to level 3 to level 4. Lin Fei's horizons had been broadened along the way. He had seen more than 100,000 treasures and the amount of energy required to collect data had reached a terrifying figure. It had only been half a day and he had even used up a few black crystal cards. Collecting data wasn't an easy task. Furthermore, the system had to expend a terrifying amount of energy to build a database within a short period of time. If this was in the past, Lin Fei would have only been able to watch helplessly. Lin Fei's gaze lingered on the white-boned demon bow for a moment before moving on to the next item. Right now, he only had to collect data continuously. He only had to deal with the selection of treasures later on. In any case, he had the database and he could slowly swap them out in the future. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, Lin Fei stopped as he walked. The database recorded the data of more than 1 million treasures, including medicinal pills, weapons, and other data. Lin Fei had taken everything in the royal treasury in one fell swoop. From now on, Lin Fei also controlled a royal treasury. He could get whatever he wanted, all he had to do was spend some time and energy. It's finally done. When the data of the last treasure was recorded, Lin Fei had the urge to laugh out loud, but since it was not the right place, he could only hold it in. Over 10 million treasures, this is awesome. Lin Fei beamed with joy. I have to choose 3 treasures first. As for what treasures to choose, Lin Fei had already made up his mind. The first would be an alchemical pill, which could be used to break through to the next level. Using the alchemical pill would allow him to advance to the second job transition. The second would be a cultivation technique, and the third would be a weapon. No one would doubt his choice. Kid, you're pretty good. When Lin Fei came down with the 3 items, the disheveled old man was already there. There are way too many treasures in the royal treasury. I don't know how to choose. Lin Fei said with a simple and honest expression. I can only choose these 3. Average. The disheveled old man made a copy of a cultivation technique for Lin Fei and tossed it over casually. It was followed by a wine gourd. Kid, not bad. This old man will treat you to a drink today. The wine gourd flew over and Lin Fei caught it instinctively. Thank you, senior. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. He knew that the immortal brew in the wine gourd was good wine and it wasn't easy to refine this gourd. He opened the gourd and gulped down 3 mouthfuls. As soon as the wine entered his mouth, it turned into a surging wave of heat. It was extremely domineering, and it caught Lin Fei off guard. Fortunately, the system immediately transferred energy units over to suppress this wave of heat, allowing it to enter his body. Good wine. It's the best in the world. Lin Fei exclaimed. The disheveled old man was slightly stunned. The biggest difference between this wine and others was its domineering nature. Most people would have to channel it with all their might after taking a single mouthful. Even a 7th transition job expert would not be able to suppress that domineering nature after taking 3 mouthfuls. The disheveled old man had only realized that he hadn't reminded Su Zimo after the other party took a sip. To think that the other party was an expert in wine. Kid, are you all right? The disheveled old man asked. Lin Fei chuckled. I'm all right. It's just a little domineering. The disheveled old man's greatest interest was wine. Outsiders had given him the nickname, Wine Immortal. One could imagine how much he loved wine. Good. You can drink 3 mouthfuls in a row. This is the blazing Yang wine. It's made from rare materials that I've gathered from all over the place. Most people can only drink half a mouthful and they would have to meditate for half a day. Kid, you're amazing. You're fine after 3 mouthfuls. How rare. The disheveled old man loved wine and admired men who knew how to drink even more. You're in a hurry to leave as well. I still have a lot of good wine here. Before Lin Fei could say anything, the disheveled old man pulled Lin Fei out of the royal family's treasure vault and entered the void world. In the depths of the void, there was a residence. The moment he entered the residence, the fragrance of wine wafted over. For someone like Lin Fei, he could barely control himself when it came to wine. This old man sure is terrifying. If not for the system, I wouldn't have been able to take it. Lin Fei was tipsy by the time he returned to Emperor's Peak. Lin Fei was dragged away by the disheveled old man to drink for 2 days straight. The disheveled old man was exceptionally hospitable, bringing out all sorts of fine alcohol as if it didn't cost money. He had even prepared a delicious meal personally. It took 2 days for Lin Fei to recover after returning to Emperor's Peak. I've got to be more careful next time. Lin Fei rubbed his throbbing temples and let out a bitter laugh helplessly. Initially, he thought that the old man was an 8th transition job. But in the end, he found out that the old man was a 9th transition job expert with extreme combat strength. Lin Fei had gained a lot from his trip to the palace. At the very least, he knew that the great emperor wasn't the only 9th transition job expert in the empire. Master, the 5th prince is here. A servant ran in hurriedly. He interrupted Lin Fei's peaceful cultivation. 5th prince. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and curled his lips. Seems like he's received the news. Invite him in. The servant turned to leave. Lin Fei had no intention of changing locations. He was prepared to meet the 5th prince in the courtyard. The 5th prince led a few black-robed subordinates over with great strides. It was especially so for the 5th prince. He was from the royal family and had an esteemed status. His aura was exuberant and he was like a god of war. The void trembled as though it was about to collapse from his aura. Chapter 24-24. The 2 of you, go up and teach Lin Fei what the rules are. After all, nothing can be accomplished without rules. The man in black spoke once again, his gaze as sharp as knives. The 2 men in black behind the 5th prince pounced forward one after the other. Their killing intent gushed forth, and the space where Lin Fei was immediately trembled. The men in black were experts in the military, and they specialized in joint attacks. It would be a piece of cake for them to deal with a guy who was just a 1st transition job. Scram! Lin Fei took a step forward and let out a loud bellow. The man in black who had charged forward acted as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. He was instantly sent flying like a broken sack. After landing on the ground, he spurted out large mouthfuls of blood and lost his ability to fight. And this was because Lin Fei had shown mercy. Trying to put on a show of strength? You guys can't do it. Lin Fei said calmly. Although that bellow was not directed at the fifth prince, no one was a fool and could easily sense how terrifying that bellow was. Horrifying roar. The fifth prince stared at Lin Fei and said, "That's right." The trusted aide at the side wanted to say something, but the fifth prince threw a glance at him and did not dare to speak again. "Go and stand outside the door. No one is to enter without my orders." The fifth prince's subordinates acting on their own was actually the fifth prince's intention. He wanted to suppress Lin Fei. This was also the fifth prince's way of using people. He had not expected that Lin Fei would be harder to deal with than he had imagined. He had taken action at the slightest disagreement and had seriously injured his subordinates. "I heard that you've obtained the royal family's secret technique, the heaven-defying 9 steps. You should know the reason why I'm here today." The fifth prince's eyes were bright and piercing, as if he would deal with Lin Fei if Lin Fei did not hand over the secret technique. Lin Fei sat down again and said with a smile, "I can understand it as your highness threatening me or—" The fifth prince did not like schemes as they were very sinister. It was not as satisfying as using martial strength. Any schemes would be like paper tigers before absolute martial strength. They would not be able to withstand a single blow from martial strength. "Are you going to hand it over or not?" The fifth prince looked impatient. If not for the importance of the heaven-defying 9 steps, the fifth prince would not have come in person. This was also giving enough face to Lin Fei. If it was an ordinary person, one word and they would have taken the initiative to deliver it obediently. "I'm sorry, I don't have the intention of handing over anything," Lin Fei said with a smile. "Since you know about the heaven-defying 9 steps, you must know that it's not impossible to get it from me, provided that you pay a certain price. For the sake of your status as the fifth prince, as long as you give me 20 black crystal cards, the heaven-defying 9 steps secret skill is yours. This price is very fair." The fifth prince almost vomited blood. The veins on his face bulged. "Stinking brat, you're courting death." He raised his hand and struck out with his palm. It was the most ordinary air-splitting palm. In the hands of the fifth prince, its power had increased by more than 10 times. This fifth prince's occupation should be related to the fire-type blazing Sunday. The most ordinary air-splitting palm contains a domineering palm intent of extreme yang. No wonder he appears to be so domineering. The fifth prince's palm had allowed Lin Fei to see through the fifth prince's background. "Who's afraid of you?" Lin Fei did not stand up. He roared at the air-splitting palm, one roar after another. His voice was like a great bell, continuously colliding with the other party's air-splitting palm. After 6 roars, the palm was completely shattered. Blazing sun aura rose around the fifth prince, isolating him from the impact of the repercussions. "No wonder you're so arrogant. Roaring warrior, a top-notch occupation. You do have some capabilities, but this is not enough." The fifth prince's casual palm strike was enough to test his opponent's strength. If they were at the same realm, the fifth prince might have some reservations. However, the other party was only at the pinnacle of the first transition, and the difference between them was too great. You can't even withstand a single air-splitting palm. If I were to use some other tricks, you'd definitely die. The fifth prince said domineeringly. "On account that you're my father's junior brother, hand over the heaven-defying 9 steps and I can forgive your disrespect." Lin Fei smiled coldly in his heart. If not for the fact that he did not want to reveal his true strength, he would have injured the fifth prince with a single terrifying roar and made him leave the emperor's peak obediently. "Your highness seems to be very confident. Then continue to try and see if you can injure me." Lin Fei was still smiling. "As long as you can injure me, I'll give you the heaven-defying 9 steps with both hands. If you lose, scram as far as you can." The fifth prince's killing intent surged. "No one has ever dared to say such words to me. Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because my father gave you the identity of my junior brother. As long as I don't kill you, my father won't say anything. Now, I'll let you witness my fist technique." "Well said, well done." I'll be waiting for your fist technique. Lin Fei's lips curled up. He stared at the fifth prince fearlessly. The fifth prince was infuriated by Lin Fei. If it were somewhere else, he would have killed Lin Fei with a single punch and would not have bothered to waste time. However, this was the Emperor's Peak. He had already decided that he would make Lin Fei lie in bed for a year and a half before he could vent his anger. Otherwise, he would not be able to think clearly. Blazing Sun Fist. The fifth prince punched again. The surrounding void was instantly filled with a scorching aura. A golden blazing sun rose behind the fifth prince. As the fifth prince punched out, the temperature where Lin Fei was and even his surroundings rose abruptly, forming an unimaginably high temperature. Even space started to crackle and collapse, forming many black holes. This fist technique was very terrifying. In an instant, it could kill all enemies with the extreme yang temperature. This was only the temperature in the periphery. The fist was covered in a golden color, giving off a terrifying feeling. Any existence that was hit by this fist would turn into ashes and cease to exist. Your fist technique is domineering, but it's still far from enough to deal with me. I forgot to tell you that this is the Emperor's Peak, my territory. I call the shots in my territory. Lin Fei slammed his palm on the stone table, and the entire Emperor's Peak produced a huge commotion. A huge whirlpool was formed, and endless energy of the universe surged over, forming a huge barrier in front of Lin Fei. This was a barrier formed by the pure energy of the universe. The fifth prince's attack only shattered over 20 barriers before the force dissipated. Lin Fei was still sitting there, looking very calm. You're using unorthodox methods? Watch how I destroy you. The fifth prince did not intend to give up on dealing with Lin Fei. If he did not take care of Lin Fei today, how would he be able to show his face? If his brothers and sisters heard about this, he would become a big joke. The fifth prince did not care about his methods against Lin Fei. The fifth prince did not take this seriously. In front of his scorching sun fist, nothing could withstand a single blow. Chapter 24-25. The disturbance caused by Lin Fei and the fifth prince had caused a commotion in the cultivation area. The energy of heaven and earth in the entire cultivation area surged crazily as a huge vortex appeared on the Emperor's Peak. A massive amount of energy of heaven and earth surged toward the Emperor's Peak. The students and even the elders who were cultivating on the peak immediately sensed the fluctuation of the energy of heaven and earth. Immediately, they felt the energy of the world fluctuating. The energy of the world was being drawn over by an indescribable force, and it was being forcefully extracted. Everyone woke up from their cultivation. What's going on? Why is the energy of heaven and earth out of control? Look, the energy of heaven and earth is flowing over there. Emperor's Peak. Look at the sky above the Emperor's Peak. What the hell? Is that Lin Fei cultivating? Everyone immediately reacted to such a huge commotion and soon found the direction of the energy of heaven and earth. When they saw the vortex above the Emperor's Peak, everyone was dumbfounded and shocked. This is too terrifying. How does that kid cultivate? He's absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. You guys are lucky that you're far away. I'm not far away, and I can't absorb the energy of heaven and earth at all. You too. That's a tough life. Looking at the energy of heaven and earth that was constantly being absorbed, everyone's faces darkened after the shock. If this went on, how were they going to cultivate? In the cultivation area, it was not uncommon to absorb the energy of heaven and earth in a domineering manner, but it was far less domineering than today's. This was simply killing them. No, someone is fighting on the Emperor's Peak. The fifth prince. That's the fifth prince. The elders of the cultivation area also arrived. Such a huge commotion would definitely alarm those elders. They immediately came to the sky above the Emperor's Peak and saw the situation on the Emperor's Peak, and their expressions changed. This is the fifth prince's blazing sun fist. An elder exclaimed. How is this possible? The fifth prince's blazing sun fist has been blocked. Lin Fei is actually safe and sound. This is a restriction formation. I understand now. Lin Fei is really a genius. An elder came to a realization. All the elders present had excellent eyesight. Very quickly he understood what was going on, and his heart was filled with shock. He was truly shocked by Lin Fei's wealth. Lin Fei is really smart. He's using formations and restrictions to mobilize the energy of heaven and earth to contend against the fifth prince. Not everyone can do such a thing. Yes. Lin Fei was in an invincible position by relying on the array formations and restrictions. Although the fifth prince was a first-rate job with tyrannical strength, if he wanted to go against the entire cultivation grounds world energy, he would not be able to do so. He's destined to lose. Just based on this formation restriction, I'm convinced. As expected of this season's rookie king. I just don't know. Does this Lin Fei have any means of retaliation? For Lin Fei, who came from a poor family, many elders did not like it. Today's scene had greatly changed their impression of Lin Fei. To be able to go up against the renowned fifth prince of the royal family with the abilities of a pinnacle first transition job and remain undefeated. There were not many people who had such capabilities. The deputy headmaster is here. Due to the commotion, the deputy headmaster arrived as well. The first to arrive was Li Fengzheng. Seeing the situation at Emperor Peak, he was also shocked. This kid is too daring. Why is he fighting against the fifth prince? A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. Li Fengzheng's impression of Lin Fei was very bad. This guy had caused them to lose face time and time again. Now, he was evenly matched with the fifth prince, displaying terrifying means. This made Li Fengzheng feel very uncomfortable. A pinnacle first transition job is able to use formations and restrictions to fight against the fifth prince. How long has it been? If this continues, who will be able to suppress this kid? Li Fengzheng kept frowning. Brother Fengzheng, you're here too. Deputy Headmaster Feng Mingwen arrived as well. His expression was ugly and dangerous. How could I not come with such a big commotion? Li Fengzheng said. Even the energy of heaven and earth in the cultivation ground is fluctuating. I didn't expect this kid to cause such a big commotion. Feng Mingwen had been paying attention to the commotion at Emperor Peak. His Highness seems to be about to use his killer move. The scorching sun fist seems to be unable to break the barrier formed by the energy of heaven and earth. While the two deputy headmasters were conversing, there were new changes below. The fifth prince had thought that by using the scorching sun fist, he would be able to injure Lin Fei. However, after tens or hundreds of punches, the fifth prince had exhausted more than half of the energy in his body. On the other hand, Lin Fei was completely fine. Lin Fei hadn't even made a move. Lin Fei had a relaxed smile on his face, constantly provoking the fifth prince. If the scorching sun fist doesn't work, then I'll give you a ruthless move. The fifth prince was unwilling to give up. Why did a guy with a first transition job dare to be impudent before him? No one was qualified to be impudent before him. Fifth prince, you've been attacking for so long. Aren't you going to stop and take a break? Lin Fei crossed his legs. He chuckled and said. The fifth prince withdrew his fist and said, You're really not bad. You used a restrictive array formation to block this prince. No matter how powerful a restrictive array formation is, it's still a restrictive array formation. This prince will let you see what a true killing move is. Blazing hell! The fifth prince let out a loud bellow and a golden blazing sun rose up. Everyone's vision was filled with golden light. Even the spectators outside felt as if they were being grilled by the blazing flames. Their vital energy and blood started to seethe and evaporate incessantly. They hurriedly circulated their energy to fend off the invasion of this power. The royal family's martial arts fanatic has mastered this secret technique. As expected of the fifth prince, another deputy headmaster appeared in the sky above the emperor's peak, nodding incessantly at the fifth prince's secret technique. Blazing hell. Once it's performed, not a single blade of grass will grow within a perimeter. Everything will be wiped out. Only the fifth prince, who has a pure yang constitution, can perform this. I wonder how the newbie Lin Fei will be able to fend off this. If there were fights in the cultivation grounds, the elders would not interfere. As long as there was no threat to one's life, they would not interfere. No one had a good understanding of how amazing the Emperor's Peak was. Lin Fei had been able to activate the formations and restrictions to plunder the energies of the heavens and the earth. In the eyes of the other party, it was because of the formations and restrictions that existed within them. Not many people would have thought that it was Lin Fei who had set them up. Finger of heaven and earth. Facing the menacing secret technique, even with the formations and restrictions, Lin Fei could still feel how terrifying this secret technique was. This power seeped into every part of the space, and the energies of the heavens and the earth were rapidly evaporated. Lin Fei was enraged. If he did not show his true abilities, he would really be bullied. With a clear bellow, the formations and restrictions changed. Chapter 24-26. Even though the fifth prince had taken out the mysterious golden armor, his body still trembled slightly. Even with the protection of the armor, the fifth prince was still injured by the finger. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the fifth prince's mouth. He was injured. No matter how powerful the fifth prince was, he would not be able to fight against the entire cultivation area. Fifth prince, I only used 30% of my strength just now. If you still don't know what's good for you, it won't be 30% next time. It'll be at least 70%. I wonder if the fifth prince's physique can withstand it. Lin Fei had a smile on his face. The fifth prince's expression flickered, and he thought to himself, why is there such a powerful restriction formation on Emperor's Peak? It can actually mobilize the power of the cultivation ground, giving it the ability to fight against me. If we continue to fight, it will only benefit this brat. He immediately made a decision. Junior Lin Fei is really good. As expected of a future pillar of the empire. I've learned a lot. The fifth prince withdrew his aura, and the golden armor returned to his body. 20 black crystal cards as you wish. At this point, there was no benefit to be gained if it continued. The fifth prince put away his thoughts. It was impossible to teach Lin Fei a lesson today. As long as this kid was on the Emperor's Peak, he would not have any chance. He cursed in his heart. Lin Fei also put away his barrier. He was amiable, and no one could tell that he had fought. He shook his head and said, 20 is not enough. I need at least 35. The extra 15 can be considered compensation. If I didn't have some skill, I wouldn't be standing here right now. Lin Fei, don't go too far. The fifth prince said angrily. The black crystal cards were not for nothing. 20 was already too expensive, let alone 35. This was extortion. What a jerk. 40. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. It's up to you whether you want it or not. Anyway, this is my price. If you don't like it, you can leave. No one wants you to buy it. The fifth prince was full of murderous intent. He was about to curse, but he threw it down in the end. He was afraid that if he spoke, it would not be as simple as 40 cards. The heaven-defying 9 steps was too important to him. His little sister had successfully obtained the heaven-defying 9 steps and gained a certain advantage. 40 it is. The fifth prince snorted coldly and suppressed his anger. I need time to prepare. No problem. Come and get it yourself when you've gathered it. The fifth prince flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. There was no point in staying any longer. He hated Lin Fei to death, and he wanted nothing more than to chop him into pieces. 40 black crystal cards in hand. The battle between Lin Fei and the fifth prince had established their new positions. When everyone looked at Lin Fei again, their gazes were strange, and they kept a respectful distance from him. After offending the fifth prince, one could easily imagine what would happen to him in the future. Moreover, the fifth prince was not an easy person to negotiate with. After suffering a small loss at the Emperor's Peak, he would definitely take revenge in the future. Originally, many people tried to curry favor with Lin Fei. However, after this battle, the Emperor's Peak became deserted. No one dared to get close to Lin Fei. If the fifth prince bore a grudge against them, their future would be over. After the internal members of the royal family heard about this, they paid more attention to Lin Fei. It was not common for the fifth prince to suffer a loss. It was said that after the battle, the fifth prince smashed many things in the palace. Some of them were even the fifth prince's favorite treasures. It was easy to imagine how bad the fifth prince's temper was that day. This kid is not bad. He actually set up a restrictive formation and activated the heaven and earth energy of the cultivation ground, causing Little Five to suffer a loss. It's a good chance to temper Little Five. After hearing the news, Emperor Yuanzheng revealed a smile. The person who reported also realized that Lin Fei held a high position in the emperor's heart. Not only was His Majesty not angry after teaching the fifth prince a lesson, he was also very happy. It was rare. Although the fifth prince was angry, 3 days later, he sent someone to deliver 40 black crystal cards and successfully retrieved the heaven-defying 9 steps. Awesome! With 40 black crystal cards, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. After my battle with the fifth prince, those hidden princes will definitely not be able to sit still. The day of getting rich is coming. Lin Fei smiled and put away the black crystal cards. It was just as the saying went. A few days later, there were people asking about the heaven-defying 9 steps. Lin Fei threw out a fixed price, 25 black crystal cards. Either learn it or get lost. Lin Fei was very direct. These people represented the hidden princes. At first, they were angry, but after Lin Fei's words, they completely lost their temper. They could only go back and discuss with the people behind the scenes. Each of the princes represented a huge interest group. 25 black crystal cards was not a high price. Wouldn't they be able to get it if they pooled their money? Lin Fei quickly sold several copies of the heaven-defying 9 steps and obtained a total of 125 black crystal cards. He was not interested to know who had bought the heaven-defying 9 steps. It was fine as long as he got the black crystal cards. After all, the people behind the scenes were those princes. With over 100 black crystal cards in hand, Lin Fei was in no hurry to refine them. After all, there was no rush. They might be of great use if he kept them. After settling the matters of the heaven-defying 9 steps, Lin Fei activated the restrictions of the formation and announced that he was going into seclusion. In the eyes of those who were observant, Lin Fei was preparing to break through to the next realm. It was not difficult to break through from the peak of the first transition to the second transition. Outside the Emperor's peak, Qin Lan was on the verge of cursing. She cursed Lin Fei 10,000 times in her heart. This shameless B** starred. Why didn't he go into seclusion earlier? Qin Lan knew better than anyone else. Had Lin Fei taken out the treasures from the royal treasury? Taking out the treasures of the demon race would affect her future. She couldn't help but feel nervous. The restrictions on the Emperor's peak were activated, and Qin Lan could only watch helplessly. A few days ago, the news of Lin Fei's fight with the fifth prince had spread like wildfire. Everyone knew how terrifying this newcomer king was. Even if he had used some tricks, it was still a skill. I can only wait for this kid to come out. Qin Lan left helplessly. By the time Lin Fei came out of seclusion and reactivated the restrictions on the Emperor's peak, a month had passed. The cultivation area was once again calm and tranquil. Everyone started cultivating again. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Fei was already at the second transition. Before he could sit down and rest, a figure descended from the sky and grabbed toward him. "Good lad, you've finally come out." An aged voice came from above Lin Fei, with a hint of excitement and joy. Swoosh, swoosh. An overwhelming amount of worldly energy gushed over, forming many barriers above Lin Fei. The person who came was clearly not a weakling. With this grab, the barriers kept shattering, and he continued to grab downward. Interesting. Boom, boom, boom. The barriers kept shattering, and the other party's palm continued to advance with irresistible force. Just as it was about to grab Lin Fei, an even thicker barrier suddenly appeared, blocking this grab. No matter how hard the other party tried, he could not take a single step forward. Chapter 24-27. As the hand retracted, an old man appeared in front of Lin Fei, looking at him with a smile. Lin Fei didn't know this person and had no impression of him. However, he had an air of superiority about him. One look and Lin Fei could tell that he was a superior figure. "You are Lin Fei at." Someone had appeared out of nowhere, especially when he had just come out of seclusion. It was hard for Lin Fei not to notice him. The other party's identity was definitely related to the academy. The old man was slightly surprised. "You don't know me, kid?" Lin Fei rolled his eyes. I really don't know you. Qin Yuanshan looked a little embarrassed. Everyone in the academy knew who he was. He didn't expect to meet someone he didn't know today. He had thought that this kid would. Luckily, no one had come today. If word got out, he would become a joke to those old fogies. I am your principal, Qin Yuanshan. Qin Yuanshan said solemnly. Sitting down again, Lin Fei ordered the servants to bring tea. He had never expected that Deputy Principal Qin Yuanshan would come looking for him at this time. There were several principals in Imperial College. Apart from the old principal, who was the principal, there were several other principals. There were also a few deputy principals. Lin Fei had met the two deputy principals, Li Fangzheng and Fang Mingwen, but this was the first time he had met Deputy Principal Qin Yuanshan. Rumor had it that this deputy principal rarely interfered with the affairs of the academy and spent most of his time on his own matters. He was a technological geek. Many students had only heard of his name, but had never seen him. Lin Fei found it hard to believe that Deputy Principal Qin Yuanshan would come looking for him. Qin Yuanshan took a sip of tea. You're not bad, kid. You were the one who set up this restrictive array. It's normal for His Highness the Fifth Prince to suffer under your hands. You have a good eye, Principal Qin. Lin Fei flattered. Qin Yuanshan glared at him. Everyone says that you, the newcomer king, have a bad temper, but what the outside world says is false. You are quite interesting. To be able to rely on array formations to block this old man's attack, there aren't many people in the entire academy that can do this. In the Tao of array formations, you can be considered a grandmaster. Lin Fei did not intend to hide the formation. In the eyes of some people, they could recognize it with a single glance, so it was not surprising that school head Chen was able to see through it. Nothing much, I was just thinking about it. Qin Yuanshan glanced at Lin Fei. You're good. This old man has nothing better to do every day, and none of the formations and restrictions I've set up are as impressive as yours. You're able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth without any restrictions. Why don't you give it a try? For a moment, Lin Fei couldn't figure out President Chen's thoughts. This guy didn't come looking for him just to chat with him, right? Brat, you don't have to be nervous. This old man is actually looking for you to study this array formation with you. When Qin Yuanshan saw Lin Fei's expression, he knew what the other party was thinking. He explained, this old man is mainly in charge of the Tao of array formations and restrictions in the academy. From the day you fought with the Fifth Prince, this old man knew that you have such great talent in the Tao of array formations and restrictions. By relying on an array formation to fight against the Fifth Prince, you already have a deep understanding of the essence of array formations and restrictions. Today, this old man is here to discuss the Tao of array formations and restrictions with you, brat. You won't reject this old man, right? Lin Fei was suddenly enlightened. This is a common problem of technical geeks. Qin Yuanshan's words. Lin Fei finally understood Qin Yuanshan's intention. After all, an array formation could control the energy of heaven and earth. The essence of the array formation was something that anyone would want to know. Lin Fei really didn't care much about this thing. By relying on the system, even if it was a more difficult array formation, he could still set it up. Dean Chen, you must be joking. How can I be a great master of array formations? Let's have a chat. That's not a problem at all. Lin Fei said with a smile. Yes, just a chat. Qin Yuanshan's eyes lit up. One had to admit that Qin Yuanshan, the vice dean, was really a technical geek. When it came to the Tao of array formations and restrictions, he was very clear and logical. Fortunately, Lin Fei had the system, so the two of them soon guessed the same thing. At the beginning, Qin Yuanshan wanted to test Lin Fei with some difficult questions, but he was dumbfounded later. Lin Fei knew more about array formations than him, but Lin Fei answered them easily. On the contrary, some of Lin Fei's questions made Qin Yuanshan frown. Finally, he encountered a difficult problem. The two of them chatted on the Emperor Peak for 3 days. If Qin Yuanshan had not been busy in the end, they might have continued. Only then did Lin Fei stretch himself. It's really tiring to discuss with a technical geek. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had known for a long time that the brains of a technical geek were all about technology. Moreover, he had been discussing array formations with Qin Yuanshan for 3 days straight. Lin Fei almost couldn't handle it. If it was anyone else, they would have raised their hands and surrendered. Even though Lin Fei had only spent 3 days, he had gained a lot. Chen Yuanshan was an outstanding expert in the Tao of formations and restrictions. After chatting with each other, Lin Fei gained a lot. He had a new understanding of array formations and restrictions. Dean Chen's attainments in the Tao of formations and restrictions are extremely profound. Rumor has it that Dean Chen is most proficient in formations and restrictions. He's not someone to be trifled with. In the future, it seems like I can also pay attention to this. Lin Fei was now in the realm of the second job transition. When there was no one around, he could use all his strength. Once he was in front of others, the strength of the second job transition was far inferior. The Tao of formation restrictions might be a good help. It might be difficult for others to go deep into it, but Lin Fei was different. He had many methods. No matter how complicated the array formations and restrictions were, he could still deduce them in front of the system. Lin Fei's thoughts were clear. He finally had a way to display his strength from another aspect. Furthermore, he wouldn't be suspected by others. Thinking of this, Lin Fei couldn't help but let out a long roar. "Lin Fei, you're playing with me?" Not long after Qin Yuanshan left, a black shadow rushed in. "Master," she forcefully. A servant hurriedly ran in from behind. Qin Lan stared at Lin Fei in exasperation, as if she wanted to shoot Lin Fei to death with her gaze. Lin Fei asked the servant to leave and said lazily, "Senior sister, did you not sleep well? With such a bad temper, it's easy for you to grow old quickly." "You bastard!" Qin Lan's chest violently bulged up and down. It was very attractive. "If you say one more word, you won't be able to get what you want." Lin Fei waved at Qin Lan. "It just so happens that my shoulder is a little sore. Come over and help me massage it. Once it's comfortable, everything will be easier to discuss." Qin Lan glared at him. "This guy is too much of a bastard. Who does he think I am? I am the candidate saintess of the demon god empire. In the future, I will become the saintess." Chapter 24-28. Qin Lan agreed in the end. She had no choice but to agree. She was afraid that she would miss her last chance. She was just helping Lin Fei to loosen his shoulders. It was not a difficult task. She just had to bear with it. "Yes, it's here." Lin Fei pointed at his shoulder. "Bastard brat, you'll have a good time later." Qin Lan gritted her teeth. She placed her hands on Lin Fei's shoulders and massaged them. Even if it was her first time, she still made it look presentable. Lin Fei was surrounded by a fragrance. It was Qin Lan's faint body fragrance. "Saintess, I asked you to give me a massage, not a child's play." After a while, Lin Fei was unhappy. "Use more strength." "What do you mean loosen the bones?" "That's not it at all." Qin Lan really wanted to give Lin Fei a slap, but she endured it in the end. "This rascal is most likely doing it on purpose. I won't fall for it. Let's see what you can do." Lin Fei was very satisfied as he enjoyed the massage of a demon race's saintess. As for Qin Lan's current expression, Lin Fei could see it clearly and did not care. Anyway, she had a favor to ask of him. Unless she did not want it anymore. Just like that, one person enjoyed while the other massaged silently. Time passed in the blink of an eye. It feels so good. 2 hours later. Lin Fei stretched, feeling refreshed. "Can you tell me now?" Qin Lan said with a bad expression. 2 hours. This guy slept for a full 2 hours. What a shameless guy. She knew that this guy was sleeping. In the end, Qin Lan could only grit her teeth and continue massaging. Until he woke up. If news of this spread in the demon god empire, everyone would be dumbfounded. A saintess candidate, a popular candidate for the position of saintess in the future, massaging a human kid was definitely shocking news. Lin Fei ignored her murderous gaze. "I do have one item. I heard that the demon god empire is rich. As long as you take out 100 black crystal cards, I can give you a demon race treasure. I can give you a demon clan treasure. Of course, this treasure is not a treasure from the imperial treasury, but a demon clan treasure that I obtained by chance." Qin Lan flew into a rage. She couldn't care less. You dare to trick me! His palm slashed toward Lin Fei. Qin Lan was really angry. 2 hours of hard work. In the end, all she heard was this kind of news. Qin Lan did not believe that a random treasure could compare to the treasures in the royal treasury. This kid was fooling him. In his rage, he sent out a palm strike, intending to teach Lin Fei a lesson. As soon as the palm landed, Qin Lan bumped into an invisible barrier, unable to advance even an inch. Don't waste your strength. This is my territory. Even the 5th prince would suffer a small loss here. If you don't mind making a fool of yourself, you can continue. Everyone knew that the 5th prince had suffered a small loss at Emperor Peak. Naturally, Qin Lan was aware of this. However, she could not take this lying down. Moreover, she could not unleash her full strength at Emperor Peak. You're shameless. Lin Fei said seriously, you're wrong. I'm not shameless. You're the one who attacked without saying anything. If it were someone weaker, they would have been killed on the spot. However, I won't hold it against you. I know that you must think that the treasure is not good enough. You haven't even seen it before. How can you be so sure that it's not good enough? Qin Lan did not know what to say. In this world, there were many demon clan treasures that were left outside. No one could guarantee that they would know all the demon clan treasures. Even she could not guarantee it. Then take it out. Lin Fei waved his hand, isolating all auras with the array formation. Based on what you said, if I don't show it to your senior, she will definitely not believe me. Then, open your eyes and take a good look, lest you say that I'm lying to you. The array formation on Emperor Peak had been set up again, and all traces had been erased. Lin Fei was not worried that others would notice it at all, especially in this courtyard. Lin Fei extended his hand, and an item landed in his hand. He casually unsealed it. A wave of demon chi spread out. Demon clan treasure. Qin Lan exclaimed the instant Lin Fei took out the treasure and its aura leaked out. Her breathing quickened, and her fragrant lips parted slightly. She had an expression of disbelief. The treasure in Lin Fei's hand was a bow. It was a dark red longbow. Qin Lan could tell at a glance. This was a treasure of the demon clan. It was very powerful. Only top-notch experts of the demon clan had seen a treasure of this grade. Even her master did not have one. How is it? Is it pleasing to your eyes? This treasure was naturally something that Lin Fei had recently replicated. Compared to the one in the royal treasury, this treasure was different from that one. If there were 2 treasures that were exactly the same, as long as one was not a fool, they would know that something was wrong. Therefore, Lin Fei modified the shape of the treasure so that others would not associate it with the other treasure. In terms of power, there was little difference. The system was that awesome. Can I take a look for myself? Qin Lan suppressed the excitement in her heart. Qin Lan knew very well how much credit she would receive if she brought back such a treasure. She would definitely be able to surpass those Saintess candidates. Here. Originally, Qin Lan was still worried that Lin Fei would not give it to her. She did not expect that as soon as she spoke, Lin Fei would casually toss the treasure over as if it was a piece of trash. Demon clan treasure. It really is a demon clan treasure. Qin Lan grabbed the longbow. There was no need to test it. She immediately confirmed it. This was a genuine demon clan treasure. Moreover, it was a very good one. Holding the longbow in her hand, Qin Lan wanted to take it away by force for a moment. She could tell that there was no imprint on the longbow. It was obviously an ownerless item. If she took it away, the other party would definitely not be able to take it back. After struggling for a while, Qin Lan finally chose to give up. If she wanted to snatch it away from this kid, she might expose her identity. Moreover, she might not even be able to leave Monarch Peak. Even though Monarch Peak looked ordinary, it was actually filled with array formations and restrictions. Qin Lan did not have the confidence to leave. For example, that move just now, which appeared silently, made Qin Lan feel fearful. Thank you, junior brother. You have retrieved a treasure for our demon clan. I believe that from today onwards, you will be a friend of our demon clan, Qin Lan said with a smile. She no longer looked angry. Lin Fei waved his hand. Forget about being a friend. This demon bow, 50 black crystal cards. There is no bargaining. As long as you give me the item, you can take it away at any time. Junior brother, isn't 50 black crystal cards too expensive? Qin Lan said pitifully. Can't it be cheaper, dear junior brother? Qin Lan was indeed the demon clan's saintess candidate. She seemed to have changed into a different person. Her expression was tactful and moving. It was as if she was really facing a pitiful person. 50 black crystal cards. If you want it, then take it. If you don't want it, then don't. Lin Fei would not take the bait. Chapter 24-29. After Qin Lan left, there was no news for a long time. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to care about it. Anyway, the bait had been cast, and he just had to wait for them to take the bait. 50 black crystal cards were very tempting. After all, Lin Fei lacked nothing but energy wall stones. They were the hard currency. Fortunately, he had gotten some black crystal cards from the princes, so he wouldn't lack energy wall stones for a while. And that prince wouldn't give him any trouble in the short term, since he didn't want to learn the heaven-defying 9 steps. Junior brother, you've broken through to the second job transition so quickly. Lin Fei didn't relax for a few days before Deputy Director Qin Yuanshan came. This guy sat down as if he was very familiar with the place. He didn't stand on ceremony at all. He poured some fragrant tea and drank it himself. What brings you here, Senior Brother Qin? Lin Fei knew how to climb up the ladder. Deputy Director Qin Yuanshan directly became Senior Brother Qin. Qin Yuanshan wasn't angry. He smiled. You're living a leisurely life. Those who came with you are either cultivating in seclusion or earning points. You're the only one who hides in the Emperor Peak every day. Look at you. Lin Fei looked aggrieved. Senior Brother Qin, you're wrong about me. I've been cultivating in seclusion recently. You know it's not easy to break through to the top job. Qin Yuanshan knew that this guy was cunning. You're really good at talking. Today, I'm actually prepared to make you a lecturer in the academy. I don't know if you're interested. As long as you agree from now on, you'll be free and unfettered in the academy. How about it? At this moment, Qin Yuanshan looked like a bad guy who was trying to tempt a kid. Lin Fei was clear about the rules of the capital college. To be honest, he wasn't interested in studying. He had come to the capital college for that piece of land. Study? Earning points? What kind of joke was that? Lin Fei was just about to come up with an excuse to properly plan out his fief when Qin Yuanshan came knocking on his door. Senior brother, what can I teach if you want me to be a lecturer? Lin Fei had a blank look on his face. Qin Yuanshan glared at Lin Fei and said, Don't pretend, you brat. You are full of evil tricks. If I ask you to be a lecturer, you will naturally be lecturing on array formations and restrictions. Such opportunities are rare. Ever since the last Dao discussion, Qin Yuanshan had already regarded Lin Fei as someone on the same level as him. The Dao of formations and restrictions was broad and profound. Even Qin Yuanshan himself hadn't been able to learn it thoroughly. However, this kid was different. His knowledge was unfathomable. There were even some techniques that even Qin Yuanshan felt inferior to. If I become a lecturer, will I really have absolute freedom? Lin Fei asked. Yes, as long as you can satisfy those people, you will be a lecturer in the college. Not only will you have free time, but you will also be able to enjoy all the benefits of the college. Qin Yuanshan smiled. I believe that you will be fine. Being a lecturer is nothing. Lin Fei didn't mind being a lecturer. It was better than studying. More importantly, he would have more free time. After becoming a lecturer, he would be able to enjoy all the benefits of the college. For example, he would be able to use the teleportation array. Among them, the teleportation array attracted Lin Fei the most. A teleportation array was not cheap. It was not something that just anyone could get their hands on. According to the price, a teleportation array would cost up to 300 black crystal cards. That was an astronomical figure. The vice principal of the college had come to invite Lin Fei without any hesitation. Lin Fei agreed. Sure, I'll give it a try. Several vice principals were in charge of certain courses in Imperial College. Qin Yuanshan was in charge of the formation and restriction course. Basically, It was the lecturers who explained the courses. He would only show up once or twice a month to answer questions. Ever since the day of the Tao discussion, Qin Yuanshan had this idea. If he invited Lin Fei back as a lecturer, it would definitely allow the students who studied array formations and restrictions to gain a lot. In the future, it was also possible for a few array formation grandmasters to emerge. When Qin Yuanshan brought Lin Fei to a large classroom, the faces of the people in the classroom changed. Isn't that Lin Fei? Why is he here? Is he here to learn about formation and restriction? The people in the classroom today were all senior lecturers of formation and restriction. Some of them were even the guardians of the college and were famous figures who specialized in formation and restriction. As the #1 college in the kingdom, the Capital Institute attracted all the talents in the kingdom. Those people were happy to come to the Capital Institute to teach, enjoy the benefits of the Capital Institute, and receive the protection of the Capital Institute. This was a good thing that many people were jealous of. Those who could teach in Imperial College were the elites of the empire. Chen Yuanshan was in charge of the formation and restriction formation, which gathered the elites of the empire in the field of formation and restriction formation. Each of them had a very high status, and they were the leaders of this field in the empire. As long as they were willing to join the family, the big families of the empire would offer them top-notch and generous conditions to invite them to join. Chen Yuanshan glanced at the crowd as soon as he came in. Everyone fell silent. Since everyone is here, let me announce something. From today on, there will be one more lecturer in the formation and restriction course. His name is Lin Fei. Qin Yuanshan announced the news as soon as he arrived. The faces of the people in the classroom changed. This news was shocking. A lecturer. There had never been a student who could become a lecturer as soon as he arrived. It was like a meteoric rise. The most important thing was that the other party was too young, ridiculously young. Looking at the people present, who didn't have a certain age. The Tao of formations and restrictions was something that was accumulated over time. Dinshin, I have a question. I wonder if you can answer it. Among the people present, a green-robed old man slowly stood up. The others immediately revealed expressions of schadenfreude. The old man in front of them was one of the few old seniors in the Tao of formations and restrictions in the empire. No one could ignore his ability. There was a flash of anger in Qin Yuanshan's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Those who were not paying attention would not notice the change. Elder Yun, if you have any questions, ask away. The cyan-robed elder's name was Yun Zhongtian. He was an elder of the Imperial College and had a very high attainment in tactical formations. Even Qin Yuanshan could not guarantee that he could defeat him. Most importantly, Yun Zhongtian had once competed with Qin Yuanshan for the position of deputy dean. In the end, he was slightly inferior. Since then, they had become mortal enemies. They were always at each other's throats. Whenever Qin Yuanshan proposed something, Yun Zhongtian would oppose it. I heard that Lin Fei is this year's newcomer king. I don't know how he became the lecturer of the formation and restriction course. Dinshin, do you think he is someone who knows about the formation and restriction course? Although you are the college and have the right to invite the elites of the formation and restriction course to be a lecturer, a newcomer to be a lecturer is ridiculous. I will be the first to disagree. Yun Zhongtian said coldly, not giving the other party any face. When Lin Fei came, he had already understood the situation, especially about the lecturers. Everyone was unhappy with each other, let alone a newcomer like him. Now that this guy had refuted him and ignored him, he was displeased. After becoming a lecturer, he had gained freedom. Anyone who dared to stop him would be his enemy. Old thing, how can you say that? People treat you as a senior. Do you really think that you are the Mount Tai in the Big Dipper? Who says that young people can't master the profound formation and restriction course? Chapter 2430. How dare you speak like that? How dare you talk to Elder Yun like that? Who do you think you are? Do you have any respect for the elderly? Apologize. Apologize right now. I really don't know why the college would accept someone with such low morals like you. After a moment of silence, all the lecturers present started to make things difficult for Lin Fei. Apart from a few who remained silent, most of the rest started to speak up. Everyone in the Capital Institute knew that Lin Fei wasn't liked by the two deputy principals. It wasn't a secret to them. Coincidentally, Elder Yun Zhongtian was on Deputy Principal Li Fengzheng's side, and Li Fengzheng and Qin Yuanshan had a conflict. Yun Zhongtian naturally knew that Lin Fei had messed things up. Without a hint, the people around Yun Zhongtian started to make things difficult for Lin Fei. Without Yun Zhongtian's approval, it would be extremely difficult to teach in the field of formations and restrictions. As the deputy principal, Qin Yuanshan had a lot of authority, but there were still some things that he couldn't do well within his jurisdiction. For example, Yun Zhongtian, who was supported by Li Fengzheng. This time, the invitation for Lin Fei to teach was more or less related to Yun Zhongtian. Although Qin Yuanshan was very good in the field of formations and restrictions, there was still a gap between him and Yun Zhongtian. Even though the gap wasn't huge, he was still inferior to Yun Zhongtian. This was also why Yun Zhongtian had such a huge advantage when he wanted to become the deputy principal. If the old principal hadn't spoken up and succeeded, Yun Zhongtian would have been the deputy principal now. Xiao Lin, don't be so angry. Elder Yun is your senior after all. Qin Yuanshan chuckled as he said to Lin Fei. There wasn't a hint of reprimand in his tone. Everyone was in a dilemma. Lin Fei could already tell that President Qin didn't seem to have reached the level where his words were spoken. That Yun Zhongtian baby was a potential enemy. Although Qin Yuanshan was suspected of using Lin Fei wasn't angry at all. Qin Yuanshan invited him to give a lecture, so it definitely wouldn't be a simple matter. Lin Fei didn't want to know about the academy's affairs. If there was a vice dean who could speak for him in the academy, that would be a good thing. In an instant, Lin Fei sorted out the situation and knew how to deal with it. Lin Fei said, "Dean, you should know that young people have bad tempers and can't take any provocation. Moreover, this Elder Yun's tone is not small at all. You, the dean, haven't said anything, but he has already taken the initiative. Those who don't know might even think that he's the vice dean. And these people, they seem to have become lackeys, barking everywhere." Sigh, as he spoke, he shook his head. Qin Yuanshan almost laughed out loud. He had been unhappy with Yun Zhongtian for a very long time, and he had never found a chance to deal with him. In addition, he had been in charge of the Tao of Formations for a very long time, and could be considered a senior. He had a very high status in the academy, and it would not be easy to deal with him. "Bastard, who are you calling a lackey? Kid, apologize and admit your mistake at once. Admit your mistake now. Kneel down and admit your mistake." Lin Fei's harsh words provoked these people again. They glared at Lin Fei, as if they were ready to attack him at any time. Yun Zhongtian was a senior of the academy and a great grandmaster of restriction arrays. When had he ever been ignored by a junior like this? His face was gloomy and his eyes were as sharp as knives. What a sharp tongue. Just based on your words, I don't think you're qualified to teach here. Isn't that right, everyone present? Everyone immediately agreed. Yun Zhongtian then said to Qin Yuanshan, "Dean Qin, you see, no one agrees. Do you think he's still suitable to teach here? What's more, he doesn't know anything at his age. Dean Qin, if you want to recruit some talents for the Tao of Formations, why don't you tell me? I have a lot of young talents, and any one of them is better than this guy. That way, people won't say that we accept all kinds of mediocre people. That would be a disgrace to Imperial College." These words were actually for Qin Yuanshan. Yun Zhongtian didn't think that Lin Fei was that capable. As for what happened at the Emperor Peak, he had heard a little about it, but he didn't care much about it. As long as Yun Zhongtian stopped Qin Yuanshan from bringing people here, it would be a big victory for Yun Zhongtian. After that, he would undoubtedly deal a blow to Qin Yuanshan's influence. Qin Yuanshan had expected that Yun Zhongtian would not be easy to deal with. No one knew Lin Fei's ability better than him. Even he was not as good as Lin Fei. No matter how powerful Yun Zhongtian was, he was not the same. "Hee, Elder Yun, you can't say that." Qin Yuanshan said seriously, "Who said that young people are useless? It's the world of young people now, and each generation is better than the previous one. Elder Yun, you haven't seen Lin Fei's ability, so how do you know Lin Fei's ability? He's the newcomer king this year, and he's His Majesty's little junior brother. Do you think His Majesty is blind? That was serious. No matter how bold Yun Zhongtian was, he wouldn't dare to say that His Majesty was blind. His Majesty had admitted that Lin Fei was Lin Fei's little junior brother. If he dared to say anything, he would definitely suffer. Headmaster Qin, since His Majesty has admitted Lin Fei, he must be outstanding. How about this? If Lin Fei wants to come in and teach, then we'll do things according to the old rules. As long as he can defeat the 10 teachers here, this old man will not have any objections. Yun Zhongtian immediately had a new idea. Qin Yuanshan knew that Yun Zhongtian, this old fox, would bring up this matter. He turned to look at Lin Fei. Little Lin, you do have the ability. Right now, they don't know you very well. I wonder if you're interested in exchanging a few blows with them? How could Lin Fei not know what they were planning? Isn't it just exchanging pointers? I don't have any objections. However, as the newcomer king this year, exchanging pointers is meaningless. I heard that Elder Yun is a senior and thinks highly of himself. I wonder if you're interested in making a bet with me? Let's use 20 black crystal cards as the wager. Does Elder Yun have the guts to accept it? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. 20 black crystal cards. How much of a fortune was that? The teachers here all had high statuses. They definitely wouldn't be able to take out 20 black crystal cards. Furthermore, as a formation master, their expenditure was much higher than ordinary people. For example, buying various materials was definitely a huge expenditure. Hearing Lin Fei's words, they couldn't help but feel envious. They had lived their entire lives. Not to mention 20 black crystal cards, they wouldn't even be able to take out 5. As a senior, Yun Zhongtian did have a certain amount of wealth. 20 black crystal cards was still very tempting. He thought, this old man has been lacking money to buy materials recently. This brat actually dares to take out 20 black crystal cards for a bet. Does he really think that he's the newcomer king and that he's invincible? Chapter 2431. Array Formation Training Field. Inside the Capital Institute, there were several subjects, and each subject had a specific square. Each square was decorated with special materials. Array formations naturally had a specific practice square. Array formations were a very taxing subject. Not only did they have to learn how to calculate and analyze, but they also needed time to set them up. When Director Chen brought them to the array formation training field, the students who were practicing stopped and looked at them in surprise. What's going on? Director Chen is here. Elder Yun is here too. Is he going to teach us a new array formation, or is he here to inspect it? Look, everyone. Isn't that the newcomer king, Lin Fei? Is he going to join the array formation department to learn about restriction formations? The group of people arrived at the delay square. Everyone stop. A lecturer said loudly, "You're in for a treat today. The newcomer king, Lin Fei, is going to challenge 10 lecturers from our array formation department. Even Elder Yun will be participating. This is a great opportunity. Don't miss it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." This lecturer was from Yun Zhongtian. He announced the news as soon as he came up, not giving Director Chen and Lin Fei a chance to regret. Qin Yuanshan sneered in his heart. Let's see who regrets later. Sure enough. As soon as the lecturer's words fell, there was an uproar. The newcomer king was going to challenge 10 experts in array formations? Even Elder Yun would be participating? This was definitely a sensational event. Apart from being shocked, everyone was more suspicious. Was this junior brother of theirs not knowing how to appreciate favors? What right did he have to compete with 10 experts in array formations? The students who were able to enter the formation department were all geniuses of the previous years. They were especially talented in the Tao of formations. Compared to ordinary people, their comprehension ability was extraordinary. A month's worth of study for others was only a week for these geniuses, and some might not even need a week. The field of array formations was not something that could be achieved by immersing oneself in hard work. The important thing was to learn and comprehend. Once comprehended, array formations would become very simple and easy. Elder Yun, what right does Lin Fei have to compete with us? He's just a second-stage professional. A young man with a feminine aura stared coldly at Lin Fei. If he wants to challenge the lecturer, he'll have to ask us first. As soon as the effeminate young man stepped forward, a group of people behind him immediately echoed. Yes, the newcomer king is nothing. Our brother Sin is the best. How dare any Tom, Dick, or Harry spar with the lecturer? Do they really think they're the best? The effeminate young man was one of the geniuses in the array formations course. His name was Lin Sen, and he was ranked in the top 5. Lin Sen's words had a lot of influence in the array formations course. In addition, Lin Sen was one of Yun's personal disciples. Yun Zhongtian said angrily, "Shaoxin, how can you say that? This is something that we discussed with President Qin. What are you doing here?" Although he said so, there was still a hint of pride on his face. "Qin Yuanshan, let's see how you fight with me. 4 of the top 5 geniuses in the array formation course are my people. Today, I will make you suffer a crushing defeat." Yun Zhongtian was secretly proud of himself. If not for the old dean's words, Yun Zhongtian would have become the vice dean long ago. Yun Zhongtian would definitely not miss such a good opportunity today. He wanted to let Qin Yuanshan know that he was the one with the most authority in the array department. Qin Yuanshan's complexion didn't look too good. He didn't have a good impression of this Lin senator. His innate talent wasn't bad, but he had a flamboyant temperament. In addition, he was one of Yun Zhongtian's direct disciples. He had become very overbearing and wouldn't listen to ordinary lecturers. Lin Sen said gloomily, "Teacher, I'm just sharing the burden with you. Who knows if Lin Fei is really that capable? What if he looks good but is useless? If word gets out, I will be laughed at by the other lecturers. I have some skills, so it's fine even if I lose. I can also test Lin Fei's ability. Dean Qin, don't you think so? I'm doing this for the sake of the array department." Lin Sen was very good at talking. Although he sounded dignified, he was actually targeting Lin Fei and Qin Yuanshan. If Qin Yuanshan rejected Lin Sen's words, it would mean that he didn't respect them, and Yun Zhongtian would have a reason to make things difficult for him. Regardless of whether Qin Yuanshan agreed or not, Qin Yuanshan was destined to lose this time. Qin Yuanshan glanced at Lin Sen and said, "Lin Sen, you are very good. No wonder Elder Yun thinks highly of you. You are always thinking about the honor of the array department. However, if you want to fight with Lin Fei, you must get Lin Fei's approval. This matter must be approved by Lin Fei. As long as he has no problem with it, then it's fine." Lin Fei didn't think that Qin Yuanshan's prestige in the array department would be so low. A Heaven's Chosen One dared to use Yun Zhongtian's power to go against Dean Qin. If a Heaven's Chosen One dared to do this, then the other Heaven's Chosen Ones would follow suit. Sooner or later, they would be overthrown by others. "Little Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect the situation to turn out like this." Qin Yuanshan said to Lin Fei that Lin Sen is the direct disciple of old devil Yun Zhongtian. In the array department, he has the strength of the top 5. He is very good at arranging arrays. Lin Fei disagreed. "Elder brother Qin, you don't need to apologize. I am very grateful that you invited me here. It's just a small matter. I will help you deal with it. However, I might be a bit heavy-handed. It doesn't matter." Qin Yuanshan didn't have a good impression of Lin Senator. This guy often used the old devil to show off in front of him. Almost all of his direct disciples were secretly taught a lesson by Lin Senator. Qin Yuanshan had been suppressing his anger. "Little Lin, as long as no one dies, it's fine. After all, when you fight, it's inevitable that you can't control it, especially when you have just mastered an array." Lin Fei said in his heart, "It seems that elder brother Qin doesn't have a good impression of this Lin Sen." The exchange between the two was very fast and finished in an instant. Qin Yuanshan just happened to look over. Lin Fei took a step forward and released his aura. He looked down at Lin Sen and said, "You want to compare notes with me? Do you know that I love to spar? However, there has to be a stake. If there isn't, I won't play. Looking at you, you don't seem to have much money, so I'll just take a loss. I'll bet 2 black crystal cards with you." At this time, Lin Fei's aura was very imposing. He seemed especially arrogant and overbearing. That wanton look in his eyes was a kind of provocation to Lin Sr. What a big tone. 2 black crystal cards are nothing. Lin Sen had received his teacher's words. He wanted to attack Lin Fei in all aspects. I'll bet 10 black crystal cards with you. If you want to play, let's play big. With Yun Zhongtian's support, the black crystal cards were nothing. If they were alone, 2 black crystal cards would be an astronomical figure. As you wish, 10 black crystal cards it is. Chapter 2432. Lin Fei was the newcomer king and the junior brother that the great Yuanjing emperor had personally acknowledged. Many people were jealous and envious of him. Many people were unhappy too. For example, Lin's senator, his talent was terrifying and his potential was limitless. Before he graduated, many major forces had extended an olive branch to recruit him. His conditions were unbelievably good. Ordinary people would feel extremely happy with such generous conditions. However, compared to Lin Fei, it was a far cry. He was the junior brother of the great Yuanjing emperor. With this identity and his noble status, who could compare to him? When Lin Sen saw Lin Fei, he could tell that he was challenging him. He directly challenged Lin Fei. He wanted Lin Fei to suffer a crushing defeat here so that everyone would know that this fellow was someone who deceived the world. If it was any other heavens chosen who won first place, Lin Sen would accept it wholeheartedly. The only one who wouldn't accept it was Lin Fei. I'll let you suffer a crushing defeat today. When Lin Fei threw out 10 black crystal cards without batting an eye, it caused quite a commotion once again. The geniuses present were all quite wealthy. It was not easy for them to take out a black crystal card. On top of being envious, there was even more jealousy. For a brat from a poor family to be this wealthy, it was simply illogical. I'll pay for these 10 black crystal cards for you. Yun Zhongtian said to Chen Yuanshan. Dean Chen, you won't have any objections, right? Yun Zhongtian took out 10 black crystal cards without hesitation. After all, he was just going to exchange hands for 10 black crystal cards. Where else could he find such a good deal? Yun Zhongtian was very clear about Lin Sen's strength. Being in the top 5 wasn't just for show. It was achieved step by step with his own strength. Qin Yuanshan really didn't have any objections. This is a spar. I hope that the two of you will stop when the time is right. Don't hurt your relationship, or you'll become a laughing stock. Lin Sen smiled sinisterly. Dean, don't worry. I'll definitely stop when the time is right. Lin Fei is the junior brother of the great Yuanjing emperor. If he gets hurt, it'll be a huge crime. I can't bear the consequences. Lin Fei smiled and said, I won't get hurt that easily. Senior, you can rest assured. Since things had come to this, Qin Yuanshan didn't say anything more. After a brief discussion with Yun Zhongtian, they decided on the competition. Since this is your first time sparring, then we will use the most basic sparring method, attack and defend. This is also the most common sparring method in the field of arrays, Qin Yuanshan said. Neither of them had any objections. The confrontation of offense and defense was actually very simple. One side was attacking, while the other side was defending. The side that couldn't defend would lose, and the side that could hold on would win. It was a very simple confrontation. In reality, this kind of offensive and defensive confrontation wasn't that simple. It was a test of one's understanding and mastery of formations and restrictions. You have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to attack. After that, you will exchange identities, Qin Yuanshan continued. All right, now you will draw lots to confirm your identities. This time, Lin Sen's luck was pretty good. Junior Lin Fei, I'm sorry, but I've drawn an attack. To Lin Sen, a junior who didn't know much about formations could easily defeat Lin Fei with a flick of his finger. Moreover, it was the kind of defeat that Lin Sen couldn't even defend against. Lin Fei smiled and said, I'm quite interested to see how powerful Senior is. It's best if you can use your full strength, lest you regret it later. Don't worry, I will definitely use my full strength. It's the same for everyone. The martial arts field was quickly emptied. One person stood on one side, facing each other. You have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to make your move. Qin Yuanshan gave the order, and the battle officially began. In the battle of offense and defense, one couldn't use any martial means and could only use formations to attack. Once other methods were used, one would lose. Junior Lin Fei, I'm going to attack. Lin Sin waved his hand and drew an array in the air. Strange array symbols appeared on his fingers, and with a strange aura, they began to combine in front of everyone. Senior Lin Sin is so powerful. He used a mystic class formation right from the start. That Lin Fei is finished. Senior is indeed a senior. A mystic class formation. This seems to be a mystic class 1/array. It's a very domineering attack. Needless to say. 1/array. I'm afraid that Lin Fei won't be able to block it. Because Lin Sin used a powerful formation right from the start, especially the mystic class formation 1/array. Its power was not to be underestimated. In the path of formations, they were divided according to the number of formations. For example, a mystic class formation had to be composed of 1,000,000 formations. The more formations there were, the more powerful it would be. An Earth class formation required 10,000,000 formations. As for a Heaven class formation, it required 100,000,000 formations. As for the more powerful formations, the more formations there were. The more formations there were, the more difficult it was to control, the more powerful one's mental strength had to be. The one-blade slash formation was an offensive formation made up of 2,000,000 runes. Yun Zhongtian was very satisfied with his disciple's performance. A mystic class formation was not a powerful formation, but it could be used casually. Its potential was limitless, especially when a formation master grew up. In the future, their combat power would not be inferior to those first-class professionals, and they might even be able to compete with top-notch professionals. After the formation runes were formed, a sharp long blade appeared in the air, flickering with a dangerous aura. With a thought from Lin Sin, it slashed across the air, and the void was cut open. In front of this blade, it seemed that nothing could defend against it. Looking at Lin Fei, there was not much movement. In everyone's eyes, it seemed that he was frightened and did not even have time to arrange a formation. Under this blade he would lose without a doubt. The only person present who was confident was Qin Yuanshan. During the 3 days of sparring, Qin Yuanshan had seen how terrifying Lin Fei was. Those geniuses in the formation department paled in comparison to Lin Fei. They could not be compared at all. A young man is indeed a young man. His talent is not bad, but he still needs to practice. Yun Zhongtian laughed. The arrangement of a formation depended on one's speed, as well as the ability to control the arrangement. In Yun Zhongtian's eyes, Lin Fei's reaction was a complete amateur, and he could not help but feel a little disappointed. What is Qin Yuanshan doing? He is usually a very smart person, why would he invite Lin Fei? Even the smart Yun Zhongtian could not figure out what Qin Yuanshan was thinking. The fierce blade slashed across the air, and the overbearing blade intent directly cut the surrounding void into a broken void. The astral wind continued to howl, crushing everything around it. Lin Fei, who was in the middle of the astral wind, did not move. Facing the incoming long blade, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled faintly. Not bad, it has some power. A black shield appeared in front of Lin Fei without any warning, blocking the long blade. There was a loud bang and a terrifying force exploded, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the black shield. Shameless guy, he actually used a treasure to block. Shameless. That guy still has the nerve to use a treasure. Many people mocked. Chapter 24:33. Humph. Just when everyone was doubtful, Qin Yuanshan snorted coldly. His words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone into silence. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. To think that you're the elite disciples of the academy. Chen Yuanshan said with a serious face. Can't you tell that this is a defensive shield formation formed by array formations? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They could barely see how the other party had set it up. Shield formation? They had seen it before, but none like what Lin Fei had done. In the blink of an eye, he had displayed such extraordinary power that he had forcefully blocked Lin Sen's one saber slash. More importantly, the other party's shield formation was also formed by millions of array formations. How could that kid set up a shield formation? Defensive array formations are notoriously difficult to set up. How did he know about it? Furthermore, It was a mystic-grade defensive array formation. He must have learned it from somewhere. It's nothing to be surprised about. What Brother Lin did was to break through the shield formation. Although they were shocked, they still believed that Lin Sun had a high chance of winning. After all, his strength was right in front of them. It was not something that an unknown fellow could fight against. Yun Zhongtian narrowed his eyes and revealed a trace of surprise. What a cunning Qin Yuanshan. He really has some skills. That kid is really capable to be able to set up a shield formation at such a speed. A mere shield formation wasn't much. Yun Zhongtian did not think that Lin Fei had a chance of winning. Lin Sen's one saber slash was full of confidence. It was more or less unexpected that it was blocked by the other party's shield formation. His expression did not change much, but he was slightly surprised. Not bad. You can actually block my one saber slash. I wonder how many more slashes you can block. Lin Sun drew talismans with both hands, and the talismans were constantly reorganized. Long sabers that exuded a dangerous aura slashed at Lin Fei from all directions. This was enough to prove the strength of Lin Sen's array formation. In fact, Lin Sen's array formation strength was indeed amazing. It was ranked in the top 5. There was no moisture in it. It was a pity that he had met someone he shouldn't have met today. Every time the saber slashed through the air, the void would be split open, leaving behind a scar. The attack speed of the formation formed by the true talismans was a lot faster than usual. More importantly, it was unpredictable and not easy to break. Lin Sun took out 16 formation sabers in one go and pushed the formation to its limit. Where the sword and saber pointed, 10,000 men were invincible. Lin Fei stood still with his hands behind his back. With a wave of his hand, a huge barrier appeared in the sky. The 16 sabers landed on the barrier, causing ripples to appear on the barrier. All the sabers were blocked by the barrier, unable to penetrate the barrier for the time being. Everyone saw a shocking scene. That Lin Fei relied on a defensive array formation to block the attack of 16 array blades, it was absolutely an inconceivable thing. This formation needs at least 9 million formations to form. Otherwise, it won't be able to withstand Brother Lin's slash. How did he set it up? He set up a top-notch profound rank formation as soon as he started. The formation elites who had a contemptuous and mocking attitude couldn't help but start to waver. Facing this kind of defensive array formation, they really couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Elder Yun, what do you think of this formation? Qin Yuanshan smiled and said to Yun Zhongtian. Yun Zhongtian was also surprised. He didn't see how the other party set up the formation. It was as if it was formed out of thin air in an instant. This was very incredible. As a formation elder, he had never encountered such a situation before. The formation is not bad. It is considered outstanding for his age. However, this is just the beginning. Lin Sun has more than just a few profound rank formations. Yun Zhongtian naturally refused to show weakness. In fact, the battle had just begun. He can actually block the attack of my 16 formation sabers. No wonder he is so arrogant. Lin Sun grabbed forward with both hands and the 16 sabers retreated. Combine, not even a blade of grass will grow. The formation reorganized itself, forming a huge black storm. It rolled over and engulfed Lin Fei's position. The storm was actually formed by the sabers. The protective barrier continuously released ripples, and millions of attacks continuously landed on the protective barrier, giving off a series of sounds. This was the strength of a formation master's attack. Especially in the face of such a large-scale attack, it was definitely the enemy's nightmare. Lin Sun didn't stay idle. He drew another talisman and a dark cloud appeared in the sky. It was dark and oppressive, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. 5 blow thunderstruck. With a loud rumbling sound, thick blue lightning bolts descended from the dark clouds. Each bolt was as thick as a water bucket. They rumbled like a storm, one after the other. There were more than 20 of them. This is an Earth rank formation. It seems to be an Earth rank early stage formation. It needs 18 million formations to form. This is too awesome. That kid is going to lose for sure. It had to be said that after Lin Sun used the 5 blow thunderstruck, everyone believed that Lin Sun would win. The 5-blow Thunderstruck was a very domineering formation. Even if it was only Earth rank early stage, it was still formed by 18 million formations. It had a strong destructive power. No matter how good Lin Fei's defensive formation was, it would not be able to withstand this kind of attack. What a shameless guy. He actually asked Lin Sun to use such a heavy attack. When Qin Yuanshan saw the appearance of the 5-blow Thunderstruck, he knew that it was Yun Zhongtian who had given the order. It was obvious that he was worried that Lin Fei would lose this battle, so he made the first move and did not give Lin Fei any chance to set up the formation. Yun Zhongtian revealed a faint smile. "Sai, I'm really sorry. Your Lin Fei is probably going to lose. Not even a blade of grass will grow, and with the 5-blow Thunderstruck, hee. Just now, Yun Zhongtian had indeed given the order for Lin Sun to be ruthless in order to prevent him from failing miserably. He had always felt that there was a mysterious aura around Lin Fei. Not even a blade of grass would grow, and with the 5-blow Thunderstruck, the attack lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. During this time, Lin Sun did not stop, and his face was slightly pale. He had consumed too much energy. In his opinion, there was no need to use the 5-blow Thunderstruck. Under his barren attack, Lin Fei would lose without a doubt. Time's up. Lin Sun removed the formation, and he was in high spirits. Especially when Yun Zhongtian gave him a praising gaze, it made Lin Sun even more proud. He had finally performed well in front of his master. "Sorry, I won this round." Lin Sun couldn't wait to give his opponent a blow. Everyone looked at the center of the arena, as if they could see Lin Fei's miserable appearance in the next second. At least for a long period of time, he would become a joke after a meal. But when everyone looked over, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Under such a crazy attack, Lin Fei, who was in the center of the arena, still maintained the defensive formation. Ripples streaked across the formation, and it stubbornly persisted. "He is fine." They didn't dare to believe it. Under such a level of attack, Lin Fei seemed to be fine, and his calm appearance was beyond their imagination. Chapter 2434. The voice wasn't very loud, but it was extremely ear-piercing and clear. "I've lost." Lin Sun, who had been smiling brightly, felt as if he had been hit in the head with a stick. His body trembled slightly, as if he couldn't believe that he had lost. "You're lying." Lin Sun was unconvinced. "Your formation must have been rearranged. Under the attack of my not a blade of grass grows and 5-blow Thunderstruck, there's no way your formation could have withstood it. Do you really think that an Earth-class formation is that easy to withstand?" Lin Sun didn't believe that he would lose, especially to a nouveau riche. Although Lin Fei had made a meteoric rise in the Capital Institute's elite circle, gaining not only the status of a noble but also a piece of land, everyone in the circle was very disdainful of Lin Fei. They regarded him as a petty nouveau riche who was not worthy of any respect. In fact, the entire elite circle was trying to ostracize Lin Fei. Lin Sun knew that he had lost, and to a nouveau riche at that, so he was naturally unhappy. How could he admit that he had lost? It was absolutely impossible. Someone was unhappy. Chen Yuanshan snorted. "Lin Sun, look at yourself. We can tell if you've won or lost. Is there anyone who dares to cheat in front of us?" Lin Sun shuddered. Only then did he realize that there was more than one person present. The lecturers, Director Chen, and his master could definitely tell. "Shaosun, a loss is a loss. There's nothing to say." A cold look flashed across Yun Zhongtian's eyes. He hadn't expected that the disciple he admired would lose. "But you still have one more round. Keep your spirits up." Lin Sun came to his senses. "Yes, I still have one more round. As long as I hold on, it'll be a draw." At this thought, he recovered from the blow and didn't believe that he would lose again. "Junior Lin Fei, you're indeed capable. I've lost this round. Next, let me see your formation." Lin Sun simply admitted that he had lost this round. "Activate." A large formation rose up. This was an Earth-level elementary formation called Immovable Mountain. It was a very famous formation, and it specialized in defense. With the previous underestimation, Lin Sun didn't dare to underestimate his opponent anymore. His expression became serious. First, he set up an immovable mountain spell formation outside of his body. It could deflect all kinds of attacks. Then, he set up another spell formation inside. It was called the Shifting Star spell formation. It could divert a portion of the attacks. It was an Earth-class spell formation. With both of them working together, Lin Sen was in an invincible position. As soon as the revolving star passage technique was used, the expressions of many of the lecturers changed. What a good Lin Sen, to be able to master this revolving star passage, that can only be set up with 30 million array symbols. His chances of winning this round are very high. Lin Sen's star transposition already has a 30% transfer effect. It's enough. I wonder where Lin Fei learned defensive formations. He might not have any advantage in offensive formations. I can guarantee that he won't even be able to break through the outermost, immovable mountain. That goes without saying. Immovable mountain is an elementary Earth rank formation, but it still requires 20 million talismans to set up. Moreover, the immovable mountain formation is able to form a connection with the Earth to form a main and auxiliary effect that grows and multiplies endlessly. Its defensive effects are extremely powerful. Yun Zhongtian's cold gaze was replaced by a satisfied look. He had set up 2 Earth-level formations right off the bat. Although they weren't of high quality, he was quite talented to be able to set them up at such a young age. With these 2 defensive formations, Yun Zhongtian didn't believe that Lin Fei could win. Defensive formations were easy to learn, but offensive formations were a different story. Most of the powerful offensive formations were in the hands of powerful organizations. Among them, the Capital Institute was the leader in controlling a large number of offensive formations. If he wanted to learn powerful formations, he couldn't leave the Capital Institute. It wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Lin Fei was a newbie. The only impressive thing was that he had mastered a few mystic-level formations. As for the rest, he didn't even need to think about it. The only person present who wasn't worried was Qin Yuanshan. Only he himself knew how monstrous this little fellow Lin Fei was. Back then, Lin Fei had learned many things from him. His entire life's worth of knowledge was practically emptied out. This wasn't an ordinary blow to others. The most frightening thing was that after Lin Fei grasped it, he could increase the might of the formation in a very short period of time, gaining a mysterious and unfathomable might. There's going to be a good show. Every time there was something that made Yun Zhongtian unhappy, Qin Yuanshan would be happy for a few days. Who asked this guy to be such a bully? Did he really think that his position as deputy principal was just for show? Elder Yun, I heard that you recently obtained a heaven-level formation. I wonder if you're interested in a little bet to liven up the atmosphere? Qin Yuanshan said with a smile. The heaven-level formation that Qin Yuanshan mentioned made Yun Zhongtian's expression change slightly. It was a formation that he had obtained from a secret realm. Even if it couldn't exert 100% of its power, it could at least exert 70% of its power. It was a very good heaven-level formation. Principal Qin, you're quite well informed. You even know about this. Yun Zhongtian said, however, since you're interested, it's not impossible for us to make a small bet. This old man is quite interested in your killing formation. I don't know if you're interested in taking it out. This old man doesn't care about ordinary things. Qin Yuanshan showed a hint of hesitation. Yun Zhongtian noticed that the killing formation in Qin Yuanshan's hand was a heaven-level advanced formation. It was only a step away from being a heaven-level top-level formation. Yun Zhongtian had been eyeing it for a long time. My killing formation is priceless. Your heaven-level defensive formation is only a heaven-level mid-level formation. You need to add something else. Qin Yuanshan said. Yun Zhongtian could see that Qin Yuanshan was hesitating and worried. He definitely didn't have much confidence. He smiled and said, then I'll add a heaven-level defensive formation. What do you think? 2 heaven-level mid-level and high-level defensive formations. It was definitely a big deal. Yun Zhongtian didn't have many such formations. In order to win against Qin Yuanshan's heaven-level killing formation, he didn't hesitate at all. Qin Yuanshan looked at Lin Fei and said, it's blocked. Both of them took out their respective spirit arrays. The heaven-grade spirit arrays were all sealed by power, But even so, it was still an eye-opener for everyone present. It was not easy to see 3 heaven-grade spirit arrays at once, especially the heaven-level killing formation. Even through the seal, they could still feel the dangerous aura from it. Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Fei. Lin Sen had finished setting up the formation. Now it was up to Lin Fei to break it. Lin Fei smiled at Lin Sen and said, "You're my senior. I won't bully you. Whatever move you use, I'll use the same move." 5 blow thunderstruck. A low roar came from the sky. A lightning bolt as thick as a bucket flashed like a light in the dark night. It landed heavily on the immovable mountain formation. With a cracking sound, the earth shook. Chapter 24:35. With a loud rumble, the entire martial arts practice field trembled violently. The spectating students and lecturers unconsciously swayed, as if they would fall at any moment. At the same time, accompanied by a loud rumble, a wave of lightning crushed down, causing their breathing to quicken. This is too terrifying. Is this still the 5-blow thunderstruck? Look, Lin Sen seems to have lost. He vomited blood. What's going on? When the might of the lightning dissipated, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. Lin Sen, who was protected by 2 defensive arrays, was now lying on the ground, vomiting blood nonstop. He had completely lost consciousness. Anyone could tell that Lin Sen, an elite array master, had been defeated. Furthermore, the opponent had used the same array formation. Lin Fei, how dare you? Who gave you the permission to kill your senior? After a moment of absent-mindedness, Yun Zhongtian's face flashed with a dangerous light. With a flick of his finger, a blade light slashed towards Lin Sen, aiming for his vitals. People like Yun Zhongtian could clearly see that the 5-blow thunderstruck array formation was a top-notch Earth-ranked array formation. Otherwise, who would be able to break through 2 Earth-ranked defensive arrays at once? Once an expert made a move, it would be obvious whether or not he was an expert. Yun Zhongtian knew that he had been tricked. In his anger, he directly attacked Lin Fei ruthlessly, crippling him first. After that, no one would dare to blame him. A huge shield appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was Qin Yuanshan who had made the move. With a gloomy expression, he said, "Elder Yun, what is the meaning of this? Are you bullying the weak? Don't forget, you are a teacher of the academy." Yun Zhongtian was furious. "Dinshin, can't you tell? This Lin Fei is clearly here to kill someone. Didn't you say that he would stop when the time is right? Is he really stopping when the time is right? If we continue to indulge such a person, he will definitely be a scourge to the academy." Chen Yuanshan was very disdainful of Yun Zhongtian's shameless words. Previously, when Lin Sen used the array to attack Lin Fei, did he say that he would stop when the time was right? Absolutely not. Now, he had the nerve to say that he would stop when the time was right. "Elder Yun, you're wrong. What Lin Fei used just now should be a peak Earth rank offensive formation. This type of formation is notoriously difficult to grasp. It's very normal for one's strength to not be able to be controlled. Moreover, student Lin Sen has set up 2 Earth rank defensive formations. Could it be that Elder Yun thinks that he can use a high Earth rank defensive formation to split them apart?" Qin Yuanshan said very seriously. Yun Zhongtian was momentarily speechless. A peak Earth rank defensive formation wasn't easy to grasp. It was very normal for one to not be able to control one's strength. When they were sparring, there would be times when one couldn't grasp it. Normally, Yun Zhongtian was used to this. However, this time, when it happened to his own direct disciple, he was very unhappy. "Dinshin, I haven't mastered this 5-blow thunderstruck for a long time. I didn't control my strength well. I'm very sorry about what happened just now. Luckily, I held back a portion of its strength. Although Senior Lin Sen was injured, I'm willing to compensate you. Please allow me to do so, Dinshin." Lin Fei said with a face full of guilt. Chen Yuanshan was very happy. "Little Lin, you can't be blamed for this. Who knew that you had mastered a peak Earth rank defensive formation? It's normal for student Lin Sen to not be able to withstand it. You don't have to feel guilty. As for compensation, 10,000 energy wall stones will do. It's just right. After this sparring session, Lin Sen can properly digest the knowledge he has gained." With a few words, Qin Yuanshan had settled the matter. The people present really couldn't say anything. They knew that he was siding with the other party, but what he said was reasonable. Moreover, they often used this move to deal with others. At this moment, they realized that this Lin Fei, who was invited by Vice Dean Qin Yuanshan, was filled with mysteries. They couldn't help but pay attention to him. To be able to master a peak Earth-rank defensive formation at such a young age, his ability wasn't any weaker than Lin Sen's. In fact, it was much higher. This Lin Fei was really a fierce dragon. He had defeated Lin Sen the moment he came up. What happened next was simple. Immediately, people came up and carried Lin Sen away for treatment. Everyone looked at Lin Fei with a trace of fear in their eyes. This person hadn't made a move, but he had heavily injured Lin Sen the moment he made a move. They didn't doubt that if he used another 5-blow thunderstruck, Lin Sen would be turned into ashes. Little Lin, this is a black crystal card. Keep it well. Qin Yuanshan smiled and said, you should also thank Elder Yun. Don't let down Elder Yun's kindness. With the 2 heaven-rank defensive formations in hand, Qin Yuanshan was in a very good mood. Lin Fei was also in a very good mood. He had obtained another batch of black crystal cards. This was a good deal. Yun Zhongtian held back his anger. The more he looked at Lin Fei, the more unhappy he was. 2 heaven-rank defensive formations and black crystal cards were already very painful. Whose things didn't fall from the sky? His heart was filled with hatred for Qin Yuanshan and Lin Fei. They had actually set a trap for him. Student Lin Fei, you are worthy of being the newcomer king of this year. Not only are you strong, but you have also mastered defensive formations that ordinary people can't. Although you have defeated Lin Sen, the rules are still the rules. The sparring will continue. Yun Zhongtian said with an expressionless face. Yun Zhongtian was very disappointed that Lin Sen had lost. More importantly, he had lost 2 sets of defensive formations, which would affect his strength to a certain extent. However, he wouldn't let Lin Fei take advantage of him in the future. None of the array masters in the Capital Institute were simple. If they didn't have the ability to subdue those geniuses, Yun Zhongtian didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to defeat Lin Fei. Even if the array masters couldn't do it, he still had one last move, and that was to take action himself. Bullying the weak? How could that be possible? Which of you will go up and spar with student Lin Fei first? Yun Zhongtian said to the people behind him. The eyes of the array masters present lit up. They clearly knew that this was an opportunity, and a very good one at that. Once they succeeded, they would definitely be valued by Elder Yun. I'll go. Student Lin Fei's formation skills are amazing. I would like to experience it for myself. One by one, the array masters stepped forward and couldn't wait to spar with Lin Fei. Lin Fei walked forward. Dear lecturers, it's too troublesome to fight one by one. Why don't all of you attack me together? I'll only attack once. If any of you can withstand my attack, I'll consider this sparring match my loss. These words provoked them quite a bit. Attack him together? That was too arrogant. These array masters were all respectable people. They had already given Lin Fei enough face to spar with him. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to make them attack. This kid is too arrogant. He's overestimating himself after defeating Lin Sen. He's fighting against 10 of us alone. Does he really think he's invincible? The array masters were all enraged. Chapter 2436. Qin Yuanshan was also taken aback. 10 formation masters working together to set up a formation was not as simple as 1 + 1. The formation became very complicated. There were people on the inside, and there were formations on the outside. To completely destroy it was not an easy task. Isn't this kid too high profile? Qin Yuanshan was a little worried. Although he knew that Lin Fei was good at setting up formations, he was a little worried about facing 10 array masters at the same time. However, once Lin Fei defeated the 10 array masters, the array masters present would have no choice but to be convinced. After Qin Yuanshan thought it through, he suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. So be it. It was a good opportunity to slap Yun Zhongtian's face and let him know that in this territory, he couldn't cover the sky with one hand. This time, Lin Fei would be his hope. Although Yun Zhongtian was angry, he was smiling in his heart. It would be great if Qin Yuanshan's people were to lose face. At that time, it would be a big blow to Lin Fei and Qin Yuanshan with just a little publicity. Bullying the weak? Now it was clear that Lin Fei took the initiative to take the lead, which saved a lot of trouble. After Yun Zhongtian pretended to persuade them, he decided to wait for Lin Fei to lose face. With 10 array masters working together, it was definitely a large defensive formation. Lin Fei was bound to lose this battle. Begin. As the voice fell, the battle began. The 10 array masters disdained Lin Fei's challenge. After seeing the offensive formation that the other party had mastered, they didn't dare to take it lightly. If they lost, they would completely lose face. After a secret discussion, they chose to set up a combination formation. It was a heaven-grade formation. Earth formation. A large yellow earth formation soared into the sky. The first defensive formation was completed. 10,000 wood formation. Then there was another defensive formation. In the formation, a lush forest was faintly discernible. Under the support of the earth formation, it kept growing until it became a towering tree. Water spirit formation. Earth-grade top-grade formations were set up one after another. Every formation that was successfully set up was an eye-opener for everyone present. The heavens' favorites, in particular, didn't even shift their gazes as they stared fixedly, afraid that they would miss this opportunity. After the formation was set up, it continuously fused with one another, forming a close connection between them. It was as if they were born together, unable to see each other clearly. It's the 8th formation. It's the 9th formation. Lin Fei is so calm. He actually gave them the chance to finish arranging it. He can really break the combination of 10 array masters. Who knows? The combination formation is unpredictable and possesses powerful defense. It won't be that easy to breach it. When the final formation was successfully set up, the previous 9 formations formed a connection with the 10th formation. The originally scattered and disorderly formations all came together to form a super grand formation. A heaven-ranked array formation had appeared. The formation master in the formation also relaxed his brows. He had originally thought that Lin Fei would take the opportunity to make a move. He didn't expect that he would give them a chance to set up the formation successfully. This time, they were even more confident. Once the heaven-ranked array formation was completed, no matter what powerful offensive formation Lin Fei mastered, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break this heaven-ranked array formation. Lin Fei, you are too arrogant. How dare you wait for us to finish arranging the heaven-ranked combination array formation? An array master said disdainfully. The other array masters also showed disdainful expressions. There were really not many people in the entire school who could make them arrange a heaven-ranked array formation. They were eager to see the expression on Lin Fei's face when he couldn't break the defensive formation. They believed that it would be very interesting. Lin Fei had been standing with his hands behind his back. His actions were very arrogant. From the beginning to the end, there was not much change in his expression, as if setting up the formation in front of him was a very ordinary thing. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, Lin Fei clapped his hands at them. The sound of clapping was very rhythmic, one after the other, bringing with it an inexplicable rhythm. So this is a heaven-ranked array formation. You guys are really good at it. Although it is a heaven-ranked array formation, it is a pity that you can't set it up alone. Otherwise, I would really have to spend some time. Now, this heaven-ranked array formation is full of flaws, like a broken net. How disappointing. This round, you will lose without a doubt. This heaven-ranked combination array formation, in the eyes of outsiders, had an impenetrable defense, but in the eyes of Lin Fei, it was full of flaws, unable to withstand a single blow. Through the system, a large number of flaws were found. Although the flaws were constantly being protected and the traces were very small, in the eyes of Lin Fei, it was like a ray of light in the dark night. It was hard not to notice it. As soon as Lin Fei said this, the 10 array masters' hearts thumped, their expressions became uneasy, and a trace of lack of confidence appeared between them. A combination array formation, one could see the clues from the word combination. There were indeed flaws. But when Lin Fei said it so easily, it was not a small blow to them. Who doesn't know how to talk? If you have the ability, then break our combination array. Only then will we be convinced. That's right, all talk and no action, what's the point? Everyone suppressed the uneasiness in their hearts. Yun Zhongtian's eyes flickered. This kid can't really see through anything, right? This combination array formation has me in it, and you in it. Gathering all our strength and breaking through the Earth-ranked level, it is not easy to see through the flaws in it. Moreover, the combination array formation is constantly running. Even if it is this old man without absolute strength, it would still need time to break it. How old is this kid? How dare he say that? He must be scaring them. What a shameless guy. The arrogant Yun Zhongtian didn't think that Lin Fei had the ability to do it. If he really had the ability, he would have studied the Tao of formation for so many years, but he still couldn't compare to a young kid. I'm coming. Lin Fei didn't make a move until everyone was about to get impatient. Accompanied by a loud voice, a huge thunderbolt fell from the sky. The array formation, 5 thunderbolts. It was a top Earth-ranked defensive array formation. Everyone in the combination array formation laughed. Haha, he wants to break our array formation with just 1 thunderbolt. What a joke. I thought that kid would make a heaven-ranked array formation no matter what, but it turned out to be the same old thing. He thinks too highly of himself. We will win for sure. A thick thunderbolt fell from the sky, and a wave of pressure filled the air. No one present took this saber thunderbolt seriously. Even Qin Yuanshan revealed a trace of disappointment. What is this kid doing? Doesn't he know that it is a heaven-ranked combination array formation? No matter what, it should be a heaven-ranked array formation. Outsiders couldn't set it up, but Qin Yuanshan believed that Lin Fei had the ability to do it. A loud bang sounded. The thunderbolt fell on the heaven-ranked combination array formation. A strange scene appeared. With a loud bang, the array formation began to collapse. The aura of the heaven-ranked array formation disappeared, leaving only the ordinary Earth-ranked array formation. However, at this moment, it seemed to be infected, and one after another collapsed. A huge destructive aura swept across the 10 array masters present. Bang bang bang. Chapter 2437. Silence. The martial arts arena fell silent once again. This scene happened too fast, so fast that everyone didn't have time to react. The heaven stage combination array formation that the 10 array masters had jointly arranged was destroyed by a lightning bolt, and even they were injured. What happened just now? This was a confused person. Who knows? I just saw a thunderbolt come down, and then the formation of the lecturers was broken. They were injured. Damn, that's too powerful. Didn't they say that a heaven-level defense formation set up by a combination formation needs at least a heaven-level offensive formation to break? Since when can a top Earth-level formation break it? It's unbelievable. It's unimaginable. Today is really an eye-opener. I'm convinced. Junior Lin Fei is indeed the newcomer king of this term. He's much more powerful than Beigong Yuming and Long Batin. The 10 lecturers who were lying on the ground had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. They were at a loss and hadn't recovered from the shock. They absolutely didn't think that they would be defeated by a top-grade Earth-rank formation's 5-blow thunderstruck. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. He seems to have seen through the weakness of the combination formation. A lecturer said with great difficulty. He seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant. That's impossible. How old is he? Another lecturer vomited blood. He couldn't believe this result. We're all old. We wanted to set up a heaven-level combination formation together, but a junior defeated us. I'm convinced. Another lecturer said slowly. The others looked at Lin Fei, who was standing ramrod straight, with a trace of helplessness in their eyes. He was so young, but not only was he talented, but he had reached an extremely high level of attainment in the Tao of formations. He had completely defeated them. They realized that there would always be someone better than you. Formations were not like other things. They needed time to learn and accumulate. It was a long process. Today's defeat was a big blow to them, but at this moment, they were convinced. The other party had used a top Earth step formation to defeat them, and they were convinced of their defeat. Moreover, They guessed that when the combination formation was in operation, the other party must have caught a trace of a flaw, and this required extremely good eyesight. It was hard for everyone to not be convinced, especially for array masters like them. Eyesight was also a proof of one's strength. In a duel between array masters, it was more about accumulation, and this included eyesight. If one's eyesight was not good enough, they would not be able to see the flaws in the battle. Lin Fei was able to see through the flaws in an extremely short period of time, calmly find the flaws, and then crack them. This showed how powerful his own ability was. Student Lin Fei, we admit defeat for this match. We are convinced. Your mastery of array formations is completely above us. One of the more prestigious array formation masters crawled up and said. These words naturally came from the bottom of his heart. Without any trace of moisture. Lin Fei immediately had a good impression of them. At the very least, they were not the kind of people who could not change their ways. The array masters who were able to enter Imperial College all had their own qualities. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Fei cupped his hands. At this moment, Lin Fei had gained the acknowledgement of the array formation masters, which meant that he had integrated into their circle. Such a talented array formation master would have limitless achievements in the future. It was not impossible for him to master a formation that surpassed the heaven level in the future. The array formation master's acknowledgement of Lin Fei's strength was like a slap in the face to the other person. Yun Zhongtian's face was as black as coal. As a senior in the field of array formations, he immediately realized that the combination formation was about to be broken by someone else. He could not help but be shocked. How could he find the flaw in the combination formation in such a short period of time, and succeed in one go? The most frightening thing is that he destroyed the combination formation with one move, and the 10 lecturers lost their ability to set up the formation. Yun Zhongtian was experienced and knowledgeable, but he could not tell what Lin Fei's background was. Based on his ability just now, it was certain that Lin Fei would become a lecturer in the Department of Array Formations. Based on Lin Fei's strength, he was definitely qualified to be a lecturer. If Lin Fei could master the heaven-level formation, he would be able to catch up to him. At this moment, Yun Zhongtian was a little flustered, and his expression became uncertain. Lin Fei was too young. It was inevitable that Lin Fei would surpass him in the future. Deputy Dean Qin Yuanshan was already not easy to deal with. With his many years of experience, he was able to suppress Qin Yuanshan. If there was another Lin Fei, his position here would be greatly affected. As time went by, the situation would become very unfavorable. Elder Yun, do you still think that Lin Fei is not qualified to be a lecturer? Qin Yuanshan asked Yun Zhongtian with a smile. Lin Fei's ability to turn something rotten into something magical and defeat the combined forces of 10 lecturers in one go was unquestionable, unless Lin Fei could also break the combination formation in a short period of time. Qin Yuanshan wanted to tell Yun Zhongtian that the person he brought here was not as weak as he thought. From now on, Yun Zhongtian's influence here would gradually weaken. Yun Zhongtian regretted being so confident earlier. If he knew this would happen, he would have made a move himself and convinced Lin Fei wholeheartedly. This scene would not have happened. Defeating the combination formation of 10 lecturers is nothing. Who knows? Maybe Lin Fei has seen it somewhere before and just happened to remember how it works. Yun Zhongtian quibbled. Therefore, this is nothing. Any genius would be able to do it. Just based on this old man feels that he is still lacking if he wants to be a lecturer. Qin Yuanshan was really angry. This old man actually had the nerve to say this. Even if the circulation route of the combination formation was known, it did not mean that everyone could easily break it. The circulation route was constantly changing, and there would be 100 different changes every time. Ordinary people would not be able to catch the traces of it. Elder Yun, you are a knowledgeable person. How can you say such childish words? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? When that time comes, it will be us who will lose face. Qin Yuanshan almost said that Yun Zhongtian was blind. Yun Zhongtian was very angry. He almost blew his beard and glared at Yun Zhongtian. In the end, he endured it. What he said just now was indeed lacking in reason. Everyone might not believe it if they heard it. After all, they were all professionals and knew everything. If Lin Fei wants to become a lecturer, he has actually reached half of it. As long as he can beat me in the end, or not be defeated by me, this old man will admit that he has the qualification. Yun Zhongtian chose to be shameless. If Lin Fei wanted to become a lecturer, he had to pass through him. Even if he made a fuss, no one would say anything. I just don't know if student Lin Fei has the confidence. After all, as a lecturer, he must be strong enough to convince everyone. Chapter 2438. Yun Zhongtian would not allow Lin Fei to become a lecturer no matter what. With such a level of talent, once he became a lecturer, he would become Yun Zhongtian's #1 enemy in the future. Chen Yuanshan was old and his potential was almost exhausted, so he was not much of a threat. However, Lin Fei was different. Lin Fei's potential was limitless. After he stabilized his position, Yun Zhongtian's influence would become weaker and weaker, and his situation would be very bad. Because of this, Yun Zhongtian wanted to stop him. In Yun Zhongtian's view, Lin Fei was a sharp knife in Chen Yuanshan's hand. Even if others said that he was shameless, he had to stop him. As long as the other party dared to agree, Yun Zhongtian would definitely teach him a good lesson. After that, no one would be able to say anything. If not for the fact that His Majesty recognized him as a junior brother, he would have the opportunity to cripple him. A crippled genius was equivalent to losing his value. Who would care about such a genius? Chen Yuanshan did not expect Yun Zhongtian to be so shameless. He actually had the nerve to make a move himself and even came up with a reason. He said angrily, "Elder Yun, this is against the rules." Chen Yuanshan emphasized the last few words. When the surrounding people heard this, they knew that Dean Chen was very angry, but he was trying his best to suppress it. At the same time, they were shocked. Who would have thought that the newcomer king, Lin Fei, would be worth Chen Yuanshan's attention? This was very rare. Everyone secretly told themselves that regardless of whether Lin Fei could enter the formation department and become a lecturer, they would have to be more polite in the future to avoid offending Lin Fei. After all, their leader was Dean Chen. Yun Zhongtian said, "How is this against the rules? Don't forget, this elder is thinking for the sake of our formation department. Do you want to hire someone with ordinary skills? That is simply a waste of resources and will affect their growth." "You." Chen Yuanshan's eyes flashed coldly. "You are messing around. Student Lin Fei has passed the assessment, so he will be our lecturer. What does everyone think?" Chen Yuanshan decided to ignore Yun Zhongtian and directly let Lin Fei become a lecturer. Even if this matter was brought to the old dean, he would still have an advantage. "Dean Chen, you don't have to be like this," Lin Fei said calmly. "Isn't it just sparring with him? What's wrong with that? However, the prerequisite is that he has to honor the bet on the black crystal card first." At the mention of the black crystal card, Yun Zhongtian's expression turned ugly. That was an astronomical figure. Yun Zhongtian really didn't want to talk about this. "I don't think Elder Yun will be lazy. After all, you're an elder of Imperial College. You're rich and overbearing. You won't care about these black crystal cards." Lin Fei goaded him again. In front of so many people, Yun Zhongtian really wanted to say, "Go to hell, dozens of black crystal cards, do you think they are cabbages?" If he really roared out, then he would lose all his face for the rest of his life. From then on, he would become a joke. Chen Yuanshan would definitely not miss this opportunity. He would definitely add fuel to the fire. No matter what, the unlucky one in the end would definitely be him. Student Lin Fei must be joking. I will definitely honor my promise. I can still afford dozens of black crystal cards. Yun Zhongtian looked as if his parents had died. Some of the lecturers who secretly disliked Yun Zhongtian were laughing in their hearts when they saw this scene. They hadn't seen Elder Yun's deflated expression for a long time. Furthermore, he had been defeated by a junior. Yun Zhongtian endured the pain and took out the black crystal cards. More than half of his wealth was gone. Needless to say, he was extremely displeased. He wanted nothing more than to destroy the other party with one palm and snatch the black crystal cards back. Was it easy to accumulate black crystal cards? Elder Yun is really straightforward. No wonder you're a big tycoon. You're really rich. Lin Fei put away the black crystal cards and once again poured salt on Yun Zhongtian's wounds, provoking him again. Chen Yuanshan also raised his eyebrows and let out a breath of relief. His entire body and mind felt at ease. This brat is really bad. He clearly knows that old Devil Yun's heart is hurting to death, but he still poured salt on his wounds. Inviting Lin Fei to be a lecturer was really the right move. Yun Zhongtian's cold gaze shot towards Lin Fei. The surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped. Student Lin Fei, this old man has promised to exchange for the cards. Does that mean that we're going to exchange pointers? Lin Fei was in a very good mood. Elder Yun, there's no problem with the pointers you mentioned. I really like all kinds of pointers. However, there's a prerequisite. I like to add some stakes when I exchange pointers. Only then will it be exciting enough. Elder Yun, what do you think? Yun Zhongtian was pondering how to get the black crystal cards back from Lin Fei's hands. He didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to come to him. He didn't believe that he would lose. Even if Chen Yuanshan made a move, he might not be his opponent. This old man also thinks that adding some stakes would be more interesting. Yun Zhongtian revealed a trace of a smile. I just don't know what kind of stakes student Lin Fei wants to add. Chen Yuanshan secretly cursed. What's wrong with this kid? He's already won twice. Why is he betting again? That's the array department, the one with the strongest mastery of arrays. Even Chen Yuanshan himself doesn't have the confidence to defeat the other party. Although he has confidence in Lin Fei, in his heart, he doesn't have much confidence. Who is Yun Zhongtian? He's a famous figure in the empire. He's a member of the empire's aristocracy. Back in the war against the outside world, he was the one who arranged the arrays and made illustrious achievements. I don't really like other things. The only thing I'm interested in is the black crystal cards. Lin Fei didn't care about Chen Yuanshan's gaze. How about this? I still have some wealth. If we pool it together, I can still take out 100 black crystal cards. I don't know if Elder Yun can do it. Everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. 100 black crystal cards is such a huge amount of wealth. They might not even be able to earn that much in their lifetime. Now, a junior can take out 100. Even if some of them are sponsored by Elder Yun, it's still something they can't have. Besides being shocked, they all thought that Lin Fei has gone crazy. Elder Yun is the #1 array master. He's widely recognized as an expert in the Capital Institute. He's also one of the top 10 array masters in the entire empire. Lin Fei dared to propose a bet of 100 black crystal cards. It's completely crazy. To be able to defeat Lin Sen and the 10 lecturers, he's indeed very capable. However, if he wants to defeat Elder Yun, he still has a long way to go. In their opinion, his chances of winning are less than 10%. After all, Elder Yun can easily arrange a heaven-level array. Moreover, it's a heaven-level and heaven-level array. Yun Zhongtian's heart was filled with joy. He can still take out 100 black crystal cards. However, it's also the last of his assets. He might even have to sell off a portion of the treasures. At the thought that as long as he wins against Lin Fei, not only will he be able to make up for his previous losses, but he'll also be able to make a small profit. This can be considered a very good thing. As for whether Lin Fei is hiding his strength, Yun Zhongtian doesn't care at all. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? He's publicly recognized as an expert in arrays. Taking care of Lin Fei will be a piece of cake. Chapter 2439. Yun Zhongtian wouldn't give Lin Fei a chance to back out. He had to reap some benefits from Lin Fei. Chen Yuanshan couldn't stop him, so he glared at Lin Fei. Since old Yun had spoken, no one would stop him. Lin Fei didn't have a high chance of winning this round. However, he didn't notice that Lin Fei was always exuding absolute confidence. It was the kind of absolute confidence that wouldn't be affected by external factors. If Chen Yuanshan had seen it, he probably wouldn't have thought so. Yun Zhongtian was used to being arrogant. Plus, he had lost the previous 2 rounds. Hearing that he could make a comeback, he was thinking about how to humiliate Lin Fei. It would be best if he could leave a shadow in his heart. Only then would he feel happy. Lin Fei smiled happily. Then let Director Chen and everyone else be the notary. Chen Yuanshan was the only one present who could be the notary, so Yun Zhongtian didn't have any objections. He couldn't take out 100 black crystal cards at the moment, but he had put the items as collateral, so the total value was exactly 100 black crystal cards. 200 black crystal cards was a big bet. Fortunately, there were no outsiders in the martial arts arena other than those from the formation department. If word of this got out, it would definitely cause an uproar. In the entire Capital Institute, apart from a few influential figures, no one else would be able to fork out such a large sum of money for a bet. After getting Qin Yuanshan's notary, Lin Fei didn't rush to start. Is there anything else? Yun Zhongtian rarely felt this impatient. He remembered that he had this kind of feeling when he was young, but he had suppressed it later. Today was the first time he had felt this long-lost feeling. I think there's one more thing I forgot to do. I think Elder Yun won't care about this little bit of time. Lin Fei smiled. Of course. Yun Zhongtian wasn't worried that Lin Fei would run away. Once he did, he would be the winner and a large sum of money would be his. In fact, he couldn't wait for Lin Fei to run away. Lin Fei turned to the others and said, "It's better for everyone to be happy than for one person. I've decided to open a bet, and I'll pay whatever I bet. I wonder if anyone is interested." Qin Yuanshan was furious. Is this kid crazy? Despite knowing that Yun Zhongtian was bound to win, he still dared to open a bet. If this wasn't madness, what else could it be? Everyone in the martial arts practice field was shocked, but they quickly recovered. Everyone's eyes lit up. Student Lin Fei, do you really dare to bet as much as you want? A lecturer was tempted. Lin Fei nodded. That's for sure. If we're going to play, let's play it big. I'll pay you back as much as you dare to bet. Don't worry, I can't afford it. Everyone believed in Lin Fei's words. If Lin Fei did not pay his debts, he would not be able to stay in Imperial College anymore. There was no doubt that he had the ability to do so. Lin Fei, you talk big. I bet on Elder Yun. 500 million energy wall stones. The first to step out was Lin Senator. His face was pale and ferocious as he stared at Lin Fei. Do you dare to take it? Since he had lost in the Battle of Matrixes, Lin Sen had to fight back no matter what. At the very least, he had to take a bite out of Lin Fei. 500 million energy wall stones was all he had. He had to fight to the end. It's just 500 million energy wall stones. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Fei agreed without hesitation. At Lin Sen's words, everyone in the martial arts practice field began to move. Only a fool would not bet on this kind of free money. You had a few 100 million energy wall stones, and I had a few 100 million wall stones to bet on Elder Yun's victory. In a short time, there were about 10 black crystal cards worth of energy wall stones, and all of them were betting on Yun Zhongtian's victory. Yun Zhongtian nodded to himself. This kid is ruthless enough to throw caution to the wind. It seems that he has some trump cards up his sleeve. Giving up everything and unleashing his full strength isn't a bad idea. Unfortunately, you're using it in the wrong place. You shouldn't be on Qin Yuanshan's side. Lin Fei placed all the energy wall stones on Qin Yuanshan's side. Who else wants to bet? Hurry up. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. A dozen black crystal cards were more or less a sum of money, but Lin Fei still wasn't satisfied. There weren't many opportunities to make a fortune like this. If he could, he would. Everyone here was smart, and they wouldn't be fooled next time. Elder Yun, why didn't you inform me of such a good thing? You're too unkind. In the sky above the martial arts practice field, there was a burst of laughter. Then, a person appeared. Dean Li is here. Why is he here? It turned out that the person in the sky was Vice Dean Li Fengjing, who was also Yun Zhongtian's good friend of many years. Brother Mingjing, what wind blew you here? A trace of cunning flashed in Yun Zhongtian's eyes. Li Fengjing smiled. I was just passing by, so I came to see you. I got to see a good show. Youngsters these days are really amazing. We're all getting old. When Qin Yuanshan, who was not far away, heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't believe that Li Fengjing was just passing by. Maybe he came specially. Who didn't know that the two of them were good friends? Their relationship was very close. Lin Fei's expression didn't change much, but a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Dean Li, you're also here to bet? Then you better be quick. Li Fengjing didn't like Lin Fei. He had it from the beginning. When he knew that the other party had opened a bet, He came immediately. He wanted to take the opportunity to give Lin Fei a good blow. Student Lin Fei, you're quite confident in yourself. Aren't you afraid of losing? Li Fengzheng said with a serious face. Who knows who will win or lose? Lin Fei said. Li Fengzheng wanted to see some clues from the other party, but he couldn't see anything. This made him very uncomfortable. He was the dean, but he didn't show any respect. Well said. Since it's like this, then I'll reluctantly bet 10 black crystal cards on Brother Yun's small victory. Li Fengzheng changed the topic. Student Lin Fei, you don't have any objections, right? Chen Yuanshan secretly cursed Li Fengzheng for being shameless. He actually dared to bet. Was he trying to eat Lin Fei? At this juncture, Chen Yuanshan couldn't stop it anymore. Even he couldn't see through Lin Fei's thoughts and what he wanted to do. No objections. I don't have any objections to anyone who sends money. Lin Fei laughed loudly with an arrogant face. Then I'll also bet 20 black crystal cards. I want to join in the fun. At this time, another person appeared in the sky above the martial arts practice field. It was Vice Dean Fang Mingwen. Everyone was shocked again. Anyone could see that the two vice deans seemed to have objections to Lin Fei. This time, 20 black crystal cards. This was asking for Lin Fei's life. No problem. Lin Fei agreed without even looking. Who else wants to bet? I'll bet 500 black crystal cards. If you lose, you'll work for this prince for 1,000 years. Do you dare? A rumbling sound was heard. Chapter 2440. Do you dare? The sudden voice brought with it a domineering aura, causing everyone to tremble. That's His Royal Highness. Why is the fifth prince's projection here? This is going to be interesting. Seeing the descending projection, the lecturers and the prodigies all looked on in awe. The fifth prince was a martial arts fanatic and controlled a secret army. He had a high status among the princes and was doted on by His Majesty. He was known as the future pillar of the empire. Because Emperor Yuan Zheng had not clearly appointed a crown prince, many of the princes were eager to fight for the position. The fifth prince was one of the more likely ones. At the same time, he had the support of many generals in the empire. There were many generals in the capital institute. If one wanted to sit in that position, he had to have the support of the generals. Now that the fifth prince had sent a projection, even if it was not very powerful, it still represented the royal family and the fifth prince. The fifth prince's gaze was aggressive, as if he wanted Lin Fei to make a decision immediately. No one had expected the fifth prince to appear at this time and threaten Lin Fei, not giving Lin Fei any chance to regret his decision. 500 black crystal cards had indeed shocked everyone. If it was anyone else, they would consider it. After all, that was 500 black crystal cards. If one wasn't a top-notch figure, it would be impossible to obtain 500 black crystal cards in 1,000 years. Many prodigies were tempted by such benefits. 500 black crystal cards in 1,000 years. It was a good deal. For a moment, everyone wished that they could go up and take Lin Fei's place. What right did this fellow have to gain the fifth prince's favor? If the fifth prince became the emperor, the people around him would all be his subjects. Their future status would be unimaginable. Your Royal Highness, if I don't agree, won't you be disappointed? Lin Fei smiled. I agree to your 500 black crystal cards. Life is all about fighting. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for giving me this chance. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. What a joke. From the moment the fifth prince was about to appear, the system had alerted him. Now that he had enough energy, all sorts of alerts had been activated. This was the capital of the empire. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate it. He was on guard at all times. Against Lin Fei, the system's little demon would immediately alert him. This also made Lin Fei less worried. The newcomer king is indeed the newcomer king. I like people like you. You're so straightforward. I didn't come in vain. This is a rare opportunity. The fifth prince laughed. Even though Lin Fei's actions displeased the fifth prince, after seeing Lin Fei's new talent, the fifth prince wanted him even more. He could not let his brothers and sisters snatch him away. To the two of them, Lin Fei was too full of himself. After defeating 10 lecturers, he made the other party forget who he was. He even dared to challenge Elder Yun. He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The fifth prince didn't show much emotion, but a hint of pride flashed across his eyes. It could be seen that the fifth prince was in a good mood. After all, there was only one chance like this. Ever since he suffered a small loss, the fifth prince couldn't forget about Lin Fei. Fortunately, the spy he had arranged sent back news. The fifth prince saw the opportunity and directly sent his projection down. This time, by taking Lin Fei under his net, the fifth prince had an extra sharp knife. As long as he had enough resources, he would be able to grow quickly. It's starting. Everyone stared at Lin Fei. Elder Yun, I'm making my move. Lin Fei looked at Elder Yun and grabbed the air with his left hand. Runes appeared and formed a long saber, emitting a dangerous aura. One saber slash. This was the offensive formation that Lin Sun had used before. With a boom, the long saber slashed through the air, leaving behind a huge saber mark. The void kept collapsing, and astral winds kept howling, causing the scalp of those who saw it to go numb. Heavens, this is a Heaven Class 1 saber slash. A lecturer exclaimed. Chapter 2441. As the number of arrays increased, their power would naturally increase, but the difficulty of using them would also increase. As soon as the Heaven Class 1 slash array was displayed, everyone in the martial arts field exclaimed. From an Earth Class array to a Heaven Class array, there was only a small increase, but its power was unimaginably strong. Too strong. It should be at the initial Heaven Class. How could it be the initial Heaven Class? It should at least be the intermediate Heaven Class. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to block this slash. Lin Fei is really amazing. He can set up an array so quickly. His understanding of arrays has already reached an extremely high level. This is nothing. Heaven Class arrays are amazing, but don't forget, Yun Zhongtian is also an array grandmaster. He can set up a Heaven Class array with ease. The moment Lin Fei made his move, everyone was stunned. This moment of amazement made the faces of the two vice headmasters turn ugly. This was completely beyond what a newcomer should have. You're just a genius. Do you have to be so strong? The Heaven Class 1 slash fell cleanly and cleanly. Yun Zhongtian was already prepared, but he still underestimated Lin Fei's strength. He actually used a Heaven Class 1 slash, and it was even a Heaven Class mid-class offensive array. Just this move alone was already very impressive. You want to defeat this old man? You're far from it. Yun Zhongtian had his own pride, especially after seeing Lin Fei's ability. He swore that he would completely defeat him and give him a nightmare that he would never forget. Reflect. Yun Zhongtian pulled at the void with both hands, and an array appeared in front of him like a shield. The aura was not very strong, and when the Heaven Class 1 slash landed on the shield, the huge power did not tear it apart. Instead, it changed its direction and turned into a long spear that went straight for the yellow dragon. When the array, reflect, appeared, many people's eyes lit up. Elder Yun is indeed Elder Yun. He used reflect. Rumor has it that this special array, when it reaches the highest level, can reflect 100% of the power. It's a very terrifying array. Lin Fei is going to be dumbfounded. He's facing his own attack. Chen Yuanshan's heart was in his throat. Old Yun is really cunning. He has learned the reflect formation without anyone noticing. Maybe he has mastered the other special formations as well. Lin Fei is in trouble. Special formations were beyond the scope of ordinary formations. They were suitable for both offense and defense, and had many uses. However, they were extremely difficult to deal with, and at the same time, they were extremely difficult to cultivate. Chen Yuanshan was secretly afraid of the array formation's rebound. Interesting. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. He once again executed the heaven-ranked saber chop. It came from the side and shattered the spear. The spear shattered into pieces, its power dissipating. Lin Fei's casual movements made everyone take him seriously. This young Lin Fei seemed to be much stronger than they had imagined. His attainments in formations far surpassed theirs. To be able to block my spear, you're pretty good. Taking a step forward, Yun Zhongtian flicked his left and right hands, and a domineering wind blade formation assaulted Zhang Xian. Complementing the wind blade formation, the wind blade formation seemed to have inherited the characteristics of the wind blade formation, making it unpredictable. In everyone's eyes, setting up a formation required time. However, with Yun Zhongtian's eyesight, formations were that simple. This is just the beginning. Every step Yun Zhongtian took was followed by a powerful formation. Suppress. A mountain-like formation quietly appeared above Lin Fei. It wasn't a tall mountain, but it was taller than a mountain. A majestic aura descended from the sky, heavily pressing on top of Lin Fei. God-slaying finger. A high-grade heaven-ranked formation pierced towards Lin Fei. After 3 steps, Yun Zhongtian had the upper hand. He had an absolute advantage. It had to be said that Yun Zhongtian was very good at grasping opportunities. From the moment he executed the reflect formation, he didn't give Lin Fei any chance to make a move. Heaven-ranked formations followed one after another, using the method of attacking fiercely. Not bad. Under this old man's formation attack, you can still hold on. You can be considered one of the best. Yun Zhongtian took another step. After several heaven-ranked formations, he still couldn't defeat Lin Fei. He felt very uncomfortable. Bind. Another heaven-ranked formation. The function of this formation was very simple. It was to bind everything. It was no different from imprisonment. At Yun Zhongtian's age, he could easily set up any formation. The simpler the formation, the more effective it was. To be able to become a formation grandmaster, he had his own unique points. Once the bind formation was activated, space seemed to be sucked out. In the middle of the battlefield, Lin Fei, who was surrounded by formations, looked like an arrow at the end of its flight. Many people couldn't help but start shaking their heads. It seemed like Lin Fei would be defeated soon. The 5th prince's projection also revealed a smile. Yun Zhongtian is not bad. He gave this emperor a chance to take down Lin Fei. With this trump card in hand, in the future, with the 5th prince's experience, under the attack of several heaven-ranked formations, Lin Fei was destined to lose. There was no chance of victory at all. After losing the initiative, the consequences could be imagined. In a duel between formation masters, it wasn't difficult to win. Whoever had the upper hand would win. Lin Fei was now trapped by the array formation and was overwhelmed. Not to mention the Mount Tai crushing array formation above him, just the bind array formation alone was enough to make him lose control of his body, not to mention the wind blade array formation and the god-vanquishing finger array formation that kept attacking him. Lin Fei, if you admit defeat now, this old man will remove the formation, lest you suffer later. Yun Zhongtian stood with his hands behind his back, feeling proud of himself. Lin Fei, who was in the formation, was quite disappointed with Yun Zhongtian. He wasn't as strong as he had imagined. The attack of the formation was not bad, but it didn't make people's eyes light up. Admit defeat? No. Lin Fei shook his head and said the word, no, 3 times in a row. Elder Yun, you really disappoint me. You think you can defeat me with just these heaven-ranked formations? Dream on. Since you can't defeat me, it's my turn now. Yun Zhongtian's pupils shrank slightly. In this situation, he can still set up a formation? That's impossible. Although setting up a formation looked simple, it was actually quite complicated, especially at this moment. Yun Zhongtian didn't believe that Lin Fei had a chance to turn the tables. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he decided to suppress Lin Fei. 4 Saint Beasts, trample the world. Yun Zhongtian unleashed his trump card, not giving Lin Fei any chance to retaliate. In the west, a Saint Beast, the White Tiger, roared, the king of all beasts. In the north, the Black Tortoise, as still as a mountain. In the east, the Azure Dragon soared into the sky, riding on the clouds, its might shaking the world. In the south, the Vermilion Bird blazed like fire. As soon as the 4 Saint Beasts appeared, they charged towards Lin Fei. When the 4 Saint Beasts gathered together, it was extremely terrifying. This formation was actually a peak heaven-ranked formation. Yun Zhongtian wanted to avoid any accidents from happening. He wanted to defeat Lin Fei as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. You're going to lose. Once the Four Saint Beasts formation is out, no one can withstand it. Yun Zhongtian was overjoyed. Shameless, too shameless. To think that he used a heaven-ranked formation. Chen Yuanshan's heart sank as he scolded Yun Zhongtian for being shameless. How could he use a heaven-ranked formation to deal with Lin Fei? This was no longer an ordinary spar. Chapter 2442. The Four Sacred Beasts. This is awesome. I've finally witnessed the power of a top-notch heaven-level formation. Just the aura of the Four Sacred Beasts is enough to make one shudder in fear. This time, Lin Fei is really done for. He's definitely going to be severely injured. The combined attack of the Four Sacred Beasts is also terrifying. In the sky, the Four Sacred Beasts charged over domineeringly. Everyone could almost see Lin Fei's fate. The peak-grade heaven array formation wasn't just for show. It was proven by countless lives. Even though the figures of the four great saint beasts in the sky were a little blurry, as if they were just illusions, no one could doubt the strength of the four great saint beasts. To be able to summon the images of the four sacred beasts was already very powerful. In the entire Capital Institute, or even the entire empire, there were only a handful of people who could set up a top-notch heaven-level formation. Yun Zhongtian was one of them. Fortunately, the training ground had activated a formation to prevent the aura from leaking. Otherwise, the entire Capital Institute would have been alarmed. Even so, the 7th and 8th transitions of the Capital Institute could still sense the terrifying aura coming from the formations department. Next, many experts appeared in the sky above the formations department. When they saw this shocking scene, they looked down at Lin Fei, who was trapped by the formation, and immediately understood what was going on. These experts widened their eyes in shock, wondering if they had seen wrongly. Why was the newcomer king, Lin Fei, going up against the formation's grandmaster, Yun Zhongtian? It seemed that the situation was not looking good. Elder Yun, what is he doing? A top-notch heaven-level formation. Is he going to severely injure the newcomer king? Hurry up and stop him. Many of the higher-ups of the institute saw this. The first thing they did was to stop the attack of the four sacred beasts. Lin Fei was of noble status and was also the future pride of the Capital Institute. They could not allow him to be injured now. If there were any negative consequences, it would be a loss to the institute and the empire. The old dean is here too. They wanted to stop Yun Zhongtian, but they were quickly blocked by the formation of the formations department. They could only watch helplessly as the four sacred beasts attacked together. Even though they weren't facing the four great holy beasts formation, they still felt as if they were within it, feeling as if they were experiencing it themselves. A hint of fear appeared on their faces. Formation masters had a resounding reputation. They didn't cultivate anything else but formations. There were countless people who weren't convinced. Formation masters were also a headache. As long as they lost the initiative, they would be limited everywhere. The situation on the field couldn't be clearer. Lin Fei must have lost the initiative and ended up like this. Dean quickly stopped them. Putting aside Lin Fei's talent, just the fact that Lin Fei was the junior brother of Great Emperor Yuan Zheng meant that they couldn't let anything happen to him. Old Dean's face was calm. You guys? Everyone else is anxious. What are you guys worrying about? Everyone, just watch carefully. Not in a hurry? Everyone was dumbfounded. After calming down, these experts then noticed the change in Lin Fei's expression. From the beginning to the end, there wasn't a trace of nervousness or fear on his face. He was calm, as if he didn't exist. This shocked them. For the first time, they actually misjudged Lin Fei and didn't notice the change in his body. Old Dean, can that brat Lin Fei block it? A smart higher-up asked. Old Dean smiled but didn't say anything. This made everyone's curiosity piqued. They really couldn't think of how Lin Fei could break the joint attack of the four great holy beasts. Even they didn't dare to underestimate him. After all, the four great holy beasts were famous for their strength. Even if the four great holy beasts in front of them hadn't truly materialized, they still had unparalleled power. Lin Fei, it's not too late for you to surrender now. Once the four great holy beasts arrive, you won't have a chance anymore. Yun Zhongtian wanted Lin Fei to beg for mercy. The four great holy beasts array formation really lives up to its name. Unfortunately, your four great holy beasts are just a phantom. It's good to scare people, but I think it's still far from enough to deal with me. Lin Fei's eyes were calm. Since Elder Yun has used a big move, if I don't, I'll look too useless. Today, I'll try out my new array. Pang! Lin Fei lifted one of his feet and stomped heavily. A light beam shot out from Lin Fei's position. The mountain above his head was pierced by the light beam, and the remaining part also vanished. This beam of light was too strange. No one noticed that Lin Fei had used the energy in his body. That was clearly an array attack. Its power was very terrifying. A light beam broke a heaven-grade auxiliary array formation. What's going on? The surrounding heaven and earth energy is out of control. The energy in my body is also stirring, as if it's going to leave my body. Oh my God, what the hell is going on? Everyone in the martial arts field could feel the fluctuations of heaven and earth energy. All the heaven and earth energy in the martial arts field had gone out of control. Even if they tried to absorb it, the heaven and earth energy would not move, as if it wasn't them. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of array is this? It can actually affect the heaven and earth energy. Yun Zhongtian also felt a little uneasy. The heaven and earth energy in the surroundings had indeed changed. It seemed to have become extremely lively, and more importantly, it was flowing uncontrollably around him. Go! Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pointed at the black tortoise. A thick light beam with a destructive aura pierced through the black tortoise's body, causing it to explode on the spot. Bang! 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 As Lin Fei attacked 3 times in a row, all the heaven and earth energy surged into Lin Fei's position, and a huge vortex appeared. The moment the vortex formed, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This is too scary. The heaven and earth energy actually turned into a vortex and materialized. What kind of array is this? 3 light beams shot out and hit the other 3 saint beasts. The saint beasts that were just blurry shadows were all blown into pieces by the light beams. The dangerous joint attack of the saint beasts instantly lost its threat. Elder Yun, it's your turn. Lin Fei pointed at Yun Zhongtian, and another light beam shot out. Under his deliberate control, it turned into a thick finger, and it directly materialized as if it was real. I'll call this array, God-slaying finger. Yun Zhongtian had completely gone crazy. He had yet to recover from the destruction of the 4 saint beasts. Impossible. The 4 saint beasts are a top-notch heaven rank array formation. How can a junior like you break it? Yun Zhongtian's pupils shrank. Powerful heaven rank array formations were set up one after another, but they were all destroyed by the God-slaying finger. None of the array formations could withstand it. Boom! The God-slaying finger landed heavily on Yun Zhongtian's chest, and it pierced through his chest. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he fell to the ground. Yun Zhongtian fell to the ground, and he was on the verge of death. The array formation around Lin Fei had disappeared, and his face was extremely pale. He was on the verge of collapsing, and he looked like he was going to collapse at any moment. Don't worry, I've won this round. Chapter 2443. They were shocked and dumbfounded. Everyone in the martial arts practice field had the same expression at this moment. Yun Zhongtian, the formation grandmaster, had lost, and he had lost because of his special formation. The last attack, the God-killing finger, had been researched by Yun Zhongtian himself. This result left countless people dumbfounded. That lad actually won. It's over, it's over. My energy wall stone. I've become a pauper now. How can he win? Everyone in the martial arts practice field had suffered a huge blow at this moment. Lin Fei's voice was very ear-piercing at this moment. The 2 deputy deans, Li Fangzheng and Fang Mingwen, had stiff smiles on their faces. When they thought of the heavy bet they had placed on Yun Zhongtian, they wanted to cry but had no tears. How could he win? 1 black crystal card was still acceptable, but they had more than one. Their hearts were bleeding. The 2 of them couldn't accept this result. The last attack from the formation had left an indelible mark in their hearts. It was too terrifying, and they hated Lin Fei to the core. They had really failed miserably in an easy task. Looking at the smile on Lin Fei's face, they felt as if he was mocking them. After exchanging glances, they turned and left, disappearing in front of everyone. Should they continue to stay? They still didn't know how to face Lin Fei's gaze. If they stayed for a while longer, they might even lose control of themselves and want to kill Lin Fei. That guy was too despicable. He actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger and mastered such a terrifying formation. After the two deputy deans left, the fifth prince also said coldly, "You're good. I'll remember this." The fifth prince was also distressed by this loss. It wasn't just 10 or 50 black crystal cards, but more than 100. Even if the fifth prince was rich and overbearing, it was impossible for him not to feel the pain. He could only go back and lick his wounds silently. However, he couldn't do anything to threaten Lin Fei. Who knew if his father, the emperor, was watching? If he touched his bottom line, he would definitely suffer. What kind of formation is that? Yun Zhongtian was helped to his feet. He took a few healing pills and his face finally regained some color as he stared at Lin Fei. "Do I know you that well?" Lin Fei came to Chen Yuanshan's side and put away the black crystal cards. Yun Zhongtian's complexion wasn't very good to begin with. Now that he was infuriated, he coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood. His body rapidly withered. He had never imagined that one day he would be defeated by a junior. Furthermore, he had been defeated by his own technique. That was the most humiliating thing of all. You can't take away the formation flags and treasures. Seeing that Lin Fei was about to put away the array flags and array treasures, Yun Zhongtian couldn't sit still. Previously, he was certain that Lin Fei would win, so he took it out as collateral. Once he lost it, his strength would be greatly affected. "You're a great grandmaster, do you want to be lazy?" Lin Fei's lips curled up. "You've lost, but you don't dare to admit it?" I can't take it. Yun Zhongtian clenched his teeth. Chen Yuanshan recovered from the shock of death. His face couldn't help but show a trace of anger. "Elder Yun, what do you mean by this? Do you think that I, the notary, don't exist?" Yun Zhongtian's eyes flickered. He realized that he was really powerless to reverse the situation. Chen Yuanshan was the notary. Everyone knew that if he wanted to take back the items, he would have to go through Chen Yuanshan. If he was at his peak, there was nothing to fear. He could just start fighting. But now that he was seriously injured, he didn't even have 20 to 30% of his strength left. "Chen Yuanshan, you win." Yun Zhongtian coldly snorted. Lin Fei added, "Elder Yun, remember to quickly gather the black crystal cards. I'll give you 3 days. Once the time is up, I'll exchange them for the black crystal cards. Don't say that I didn't remind you." Yun Zhongtian pointed at Lin Fei. You. Chen Yuanshan directly interrupted Yun Zhongtian's words. "The competition is over. I'll officially announce that from today onwards, there will be one more lecturer in our array department. That is Lin Fei. I believe that everyone has a good understanding of Lin Fei's strength. Now, let us welcome Lin Fei to our array department." Although he didn't directly defeat Yun Zhongtian, Chen Yuanshan felt as if he had eaten honey. His previous resentment had been vented. That feeling was refreshing. It was as if his entire person had ascended to a higher level. At this moment, no one doubted Lin Fei anymore. They looked at Lin Fei with eyes full of respect and a trace of fear. Everyone knew. The array department had undergone a huge change. In the past, the veteran Yun Zhongtian had been defeated by a junior. Everyone had seen how powerful Lin Fei was. This was especially so for the formation that he used to control the energy of the world. It had surpassed everyone's imagination and was extremely powerful. If they could learn even a tiny bit of it, they would definitely benefit immensely. Congratulations to Lecturer Lin for becoming one of us. Well done, Dean Chen. Finally, you invited an expert. The students of the array department are blessed. Lecturer Lin, your move just now was amazing. When you have time, please give us some pointers. Lecturer Lin, the situation was one-sided. An old Yun Zhongtian and a rising star, Lin Fei. Moreover, Lin Fei had displayed a strong ability. No matter from which aspect, Lin Fei had defeated Yun Zhongtian. In the future, the array department would definitely be under Lin Fei's control. Those lecturers who had been fawning on Yun Zhongtian immediately ran to fawn on Lin Fei. Those who were originally neutral also leaned towards Lin Fei. Except for a few die-hard followers, the rest of the lecturers had turned to Lin Fei. Seeing this scene, Yun Zhongtian was so angry that he fainted. This was obviously pouring oil on the fire and rubbing salt on the wound. Lin Fei had completely ignored Yun Zhongtian, a senior. Chen Yuanshan reacted quickly. After Yun Zhongtian, the eyesore, left, he announced that he would hold a banquet for Lin Fei and set up a few tables in the capital city. All the lecturers unanimously agreed. This guy really knows how to stir up trouble. Seeing this, the old dean smiled knowingly. The Capital Institute is indeed in need of fresh blood. After a laugh, the old dean swaggered off. Although the people of the array department did not announce it, the news still spread. For a moment, Lin Fei was in the limelight. It was incredible that he could defeat Yun Zhongtian, a great master of array. Yun Zhongtian was a senior who had been famous for a long time. It was no less than setting off a wave. It meant that Lin Fei had shown everyone his terrifying side, which made many people gasp. They felt that Lin Fei was more worthy of being called a monster. The upper echelons of the imperial capital once again took notice of Lin Fei. His talent was top-notch, and it was already enough to cause people to be envious. Now, he also had an extremely high attainment in formations. It was unknown how many factions were envious of him. As for the geniuses of the imperial capital, they felt as if there was a dark cloud above their heads. It was as if as long as Lin Fei existed, there would always be a mountain above their heads, suppressing them day and night. They would never be able to make a comeback. Chapter 2444. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Ever since he became a lecturer in the academy, Lin Fei no longer had to worry about other things. All he had to do was pass the examinations every once in a while, and he had more free time. As for the formations department, Lin Fei did not have to go there often. He only had to go there a few times a month. The rest of the time was up to them to study and comprehend on their own. Lin Fei had never been a lecturer before, but with the help of the system, he only needed to do some research and he would immediately have a tutorial. After going there 2 or 3 times, those proud and arrogant prodigies were all convinced. Lin Fei would stand firm and throw out new array formations at the right time. All the prodigies would collectively bow down to Lin Fei and wish that they could come to Lin Fei to learn every day. Apart from this, Lin Fei also did some other things during the month. For example, he found some treasures of the demon race and completed a deal. The only thing he was unhappy about was that Qin Lan, the demon race's saintess candidate, would come to the Monarch Peak from time to time, saying that she wanted to learn from him. In Lin Fei's opinion, this was a honey trap. The waters of the demon god empire were very deep. It was fine for Lin Fei to make deals with them, but if he really went deeper, he would be done for. Therefore, he was not interested in honey traps anymore. It would be troublesome if he took it. Unfortunately, after rejecting him a few times, Qin Lan was still as straightforward as before. There were all sorts of rumors in the academy, making Lin Fei very speechless. Demons were demons after all. They were never idle at all times. Lin Fei simply activated the restrictions of the formations. Apart from those with the token, no one else could enter. Only then did Lin Fei calm down. This also caused Qin Lan to roll her eyes at him and feel resentful. In the eyes of others, it seemed like he was a heartless person who had bullied Qin Lan. This made Lin Fei clench his teeth. It's been a month. It's time to go out and take a walk. Ever since he had profited a lot from the 5th prince and the deputy headmaster, Lin Fei had become a wealthy person. There were not many people of his age who were as wealthy as him. Before Lin Fei could leave, someone came looking for him. It was Qin Lan. "Young Master Lin, you've finally come out. Don't tell me you don't like me that much?" Qin Lan looked at Lin Fei bitterly. "Can't you even let me in?" After completing the transaction, Qin Lan's position in the Fei God Empire had risen greatly. In particular, the Fei clan's treasures that she had traded back had greatly increased the strength of a Fei clan expert. According to the discussion of the Demon God Empire's upper echelon, They believed that Lin Fei still had the demon clan's treasures. They instructed Qin Lan to maintain her relationship with Lin Fei. It would be best if she could use her beauty to capture him and extract his secrets. As a result, the scene from before happened. Especially after Lin Fei revealed his powerful control over formations, Qin Lan was even more concerned about him. She would come to Emperor Peak from time to time. Today, Qin Lan was dressed in a black palace dress. Her figure was graceful and made men feel impulsive. Especially with her bitter expression, it was hard to resist. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. "Senior Sister Qin Lan, you know that I've been studying formations for the past few days. I have to maintain silence when studying formations. You have to understand." Qin Lan already knew that Lin Fei was a cunning fellow. A few of his sentences were lies. However, Qin Lan couldn't afford to offend him. What if he had a Fei clan's treasure? Moreover, her master had reminded her that if she wanted to become the saintess, she might have to start with Lin Fei. Perhaps, she would have a chance to defeat the other saintess candidates. I understand. Qin Lan's expression changed. She smiled sweetly. "Junior brother, you seem to be going out for a walk?" Lin Fei smiled. "I've been studying a new formation recently. I'm planning to auction it at the Chamber of Commerce to see the market." "You want to sell formation flags?" Qin Lan had an idea. "How should I put it? This thing of mine is slightly different from formation flags. According to my understanding, it's called a formation scroll. There's a sealing formation inside." This was what Lin Fei had come up with recently. In order to become a unique existence in the empire, Lin Fei felt that he should show off a little, so he created a formation scroll. In any case, it didn't require a lot of energy, but it could make him a unique existence among the formation masters. It wouldn't be an issue to describe him as the founder of a sect. It wasn't that there weren't any formation scrolls in the expeditionary empires, but they weren't very powerful. At the same time, they had all sorts of flaws. As time went by, people began to neglect them. Lin Fei had done some research, and he had managed to reform the formation scrolls. "You actually managed to research an array formation scroll." Qin Lan covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. "Can't I?" Qin Lan had heard of formation scrolls. There were people in the Capital Institute who had studied them. They wanted to simplify them so that they could be used as a support in future battles. However, they had never succeeded. Qin Lan was shocked when she heard that Lin Fei had succeeded in his research. If such a technology covered the entire empire, it would be a huge blow to the demon god empire. Everyone knew how powerful formations were. However, it wasn't easy to master them. Therefore, there was no doubt about the status and power of formation masters. "Young Master Lin, I wonder if I'm qualified to take a look at your formation scroll. I've been longing for formation scrolls for a long time, but I've never been able to do so." Qin Lan asked curiously. "This demon is at it again." This wasn't the first time Lin Fei had seen such an expression on Qin Lan's face. However, he had to admit that the demon race's every move was quite interesting. It was no wonder that so many human experts had been bewitched by the demon race in history. It could be seen from Qin Lan's reaction. "This is for you. See for yourself." Lin Fei took out a formation scroll. It was completely black and he tossed it to Qin Lan. Yes, he casually tossed it to Qin Lan. Lin Fei had made quite a few of these formation scrolls. "It's indeed a formation scroll." Qin Lan was very surprised. Since when did Lin Fei become so easy to negotiate with? When the scroll, which was as light as a feather, landed in her hands, she immediately felt that this scroll was extraordinary. With her powerful divine sense, she could sense the terrifying aura contained within the scroll. Just this scroll alone could cause a certain amount of damage to a first or second job transition expert. "This formation scroll of yours is an auxiliary one. After opening it, there will be a trapping formation that can trap a second job transition expert," Lin Fei explained. Although formation scrolls could only trap a first or second job transition expert and were useless against a third job transition expert, Qin Lan felt that it had a different meaning. If the grade of the formation scroll was higher, even 7th or 8th job transition experts would have to be careful. If they were not careful, they might lose everything. Go. After understanding how to use it, Qin Lan let out a soft shout and the formation scroll was opened. A flying beast happened to fly past. When the formation scroll was activated, the flying beast seemed to have crashed into a wall. After going back and forth for more than 10 times, it was still unable to get away. Qin Lan was secretly shocked as she watched. Junior Lin Fei, you're really a smart person. To think that you managed to create a formation scroll. Chapter 2445. Fan Luyu was here. As soon as the princess appeared, the atmosphere changed immediately. Fan Luyu, who was dressed in palace attire, was youthful and lovely. There was an obvious difference between her and Qin Lan, who had an exotic vibe. When the two girls met, they formed a subtle contrast. Lin Fei could feel it clearly. It doesn't seem like a good thing for a woman to be too domineering. Lin Fei mumbled. He knew how domineering Qin Lan was. This Fan Luyu, the princess of the royal family, was the same. She was not inferior to a woman. She was extremely domineering. Senior, you must be joking. It's just a small achievement. Lin Fei said casually. He was thinking of changing to another place. Be it Fan Luyu or Qin Lan, they were not easy to talk to. The princess of the royal family and the saintess candidate of the demon clan were of high status. Lin Fei did not want to be caught in the middle. It was a very boring thing. Fan Luyu had been admiring Lin Fei more and more recently. First, he had been high-profile during the assessment. Then he had defeated Yun Zhongtian, the array grandmaster, in front of everyone. He was once again in the limelight in the college. Junior Lin Fei, you really know how to joke. If the array scroll is a small matter, then what are the other matters? Fan Luyu said with a smile. If the news gets out, you'll be famous again. Fan Luyu had come on a whim today. She did not expect to hear about the array scroll and even see it with her own eyes. She had a brainwave and had an idea. Junior, aren't you going to invite us in for a seat? Yeah, we two beauties have come personally. Aren't you embarrassed to ask us to stay outside? Qin Lan said with a smile. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Senior, please come in. Since they had said so, Lin Fei could not reject them anymore. It was obvious that the two smart women had their own ideas. Otherwise, they would not have suggested to be guests at Emperor Peak. However, he could not reject them. It was not the first time the two beautiful senior sisters had come to Emperor Peak. Every time they entered Emperor Peak, they would have a different kind of feeling. I heard that junior brother was the one who set up the formation restrictions on the Emperor Peak. I wonder when you'll help me set it up? Fan Luyu said to Lin Fei with a smile. Senior, the formations and restrictions on your side are terrible. They're not even 30% as powerful as the ones on Emperor Peak. If a powerful person barges in, it'll be difficult to trap him. Sigh, here comes trouble. Lin Fei knew that Fan Luyu would not come over for no reason. Who said that? Lin Fei said solemnly, you were the one who set up the restrictions on Emperor Peak. What ability could I possibly have? Lin Fei would never admit it. Fan Luyu stopped there and did not continue speaking. The three of them strolled up and quickly sat down in a courtyard. Lin Fei went in to get some tea and left the two beautiful female seniors behind. You must be Qin Lan, one of the top 10 beauties in the college. After Lin Fei left, Fan Luyu's aura became noble. She gave off a sense of oppression. Indeed, you live up to your reputation. However, you came to look for Lin Fei on your own accord. This doesn't seem to be your style. Qin Lan was not easy to talk to. She could also tell that Fan Luyu and Lin Fei had some sort of relationship. If they had not worked together before, she might not have felt anything. However, things were different now. Qin Lan would never allow Lin Fei to fall into Fan Luyu's hands. Outsiders might not know about the princess background, but she knew something fishy. Princess Fan Luyu looked like an ordinary girl, but in reality, she had ulterior motives. Junior Lin Fei is this year's newcomer king. He has outstanding talent and will definitely be an influential person in the empire in the future. Many girls in the college would like to be his woman. Coincidentally, I have the same thoughts. Junior Lin Fei needs a woman that he can show off, and I'm quite good myself. Coincidentally, Junior Lin Fei has a good impression of me. Princess, if you're interested in Junior Lin Fei, then you're too late. Qin Lan said with a smile, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. Fan Luoyu had long heard that Qin Lan was not a simple person. She was very good at playing tricks. Many geniuses in the college had been charmed by her, and there would be fights over her from time to time. She did not expect her to be so daring as to make Lin Fei submit to her. This made Fan Luoyu very uncomfortable, especially when she had seen the array formation scroll. The importance of Lin Fei had risen to another level in her heart. Qin Lan, you're a smart person. Since I'm here, you should know the reason. Don't make me angry. If you know what's good for you, leave obediently and I can pretend that nothing has happened, Fan Luoyu said arrogantly. Qin Lan chuckled. Princess, you talk big. If you're so capable, then snatch Junior Lin Fei away. It's impossible for me to back out. Lin Fei, who was making tea, had been paying attention to the situation outside. I knew it would be like this. If I don't handle it well, a fight might break out. It was fine when I wasn't popular, but now that I've become popular, trouble comes immediately. Lin Fei said helplessly. Just as the thought emerged, there was another change in the yard. Fan Luoyu had actually raised her hand and struck at Qin Lan. It was extremely domineering, and she had attacked on the spot. Qin Lan was not easy to deal with either. She met the attack with her bare hands, and the two of them were evenly matched. I want to hit you, and you dare to retaliate? Fan Luoyu had wanted Qin Lan to back off, but she had underestimated Qin Lan's guts. This made Fan Luoyu, who had always been high and mighty, very uncomfortable. Falling Rain Palm. There were 10 beauties in the Capital Institute, and Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu had always been in the top 10. However, neither of them was willing to submit to the other. This was a well-known fact in the Capital Institute. Fan Luoyu did not want Qin Lan to get close to Lin Fei. She had wanted the other party to back off, but Qin Lan did not know her place. Fan Luoyu decided to teach Qin Lan a lesson personally. The moment Xiaochen executed the falling rain palm, each palm carried traces of rain. The entire courtyard became hazy with rain. Droplets of rain shot out explosively. There was a sharp sound of the air tearing, continuously attacking Qin Lan's vital points. I've long heard that your highness falling rain palm is superb. Just nice, let's see it for ourselves today. Qin Lan's demonic aura was sealed, but his abilities were still very strong. He took out a black dagger and disappeared into the void. In the blink of an eye, he pierced towards Fan Luoyu's glabella, his moves vicious and sharp. Pretentious. Fan Luoyu let out a soft grunt, striking out with both palms to block the incoming dagger. He retracted his dagger and changed his position, stabbing at Fan Luoyu from behind. An invisible shield opened up, blocking the stab. As expected of a first-rate class, Knight Assassin. Qin Lan majored in the Dark Knight Assassin and was most proficient in assassination. This is just the beginning. Qin Lan swung his body and his speed increased abruptly. Streaks of black afterimages appeared, shrouding Fan Luoyu within them. The sky full of daggers pierced forth, tearing a huge gap in the will. Unlimited Assassination. Knight Assassination's most terrifying move. Chapter 2446. The Dark Assassin was a first-rate profession. They specialized in assassination and had top-notch speed. Once they attacked, it was impossible to defend against them. They were one of the most difficult professions to deal with. Few people would offend the Dark Assassin. Qin Lan's profession was an assassin, which was shocking and unexpected. After all, a dainty-looking girl was in control of the assassin profession. Streaks of afterimages tore through the air, and the real and fake doppelgangers seemed to have difficulty distinguishing the real from the fake. There were only shadows around Fan Luoyu. This move was indeed terrifying. Fan Luoyu was not easy to deal with either. She was a princess and a disciple of the royal family. How weak could she be? Under the will of rain, 6 arms appeared behind Fan Luoyu, and she punched at the opponent's attack. This was not the end. Fan Luoyu took out her weapon, a black whip. She tore through the air, and an afterimage was left behind at lightning speed. A first-rate profession, the Dark Assassin, and Fan Luoyu's first-rate profession, the 6-armed Rakshasa. What an eye-opener! Lin Fei was in no hurry to stop them. Both Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu were experts. At the beginning, they were just probing attacks, but as time went on, they went all out. On one side was the Dark Assassin, who specialized in speed, and on the other side was the six-armed Rakshasa, who had an impenetrable defense. It was difficult for them to defeat each other. Soon, both of them were sweating profusely and panting. Lin Fei activated the tactical formation at the first instance, isolating their auras from leaking. This was to prevent others from finding out and causing trouble again. Seniors, the tea is here. Seeing that both of them were about to launch a large-scale attack, Lin Fei felt that it was time to stop them from messing around. It was obvious that Lin Fei's words were useless. Both Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu wanted to suppress each other. They did not listen to Lin Fei at all, and looked like they were going to go all out. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. "Stop!" Lin Fei bellowed, and an invisible hand pressed down from the sky above the courtyard. Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu's bodies came to a halt, and were immediately pressed down to the point where they could not move or breathe. Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu looked at each other hatefully and turned their heads to avoid looking at each other. However, they were both shocked. Although they knew that Lin Fei was in the limelight at the array formations department, they did not expect the array formation set up on Emperor Peak to be so powerful that it could easily suppress them to the point where they could not move. This kind of ability was very terrifying. "Lin Fei, what is the meaning of this?" Fan Luoyu was rather arrogant. She had never been suppressed by anyone before, and there was a hint of displeasure on her face. "Hurry up and remove the matrix." Lin Fei said, "I'm doing this for the sake of the two senior sisters. If the two senior sisters don't make any more moves, I'll remove the array formation and everyone can sit down and drink some tea. Isn't that great?" Qin Lan's impression of Lin Fei improved a lot. She smiled and said, "Junior brother, don't worry. We definitely won't make a move again." "What about you?" Lin Fei asked Fan Lu. Fan Luoyu was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. She glared and said, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who goes back on my word?" At this moment, Fan Luoyu was in a bad mood for using the term done. Lin Fei waved his hand and removed the matrix. "How dare you suppress me? Who gave you the guts?" The mountain-like pressure was removed, and Fan Luoyu was furious. She swung the black whip in her hand, and it attacked like a cold snake. Lin Fei had attacked because he did not want the two of them to continue arguing. Fan Luoyu's disrespect made him very uncomfortable. "You can leave now." Whoosh! An even more powerful force descended, and Fan Luoyu was surrounded by it. At the same time, she was also suppressed to the point where she could not move. A door opened in the void, and in the next second, she was outside Emperor Peak, and her hands were still moving. "I've actually been chased out." Fan Luoyu frowned slightly. She did not dare to believe the scene in front of her. She was a dignified empire's princess, and there would be a day that she would be chased out. Furthermore, it was in front of another enemy. "Lin Fei, just you wait and see." Although Fan Luoyu really wanted to go in and teach Lin Fei a lesson, she knew that it would not be a good thing if they were to really make a scene at the entrance of Emperor Peak. It might even cause a lot of rumors. You actually sent the princess out." Qin Lan looked at Lin Fei in shock. What kind of status did the princess have that she would also be sent out one day? Qin Lan really admired Lin Fei's guts. "Can't I? Could it be that you're also preparing to go out?" Lin Fei said. "Then as you wish. I'm not going out." Qin Lan was stunned subconsciously. Just when she understood, a wave of power attacked her and she was also sent out of Emperor Peak. Qin Lan was so angry that she kept stomping her feet. This be asterisk starred, how could he really do that? Qin Lan really suspected that Lin Fei did not have the heart to appreciate beauties. How could he be so shameless as to chase the two of them out? "Master, didn't you offend the two of them?" Little Fiend said to Lin Fei. In the courtyard, Lin Fei was drinking fragrant tea leisurely and contentedly, as if nothing had happened earlier. The two of them are not simple. However, this is not considered offending. Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu have been chased out, and no one can say anything. As long as they are interested in my formation scrolls, They won't be angry. Lin Fei said with a smile. What if they are secretly causing trouble? Master, you seem to have forgotten that women are all unreasonable. Sometimes, you don't need any reason to hate someone. Little Fiend also learned to use reasons to explain. Lin Fei did not mind. He had chased the two of them out on a whim. In a place like the imperial capital, I'm really not afraid of them causing trouble. Qin Lan can't wait to hide her identity. The only one who can cause trouble for me should be Fan Luoyu. At most, it would be a small fight. He had originally planned to sell the formation scrolls, but after the two senior sisters caused a scene, he immediately lost interest. After putting aside the matter of the formation scrolls, Lin Fei decided to refine some formation scrolls on Monarch Peak. The formation scrolls from the First Revolution to the Fifth Revolution covered all sorts of types. If word got out, everyone would go crazy for them. Fan Luoyu and Qin Lan had not appeared for a period of time because of the previous incident. This was out of Lin Fei's expectations. That proud and arrogant princess actually held back and did not make a move? That was quite surprising. Shaolin, you are really carefree now. Qin Yuanshan's visit could be considered to have broken Lin Fei's carefree life. Who says I am carefree? I am now a lecturer in name and in reality. I need time to prepare the content of the lecture. It's not as easy as you say. Lin Fei did not care about the change in Qin Yuanshan's expression. Ever since Lin Fei had become the school's formation master, Qin Yuanshan had taken control of the formation department. Those who were on Yun Zhongtian's side were now on his side. Now that Qin Yuanshan had given his orders, no one dared to question him. During this period of time, Qin Yuanshan had beaten a few troublemakers, and no one would question him anymore. This period of time was also Qin Yuanshan's most relaxed period. Qin Yuanshan had long seen Lin Fei's nonsense. In his heart, he had already regarded Lin Fei as a good friend despite the difference in age. Chapter 2447. The Capital City. The Expedition Chamber of Commerce was the largest chamber of commerce in the empire. Every once in a while, the Expedition Chamber of Commerce would hold a grand auction. Every time, there would be all sorts of rare treasures up for auction. There would even be 3 grand treasures up for auction, which would attract all sorts of people. It had been almost half a year since the last auction, which was much longer than the previous ones. However, everyone was used to it. The Expedition Chamber of Commerce had always been able to guarantee the quality of the items they auctioned, so there was nothing much to complain about. As usual, today's auction attracted people from all over the empire. Almost all the big shots that could not be seen on normal days were here. There were a few rare treasures up for auction this time. Lin Fei and Qin Yuanshan's appearance at the Expedition Chamber of Commerce caused quite a commotion. All sorts of people were keeping an eye on the Capital Institute. Moreover, this was the capital city, so there was nothing they didn't know. There was no need for any reminder. Someone would immediately put the news on the table. Qin Yuanshan was in charge of the array formations department. It would be difficult not to know about him. The person who played a key role was Lin Fei, this year's newcomer king. As soon as the two arrived at the Chamber of Commerce, many people came up to greet them. Most of them were here for Lin Fei. Everyone wanted to try and recruit him. Lin Fei's talent was already top-notch. Now that there was a formation grandmaster, everyone wanted to get closer to him. Even if it did not work out, they might be able to ask for help from Lin Fei in the future. It was no secret that Lin Fei had defeated Yun Zhongtian one-on-one. It was just that it was not publicized. The circle in the capital city was only so big, so it was hard not to know. This time, when Lin Fei came to the Expedition Chamber of Commerce, everyone was very enthusiastic. Qin Yuanshan looked around and was stunned. Congratulations, kid. You're now the most popular person in the capital city. Everyone wants to suck up to you. Lin Fei smiled and did not say anything. He was used to this kind of thing. It was normal to stand up to the red and step on the white. In any case, he had never thought of relying on them to get ahead. Let's go inside and introduce some old friends to you. Qin Yuanshan was proud of his success. Naturally, he did not forget who brought him here. He planned to introduce more friends to Lin Fei so that he could establish his own network in the capital. After all, Lin Fei's future was limitless. To be able to help him when he was weak and make him owe him a favor, the future benefits would be unimaginable. Old Chen, you're finally here. This must be the young and promising Lin Fei. In a private room, several middle-aged men were sitting together and chatting. As soon as Qin Yuanshan came in, before he could even be introduced, someone immediately greeted him warmly, as if he had seen the god of fortune. He's really young. At this age, I'm not as good as him. As expected of the Academy's rookie king. After Qin Yuanshan's introduction, they became even more enthusiastic. Lin Fei greeted them with a smile. At the same time, he knew that they were all grandmasters who studied formations, and each of them had a high status. There were only a few young people who could catch their eye, and Lin Fei was one of them. They all knew from Qin Yuanshan how powerful Lin Fei was, especially when it came to the arrangement of formations. He had reached an extremely profound level. Rainless and the others could easily arrange a heaven-level formation without any hesitation. Lin Fei's battle with Yun Zhongtian had brought him the limelight. If he did not have the ability to defeat Yun Zhongtian, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Old Chen, little Lin, you're going to have an eye-opener today. I heard that among the 3 treasures today, one of them is a long-distance teleportation formation. A middle-aged man with a mustache said with a smile. Qin Yuanshan was very surprised. My goodness, you even know about this. Why do you want to take it? The middle-aged man with the mustache was called Li Dao, and he was a formation master of a certain faction in the capital. He had a certain level of prestige in the capital, and his reputation was quite good. I do have that thought, but you know that a long-distance teleportation formation is priceless. I can only look at it for a while, but little Master Lin should consider it, Li Dao said. Yes, doesn't little Master Lin have a piece of land? With a long-distance teleportation formation, it'll be much more convenient. A long-distance teleportation formation is expensive, and there's no market for it. In the entire empire, apart from Tianji Hall, no one else can make it. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when you'll get it again? Little Master Lin, this is a good thing for you. You're a big tycoon. Lin Fei was now a student of the Capital Institute, but in the eyes of the Grandmasters, his status was the same as theirs. Everyone politely called Lin Fei Little Master Lin. He had the right to be called that. The rise of Qin Yuanshan, the mastery of the formation department, and the suppression of Yun Zhongtian, the person who contributed the most was Lin Fei. They all knew that Yun Zhongtian had suffered a big setback at Lin Fei's hands. He had almost lost all his fortune, and his vitality had been greatly damaged. Fortunately, they all disliked Yun Zhongtian, and Lin Fei had indirectly helped them vent their anger. Everyone naturally warmed up to Lin Fei. Moreover, his talent and potential were top-notch, and he was worth their attention. Lin Fei really didn't know that there would be a long-distance teleportation formation in today's auction. This was a good thing. Ever since he came to the capital, he had this idea. He had never heard of any teleportation formations, as they were rare and priceless in the empire. The most difficult thing was that teleportation formations involved a large number of formations. Just the quality alone surpassed the heavenly level, and it wasn't something an ordinary person could make. Every time a teleportation formation was auctioned, whether it was a short distance or long distance teleportation formation, or the rarer teleportation formation across star areas, each one was a priceless treasure, and the competition was very fierce. A teleportation formation could determine the influence of a family or force, and almost all the top forces had a teleportation formation. You think too highly of me. A teleportation formation is not cheap. With my fortune, it'll be gone after a splash. Lin Fei said with a wry smile. Moreover, the competition for a teleportation formation is not something that people like me can compete for. After thinking about it, everyone agreed with him. It was just that the first impression was the strongest. The value of a teleportation formation was indeed not something that everyone could compete for. Even the cheapest teleportation formation required hundreds of black crystal cards. This price was an astronomical figure. Although Lin Fei had taken 500 black crystal cards from the fifth prince, plus the 2 deputy deans, Yun Zhongtian and some miscellaneous things, he had collected more than 1,000 black crystal cards. After counting all of them, it was not a problem to get close to 2,000 black crystal cards, and there were still some that could not be counted. To be honest, this was actually a good fortune. However, there was still a certain gap if he wanted to buy a teleportation formation. Chapter 2448. It was a chance to make a fortune. Lin Fei pretended to be helpless, but he couldn't wait to start the auction right away. Then, he could let Little Devil copy the specific data, and it would all be money. Spend money to buy it? Lin Fei would be an idiot to do that. Oh right, other than the teleportation circle, what other treasures will be auctioned? Lin Fei asked casually, looking curious. Everyone looked at Li Dao. They all knew that Li Dao had a lot of connections, so they knew more about the final treasures. Li Dao smiled bitterly. I really don't know about this. It's not easy to hear about the teleportation circle. Qin Yuanshan said, anyway, the auction will start soon. Why don't we sit down and wait? There's no hurry. Everyone thought about it and agreed. Oh right, young Master Lin, do you have anything to auction? Many big shots from the Empire will be attending the auction today. If you have any treasures, you might be able to sell them for a high price. Another middle-aged man, Lin Qi, asked. We can still go to the auction now? Of course, we just took a few things to auction. Such a good opportunity is hard to come by. Li Dao followed. Lin Fei was quite interested in this. Alright, I'll go take a look. Lin Fei stood up and went out. After about 10 minutes, Lin Fei came back with a smile. As soon as he came back, Qin Yuanshan called out, come and try this tea. It's picked once every 500 years, less than half a caddy. No one asked what Lin Fei had auctioned. At this age, they really didn't believe that Lin Fei had anything good. They just wanted to have fun. But on the other side, it was completely different. Is it confirmed? Lin Fei's trip was no longer a small matter for the Expedition Chamber of Commerce. Instead, it was a huge matter. There was a white-haired old man leaning on a walking stick. His eyes were shining, and his breathing was rapid. He couldn't bear to part with a black scroll in his hand, and his eyes were brimming with tears of excitement. Young master, there's no way I'm mistaken. This is a genuine formation scroll. I didn't expect to see a formation scroll in another year. This person is really a heaven-defying genius. Standing not far from the old man was a young man who also seemed very excited. As the decision-maker of the Chamber of Commerce, he had seen all kinds of things, and his knowledge was not comparable to that of an ordinary person. This was the first time he had seen such a good thing as an array scroll. Being able to condense an array scroll on a scroll was not an easy thing to do. The array formation scroll that was sent to be auctioned is perfect. It can be said to be perfect to the extreme. The old man's gaze never left the scroll in his hands. The material of this paper is rare, and there are also the array patterns. The technique used is also rare. I have seen no less than 10,000 array patterns, but this is the first time I have seen this. Could it be that Tianji Hall has made a new breakthrough? The old man kept talking to himself. As a regular customer of Tianji Hall, the old man was very familiar with Tianji Hall's products and subconsciously believed that they were produced by Tianji Hall. In the entire empire, the only organization capable of producing formation scrolls was probably the Seer Hall. Young master, this old man suggests that we replace one of the final treasures, or add in another final treasure, the spell formation scroll. This will definitely open up a new era. This old man can guarantee it. The old man said with a serious expression. The young man knew better than anyone the significance of the array scrolls. He had heard about the array scrolls a long time ago. The upper echelons of the empire had even organized a group of elites to study the array scrolls. They hoped to develop the array scrolls into a new weapon of war on the battlefield. It's really incredible that one day I can see the array scroll. The young man put away his emotions. I will immediately arrange for another final treasure to be added. I believe that the appearance of the array scroll will definitely cause a stir in the audience. It's a pity that the mysterious man came and went quickly. Our people didn't find any trace of the mysterious man at all. Could it be that the people of Tianji Hall really researched it? At this moment, The old man dared not guarantee it. The world was so big that nothing was too strange. Although Tianji Hall was the #1 sect in the empire in refining and manufacturing, with a strong manufacturing ability, monopolizing almost 80% of the entire empire's market, the array scroll had always been their main focus. Array scrolls had always been their main focus, so it wasn't impossible for them to research it. Young master, no matter who this mysterious man is, it's best that you don't send anyone to spy on him. A godly person who can create a formation scroll is extremely powerful. Even the people behind us wouldn't dare to underestimate him. The old man said, "You have to know that each of the 3 scrolls in my hands has the attack power of a 7th stage professional expert. Who knows if the mysterious man and the people behind him have an even more powerful array scroll." The auction will now begin. As a beautiful auctioneer went on the stage, the atmosphere of the scene was stirred up. Those without status could only sit outside the venue with everyone else, whereas those with status had a fixed room, and they could observe the situation outside through their rooms. Besides that, their rooms were also set up with array formations and restrictions that isolated all the probing of divine sense, causing them to seem mysterious and safe. The first item for today's auction is a 3-tailed fox demon from the Demon Fox clan of the Demon God Empire. Very quickly, a fox lady with her power sealed was brought up, instantly attracting everyone's attention. All sorts of exclamations could be heard. Demon foxes were exotic beauties that humans loved. The fox lady of the demon clan was sold for a very high price, and was bought by a rich tycoon. The first item had stirred up everyone's emotions. The following items were all of good quality, and they were all very rare and precious. Only the Expedition Merchant Association could get their hands on them. Congratulations to the 3rd treasure chest for this item. Congratulations to the 9th room. Congratulations to the 18th room. The auction items were auctioned one after another, and each time, the price was extremely high. Those who could come to the Expedition Merchant Association were all very wealthy. The Expedition Merchant Association's auction was actually prepared for them. Lin Fei's room 20 also auctioned a few items. For example, Chen Yuanshan auctioned an elixir, which he said was for his son, and Li Dao auctioned a few materials, which cost him a lot of money. The others also had their own items. In the private rooms, Lin Fei was the only one who hadn't made a move yet. These items were not bad in the eyes of others, but in Lin Fei's eyes, they were somewhat inferior. There was no way to compare them. However, it was also an eye-opener for Lin Fei. Now, the item for auction is a stone tablet from a secret realm. There are some strange runes recorded on it. According to the analysis of our people, it is confirmed that this is a array stone tablet. The starting price is a black crystal card. As the stone tablet was incomplete, the strange runes recorded on it still piqued the interest of some people. However, after hearing that no one could decipher the strange runes, everyone's interest died down. "Master, we have to bid for this item." Little Devil, who rarely took the initiative to speak, suddenly reminded him. "It can't be, this is a very ordinary stone tablet." Chapter 2449. The auction for the stone tablet was very quiet. No one was interested in it, and only a few formation masters made their bids. They were purely curious and did not expect to get anything out of it. Lin Fei easily won the stone tablet, and the price was 10 black crystal cards. "No way, you're interested in this? That's a little high." Lin Fei did not care about the price. Since the little devil could remind him of something, there must be a secret behind it. 10 black crystal cards was nothing to him. "Once I'm interested, I can't stop it." After listening to Lin Fei's explanation, Lin Fei could only think that it was because he was rich that he could do whatever he wanted. For the rest of the auction, Lin Fei became quiet again and did not make any bids. Everyone was speechless. Was he still a hot-blooded young man? In fact, Lin Fei was not idle. "Copy the data of this pill. I want this too. It's quite popular. Record it too." Lin Fei recorded the data of almost every good item. If the Expedition Chamber of Commerce knew that someone had recorded the data of the treasures they had worked so hard to obtain, they would probably cry. After all, they had spent a lot of effort and manpower on these treasures. In the end, they gave them to Lin Fei for free. Today's auction went very smoothly. Not a single item was left empty. The people who came were all very interested. The Expedition Trade Union was quite good at grasping everyone's mentality. The items that they brought out were quite useful and covered many aspects. Everyone was amazed, as expected of the #1 trade union. Today, it's time for the auction of the finale treasure. Everyone must have waited for a long time. Now, let us admire the first finale treasure. When it was time for the finale treasure to be auctioned, everyone was excited. Those who had come today were actually here for the final treasure. The items that had been auctioned before were nothing more than a warm-up. The final treasure was what everyone was most interested in today. Finally, the finale treasure. I wonder what the finale treasure is. Since it can be placed together with the teleportation array, it's definitely not something ordinary. I wonder what it is. In the private room, Qin Yuanshan and the others were all guessing. It's here. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the first treasure was brought onto the stage. Today's first treasure is a rank 7 battle armor made by Tianji Hall. Needless to say, everyone knows that Tianji Hall's products are of the highest quality. With the beautiful auctioneer's words, the grade of the first treasure in the finale had increased by leaps and bounds. I knew it was something from Tianji Hall. Li Dao laughed. In fact, every auction would always include items from Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall is Tianji Hall. There's nothing in this world that they can't research. No wonder everyone wants to go to Tianji Hall. This wasn't the first time Lin Fei had heard of the name Tianji Hall. He secretly paid attention to it. He threw out a scan and thoroughly scanned the first treasure. Wow, this Tianji Hall is really capable. They embedded a formation inside the battle armor. Other than that, they actually have these gem-like beads with various attributes. After a scan, the result gave Lin Fei a huge shock. This was definitely a good item. Tianji Hall was able to produce such a battle armor. This was the first time he had seen such a battle armor. Without a doubt, as long as one wore this battle armor, their defense would increase infinitely. At the same time, it also had the support of a formation. Their strength would also increase accordingly. It was definitely a must-have item when going out. Just this battle armor alone was worth it for people to bid. The beautiful auctioneer began to introduce the details of the rank 7 battle armor. The moment she said it, everyone's eyes turned red. When a 7th stage professional powerhouse put on this 7th revolution battle armor, he would almost be invincible in the same realm. Even an 8th stage professional powerhouse would need a long time to break through the opponent's defense. Moreover, the 7th revolution battle armor had its own formation attribute, which could create a special formation's power. Tianji Hall's rank 7 battle armor was very impressive. Are you curious about what kind of place Tianji Hall is? Why is it able to produce such a good item? Qin Yuanshan laughed. Lin Fei nodded. I am indeed curious. It seems like this Tianji Hall is very powerful. Lin Fei really didn't know anything about Tianji Hall. Now, we will start the auction for Tianji Hall's rank 7 platinum battle armor. The starting price is 50 black crystal cards. On the auction stage, the rank 7 platinum battle armor began to be auctioned. In just a few breaths of time, the rank 7 platinum battle armor had exceeded 100 black crystal cards. Everyone seemed to not care about money as the bidding price rose rapidly. 180. Is there anyone higher than this? Room 16 offers 200 black crystal cards. In Lin Fei's room, Qin Yuanshan was telling Lin Fei about Tianji Hall. This Tianji Hall is a special force in the kingdom. They don't participate in anything. The people in Tianji Hall are a bunch of lunatics. They research all sorts of things, for example, those forbidden drugs that you know of, etc. Almost all of them came from Tianji Hall. Also, today's teleportation formation was also researched by Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall's items became the most popular items in the kingdom. For example, only Tianji Hall is able to produce this grade of battle armor in the entire kingdom. The most powerful forces can only produce rank 4 or 5 battle armor. Qin Yuanshan revealed a rare solemn expression as he continued. Tianji Hall's influence covers the entire kingdom. At the same time, it also affects the Demon God Empire. Even His Majesty respects Tianji Hall very much. Rumor has it that when the kingdom was founded, Tianji Hall contributed a large amount of treasures and equipment. Tianji Hall even has powerful mechanical puppets with battle prowess comparable to a rank 9 job advancement expert. It can be said that Tianji Hall is fully deserving of being the #1 force. As long as they say the word, any force will act for them. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. This Tianji Hall was really amazing. Emperor Yuan Zheng was a rank 9 job advancement expert. He was fully deserving of being the #1 expert in the kingdom. Who would have thought that Tianji Hall would have such a top-notch expert? Who knew if they were researching on a puppet expert that surpassed the rank 9 job advancement? For a moment, Lin Fei was extremely interested in Tianji Hall. Then do you know the specific origin of this Tianji Hall? Lin Fei asked. Chen Yuanshan shook his head. This is unknown. I reckon that in the entire kingdom, only the emperor knows about the origin of Tianji Hall. There are even people who say that if the emperor is not around one day, Tianji Hall may become. Chen Yuanshan did not continue his words. If one listened carefully, one could see that there was a trace of worry in his words. Lin Fei could naturally hear it. Chapter 2450. The first treasure from Tianji Hall was auctioned off at a high price of 360 black crystal cards. For the first treasure to reach such a price, one could imagine how precious the other 2 treasures would be. Let's start the auction for the second treasure of the day. It's also the work of a master from Tianji Hall, an 8th transition weapon. Compared to the first treasure, the commotion caused by the second treasure was much greater. An 8th job advancement weapon was extremely precious. Everyone present was moved. An 8th transition weapon, in the hands of an expert, would be able to increase their strength by a large margin. It would be a top-notch existence even among 8th transition jobs. The starting bid is 500 black crystal card. Let's start the auction now. As soon as the voice finished speaking, someone immediately made a bid. 500 black crystal cards. Just as he opened his mouth, the price was immediately suppressed. 600 black crystal cards, 700 black crystal cards. In the blink of an eye, the price of this 8th job transition weapon was 3,200 black crystal cards. It was definitely a high price. The bidding had only started now, and the various clans started to exert their strength, pushing the price from 3,200 black crystal cards to 6,100 black crystal cards. Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the foundation of a top-notch force. If they were in Nangong Hao's shoes, they would definitely go bankrupt. How intense! Lin Fei thought to himself, laughing in his heart. When I create an 8th transition weapon, even with a discount, I'll still be able to get over 3,000 black crystal cards. That's still a huge gain. Just now, Lin Fei had secretly recorded the data and obtained the complete data of an 8th transition weapon. After scanning it with the system, he could indeed tell that the 8th transition weapon created by the Heavenly Secrets Hall's Grandmaster was of a rather high quality. There was a miniature formation set up within it, which unknowingly increased the weapon's prowess by several times. It was not easy to activate such an 8th transition weapon. It consumed a lot of energy, but the gains were undoubtedly great as well. 8th transition experts of the same level would not be able to easily block its attacks. What a great Nangong clan, they managed to obtain this 8th transition weapon. Chen Yuanshan said in shock. It seems like the rumors are true. The Nangong clan should have produced another 8th transition expert. The others nodded in agreement. Lin Fei was quite familiar with the Nangong clan. After all, Nangong Yuming was a direct disciple of the Nangong clan. He was the champion of this year's competition, so it was hard for him not to remember his name. Lin Fei did not care too much about whose 8th advancement weapon ended up in the hands of. He was rather interested in the long-distance teleportation formation. That was a top-notch item. No one was surprised that the second treasure was won by the Nangong clan. After all, the Nangong clan had the strength and resources to back it up. Their reputation as a top-notch clan was not undeserved. The third treasure for today's auction is a last-minute addition. I'm sure none of you will be able to guess what it is. The beautiful auctioneer excitedly showed off, stirring up everyone's emotions. A last-minute addition? It was quite a rare occurrence. The Expedition Chamber of Commerce was the largest chamber of commerce, and it had been a long time since they had added a treasure in the middle of the auction. The most important treasure was still the finale, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. I'm sure everyone is familiar with this treasure, but I'm afraid that not many of you have seen it before. The beautiful auctioneer smiled and said, "Even for me, this is the first time I've seen something like this." Now, the third final treasure of the auction, a final treasure from a mysterious guest, an array formation scroll, and a 7-revolution scroll at that. But the crowd was in an uproar. Array scroll? How is that possible? Could it be that Tianji Hall has succeeded in their research? That's unlikely. Didn't they say that there were many problems with array scrolls that had not been solved? Since when did Tianji Hall have such capabilities? A 7-revolution scroll, regardless of whether it's used for offense or defense, is extremely powerful. I really want to see what a 7-revolution scroll looks like. Everyone in the private room could not sit still. If the array scrolls were real, the significance would be different. Everyone, please take a look. These are array scrolls. Each of them is sealed with a powerful array. After being appraised by many of our appraisers, these array scrolls are genuine, and there are no problems with them. They are extremely perfect items, the beautiful auctioneer introduced. At the same time, streams of divine senses rushed out and examined the array scrolls. Their expressions were uncertain, but everyone could tell that the array scrolls were real. There was a seal on the surface of the scrolls, and with their powerful strength, they could easily sense the dangerous aura within. Bid. No matter what the price is, we must bid for it. In one of the private rooms in the top 10, an old man suddenly stood up and stared at the array scrolls outside. He was unusually excited. I never thought that I would be able to see array scrolls in my lifetime. To be able to create such a perfect array scroll, this person must be a peerless expert. In another private room, I didn't expect array scrolls to appear. We must bid for these scrolls. If we can decipher the secrets within them, the strength of our Nangong family will definitely rise to another level. The head of the Nangong family said with a solemn expression, "Quick, send the news back to Tianji Hall immediately. Tell them that the array scrolls have appeared, and someone has solved the problem." A young man immediately ordered the person beside him. This matter was too important. There was no doubt about the appraisal ability of the Expedition Chamber of Commerce. If they said that it was real, then it must be real. With their credibility, no one would joke about it unless they wanted to stop operating. As the Expedition Chamber of Commerce had the backing of the royal family, they would not joke about their credibility. It can't be, the array scrolls have appeared. Qin Yuanshan was so excited that he almost thought that he had heard wrongly. It took him a long time to calm himself down. Array scrolls. That was Qin Yuanshan's dream for many years, but he had never succeeded. Even Tianji Hall was stuck in the middle of it, unable to move an inch forward. However, under such circumstances, the array scrolls had mysteriously appeared in the auction and became one of the final treasures of the auction. It was extremely mysterious. Not a single word leaked out. Lin Fei saw everyone's reactions. He knew that would happen the moment he took out the array scrolls. As for Fan Luoyu and Qin Lan, who had previously displayed the array scrolls and were aware of the situation, Lin Fei did not believe that they would leak the information. After the crowd recovered from their shock, the array scrolls began to be auctioned. Everyone understood why they could be added to the final treasures at the last minute. The array scrolls did have the ability to do so. If the array scrolls could not be included in the final treasures of the auction, what else could be included? At the start of the auction, everyone fought to be the first to bid. Starting from 300 black crystal cards, it went all the way to 1,200 black crystal cards, and this was under the condition that everyone restrained each other. It was indeed an astronomical figure for one treasure to have over 1,000 black crystal cards. We, Tianji Hall, want these array scrolls. We bid 1,500 black crystal cards. I hope everyone will give us some face. A sudden voice interrupted everyone's bidding. The crowd quietened down. Upon hearing the words Tianji Hall, everyone fell silent. Although Tianji Hall was not the number one force, their connections covered both empires. Their influence was so deep that a word from them could make countless people work for them. Chapter 2451. In fact, every time Expedition Chamber of Commerce held a top-notch auction, people from Tianji Hall would come over to bid for some top-notch materials so that they wouldn't end up in the hands of others. In an exclusive private room of Tianji Hall, a middle-aged person in charge, who was at the 6th job transition, couldn't conceal his joy and excitement. Who would have thought that an array formation scroll would be auctioned off? The person in charge, who rarely spoke in Tianji Hall's name, had unexpectedly used Tianji Hall's name. No matter who it was, they would have to give them face. Everyone had indeed given them face. Everyone knew that if Tianji Hall bid for the array formation scroll, they would definitely be preparing to study the techniques within and crack the array formation scroll. There was nothing much to say. If they gave Tianji Hall face, they would definitely benefit from it in the future. In the end, Tianji Hall obtained the array formation scroll. The auction hadn't ended yet. In the exclusive private room, the middle-aged person in charge saw the array formation scroll excitedly. It's true. That's great. The array formation scroll was sealed, but traces of array aura still flowed out from its surface. In the eyes of the person in charge, there was nothing more familiar than this aura. We'll leave immediately. The appearance of the array formation scroll was of great significance. The middle-aged person in charge immediately brought his men to escort the array formation scroll back to Tianji Hall, not daring to delay any further. At the same time, in another private room that wasn't too important, Qin Lan stood up. Lin Fei, how dare he take out the array formation scroll for auction? He's really bold. Isn't he afraid of being eaten alive? Qin Lan, who was dressed in black, immediately thought of Lin Fei when she heard that the mysterious person had taken out the array formation scroll. Other than him, Qin Lan didn't believe that anyone else would be able to take it out. Array formation scrolls weren't cabbages that could be found on the streets. Lin Fei was definitely the owner of the array formation scroll. A person entered the private room and came to Qin Lan's side. Saintess, we've already spread the news. Everyone in Tianji Hall is under our surveillance. Qin Lan wasn't in the mood to pay attention to the last treasure. Let's go. Qin Lan stood up and left. Compared to the last auction, the array formation scroll in Tianji Hall's hands was far more important. Lin Fei was not interested in knowing that Tianji Hall was being targeted. The last treasure of the day had finally appeared. It was a transmission array made by Tianji Hall. Good stuff. It's really good stuff. No wonder so many people can't make it. It's not easy. One ring after another, and it involves hundreds of millions of miniature arrays. Tianji Hall really has capable people. It's hard not to admire such exquisite craftsmanship. It's no wonder that a teleportation array has always been priceless. Lin Fei looked at the recorded data and could not help but gasp. A single teleportation formation involved countless other formations. Even if someone wanted to decipher and research on it, it wouldn't be an easy task. After all of the techniques were in the hands of the Heavenly Secrets Hall. Coupled with some unique materials, the Heavenly Secrets Hall did have their own foundations to be able to become a unique and unparalleled power. As soon as the final treasure was put on the stage, the price kept soaring. Only the top clans were qualified to compete for it. There were also some first-rate forces that banded together and tried to compete for it. It's too expensive. A teleportation array actually costs 13,000 black crystal cards. Li Dao exclaimed. It was really a big shock. To be able to see such a scene, my life will be worth it. Qin Yuanshan nodded. It's too shocking. Based on my guess, the final price of a teleportation array will definitely be above 15,000. I wonder who will get it this time. The forces at the scene were competing intensely. Nangong clan, 15,500. A domineering voice came from the Nangong clan's box. What is the Nangong clan? Our Long clan has 16,000. If you have the ability, continue to raise the price. Our Long clan will accompany you to the end. An even more domineering voice came from the Long clan's box. The Nangong clan and the Long clan had always been at odds. They would compete in any situation. To a top clan, The importance of a teleportation array was equivalent to a proof of their strength. Nangong, Long Clan, do you really think that you're the only rich ones? Although our Chun clan doesn't have much money, it's more than enough to buy a teleportation array. Another Chen clan member spoke. This also caused the price of the teleportation array to soar to 18,200. Brother Chen, they're fighting so hard for the teleportation array. Just what are they planning to use it for? Lin Fei asked curiously. He had this question for a long time and it was the right time to bring it up. The few people present all laughed. Haha, so it turns out that our rookie king actually has things that he doesn't know. Li Dao laughed heartily. Chen Yuanshan had always thought that Lin Fei's talent was monstrous. He had finally seen the other side of Lin Fei. He held back his laughter and said, I can finally laugh at you for once. I thought you knew long ago and was almost tricked by you. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, it's very simple for them to fight for the teleportation array. It's to fight for resources in the ancient desolation great world. A teleportation array can allow them to transport all kinds of resources back and at the same time, deploy troops. Chen Yuanshan said with a smile, the top powers of the empire all have their own private armies in the ancient desolation great world. This is also the main reason why they have their own resources. Ancient desolation great world. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of another great world outside of the two great empires. It sounded like a rather important place. Chen Yuanshan seemed to have noticed Lin Fei's confusion. I didn't want to tell you this so soon, but once you become a student of Capital College, you will know about the ancient land of wilderness sooner or later. Since we've met, why don't you tell me? Lin Fei became spirited. Other than the two great empires of our star field, could it be that there is a third empire? Chen Yuanshan admired Lin Fei a lot. The matter of the ancient desolation great world was not a secret, and people would know about it sooner or later. It was better to tell Lin Fei in advance and leave a good impression. Chapter 2452. Lin Fei really didn't know about this. With Chen Yuanshan's words, many of the things that Lin Fei had not figured out before had all been figured out. It seemed like there was such a secret behind it, and from the looks of it, the ancient desolation great world was very important to the people of the empire. Why isn't there much news about the ancient desolation world in the empire? Li Dao continued, the ancient desolation great world is of great significance. If one's strength is too low, going there would be courting death. Normally, only those with a certain level of strength would know about it, and even if they knew, it would be extremely difficult for them to go to the ancient desolation great world. The ancient desolation great world is an independent great world in another space, and one must have a transmission array to go there. Lin Fei was indeed puzzled. If there really was an ancient desolation great world, he would know about it. Can you tell me about the ancient desolation great world? Lin Fei was not interested in understanding the auction on the auction stage, so he might as well listen to the ancient desolation great world. Chen Yuanshan was going to say it anyway, so even if Lin Fei did not ask, he would have taken the initiative to say it. There are a large number of devil cultivators living in the ancient desolation great world, and their appearances are actually not that different from ours. They are born with a strong physical body, and also cultivate in various professions, but they did not establish an empire, but a tribe. The ancient desolation great world is rich in resources, and has all kinds of materials. The devil cultivator's reproduction ability is very strong, and there are many people. Chen Yuanshan told him everything he knew. All right, in about a year, our academy will organize a group of people to go to the ancient desolation great world to train. If you are interested, you can go and try. Chen Yuanshan threw out a piece of news. Lin Fei was extremely grateful for Chen Yuanshan's reminder. According to the introduction, the ancient desolation great world was a place that was rich in resources. The two great empires of the star field had established bases in the ancient desolation great world to collect resources. Because the ancient desolation great world was very big, there were many tribes and experts there. What Lin Fei cared about the most was that the ancient desolation great world had a large number of energy wall stones. The reason why the great powers of the empire had such a strong foundation was because they had plundered a large amount of resources from the ancient desolation great world. What Lin Fei lacked the most was energy wall stones. With the appearance of the ancient desolation great world, Lin Fei had an additional choice. That place was filled with experts, so he could capture them and modify them. It could be used to build his own base in the ancient desolation great world. The transmission array produced by Tianji Hall was finally bought by the Nangong clan for 21,000 black crystal cards. The Nangong clan's financial power was extremely domineering at this moment. As soon as the auction ended, Lin Fei, Chen Yuanshan, and the rest left. In the meantime, Li Dao and the rest invited Lin Fei for a drink. He had yet to collect his black crystal card from the Expedition Chamber of Commerce, so he politely declined their invitation. Over at the Expedition Chamber of Commerce, the various forces were all eyeing the black crystal cards. In today's auction, the appearance of the array formation scroll had gained the upper hand. At the same time, it attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, the teleportation array formation seemed to lose its luster. After all, no matter how good a teleportation array was, to have a teleportation array, not only did it require time, opportunity, and even financial resources. All three were indispensable. Array scrolls were different. If one had the method to make them, everyone could have them. Now everyone was waiting for the appearance of the mysterious man. He's here, he's here. That man in black went in. It must be him. We received news that a guy wearing a cloak took out the array formation scroll. When the cloaked Lin Fei entered the room, the news immediately spread. Where's my black crystal card? When Lin Fei entered, he placed a piece of paper on the table. Sir, the item has been prepared for you. Please sign here. The person in charge had already been warned. He passionately took out the black crystal card and placed it on the table. Lin Fei did not look at it. He was not afraid that the other party would be lazy to take his item. After taking the item, Lin Fei turned and left. Sir, could you please wait? The person in charge said respectfully. Our young master wants to meet you. I wonder if I can have the honor. Another day, I have something to do today. Lin Fei did not stop. He pushed open the door and left. When Lin Fei left, a young man appeared in the room. It was the young master of Expedition Chamber of Commerce. He seemed to be deep in thought. Uncle Yong, what do you think of this person? Behind the young man stood an old man shining brightly. He had appeared without a sound, and his expression was not calm at all. This person is very scary. When he left, he inadvertently looked at us. He should have known of our existence. The old man sighed. His mind was still recalling that look. With his strength at the peak of the 7th job advancement, he was very sure of what that look represented. Young master, you are too reckless. This? How is this possible? Uncle Yong, you are a peak of the 7th job advancement. The young man was very surprised. He did not dare to believe that it was true. Doesn't that mean that person's strength is at least at the 8th job advancement? Uncle Yong said. Why not? If he does not have the ability, how would he dare to take out the array scroll to auction? The young man's heart trembled. In the Empire, being able to reach the 8th job advancement, no matter what job it was worthy of respect. No big faction would dare to offend an 8th job advancement expert, especially when they did not know what job the other party was proficient in. According to the young man's original plan, he was prepared to meet this mysterious person. If he could buy the person's spell formation scroll, that would be for the best. Now, he knew that he had been too impatient. Hiding in the void, he had undoubtedly left a bad impression. Uncle Yong, this matter. Uncle Yong did not say anything. Expedition Chamber of Commerce was a business. They would never offend anyone, especially someone who had the array scroll. The attitude was very important. What should he do? Even he was helpless. Let's talk about this in the future. Maybe he might not care about what happened today. Uncle Yong suddenly thought of something. Young master, immediately call our people back. Otherwise, the other party will suspect that we are plotting something. The consequences of following an 8th job advancement expert was unimaginable. Master, there are at least dozens of people hiding in the void behind you. Little Devil joked. Since coming out from Expedition Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei had a group of people following him. There were at least dozens of people hiding in the dark and on the surface. They were all from various big factions in the imperial capital. Lin Fei chuckled. It won't be that easy to get the array scroll in my hands. I can make use of them and show them my strength. In the future, things will be easier. Lin Fei acted as if he did not see anyone tailing him as he strode out of the city. That black-clothed man went out of the city. Follow him. We must not lose him.